Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Sorry about the technical difficulties we faced, but now everything is surely done. There is no more technical difficulties. We should be good. And then we also about to have our first battle soon, which is again Keibon, the previous APC champion from Japan, and Beelzeboy, um, fourth place at the Play Pokemon 2024 World Championships in Hawaii, from India, playing each other off in a few minutes. Once they send battle and they good luck, have fun. So, well, for the first battle, it will just be me and Panic going through, and then we will pass it back on to Widow and David.
For
So
the next one.
I guess
Hmm.
see you guys in a few minutes. We can talk after the match. See ya. I miss you. Okay,
Okay.
so let's look at the team. Panic, what do you think?
Okay,
Meta
so
expert.
for the team, okay, for Beelzeboy, it's running Azu, Charjabug, Diggersby, Shadow Drapion, Shadow Gator, and Shadow Minibus. And for Keibon, it's Shadow Gator, Shadow Drapion, Shadow Marowak, Ariados, Azumarill, and Dugong. So when I first see the team, BJ, I was wondering, like, why is Charjabug here? And now it all makes sense when we see Keibon's team. That's
Mm-hmm.
one hell of a core breaker.
What is the only chargeable answer? Is it only Marakia?
Polly, yeah,
Right.
it's
I mean,
crazy, right?
technically, like Alligator could beat it in some shield, or like anything could, like Drapion could beat it in some shield scenario.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it have like very good general or like neutral or positive mashup in general. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I think you were saying something about Shadow for Alligator. What do you think of
Yeah,
this one?
man. When I see Beelzeboy Shadow Gator, I don't really see any real answer on Keibon's side, right? It's kind of crazy when you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
That like yes, with extra energy, Drapion and Ariados does really well, but it's just or like in two shields, Mera can beat it, but in one shield with like one extra fast move, I don't see anything beating the Gator.
Right.
Like how
I mean,
can Keibon recover from like safe sub Gator?
okay, here's the thing, right? You said that about the Shadow for Alligator on Busy Boy side, but like
Hmm.
when we look at Busy Boy team, of course we have the Mandibus and Chargerbug, right? Which are considered like one of the better Shadow for Alligator answers nowadays. That like some of the older one, for example, Moltres are dead. But uh, to be fair, also this also apply to Keibon, right? If Keibon sets off Shadow for Alligator, have one energy lead, he wins a lot of like one-to-one shields. I mean, definitely against Mandy and Chargerbug from Beauty Boy side as well. So I could see some common, since this is like common core of the Asu and Drapion with like the pick of Shadow for like, oh, we got a battle.
Already,
Oh, whoa, okay, let's go.
no need to speculate. We can just see them play. Wow.
Wow. Oh my god.
No, this is not what I'm thinking.
This is not what we expect from
Yeah.
Kevon. Uh,
And we can see the Snarl Mandibus too, which is very odd considering like most people are running air slash now.
right. Yeah, because I guess a lot of people find that Air Slash have good, you know, correlation to Annihilate and other fighter as well. Just yeah,
Mhm.
besides the Alligator alone. But to be fair, this is not like I mean, this is not the best for Mario by any means, but that block fly does a lot, you see.
Yeah, it's a lot. That's the best thing about Marowak, right? Even though it has like very big weakness against flying, the rocks that just covers it really well.
Okay. Kbon here making a
Oh.
very good call that Digger's B is not coming and Drapion safe swap would be quite safe for him.
Hmm.
Got answered by Azumarill, which seems bad as a Dark into Fairy, but like this is fine. Like the debuff will make
Yeah.
Poison Sting chunk like mad, and also how slow Azumarill is. This could,
Hmm.
potentially go either way.
Yeah, it's surprisingly a very neutral matchup, and Drapion usually wins this, right? Even though you don't really have a super effective charge move, it the poison stings it's really hurts.
He went for the shield.
Surprisingly,
Keibon went
yeah,
for the
he's
shield,
taking. Oh
thinking,
no!
oh, CMP
Oh,
die
is it
here.
gonna be a shield KO?
I cannot tell.
Oh
This.
no!
Oh my god. Okay, now.
Beelzeboy is not gonna take the race there.
Okay, Keibon opting to throw a coil tail before getting KO.
Oh, and
Oh,
Beelzeboy shielded that.
shielded. Oh,
Oh, he wasn't sure there.
okay.
And another insta swap. They are like very fluid in the swap. They're like insta swap, insta response, and I don't
Hmm.
think it's quite enough to KO.
Right. Keibon now actually, but Keibon now have the knowledge of what Beelzeboy have, and it seems like
Mm-hmm.
he want to get that energy off on the Mandibus anyway. So this might not be the worst for Keibon.
Oh no, neither KOs. Oh, and
Oh, oh!
oh no!
One slap down the fires. Let's
Oh
go.
my god!
Okay. Showing
Yeah,
the bone cloth here
this
to
is
shang away at the fur alligator.
gonna
This
hurt.
surely hurts.
Oh
Oh,
my god, that's a lot of damage.
okay. They're going heal walls every fur alligator energy. But
Yeah,
technically, fur alligator does win this in 1-1 at full HP.
yeah.
So, with the sack swap being a thing,
Mhm.
with the sack swap
Yeah,
being a thing, wait, is sack swap the same? Oh, wait, never mind, I lied.
actually, he doesn't even need it, right?
Okay, I thought
Just
Busy Boy
flex
still got
on
one
that. Yeah,
alive. Okay, well, I guess
yeah.
this.
It's surprising that we talk about the how strong Gator is, and Keibon is not even gonna run it on the first game.
Hmm. But I mean, he called a Drapion safe swap, which is a very good pick in my opinion as well. So
Mm-hmm.
that was a nice game one, and our previous champion still got it here.
Yeah,
Leading
he's
in
still done it.
leading a ground type into a flying type, but no, not fumbling at all. Still doing well.
Oh, man,
Yep.
what a first game. So what do
Right.
you think here? What kind of adjustment that Beelzeboy gonna do? Is he still gonna run the Mandy bus, or are you thinking something else here?
I mean, the Mandibus does fine there. The one that okay, this is like very weird, right? How Keibon answered for Alligator was apparently by Marowak and Dugong, soaking energy on Dugong and putting damage with Marowak. That is how he answered Beauty Boy for Alligator, which is definitely a threat to his team on game one. I mean, Alligator is still strong for Beauty Boy's side, right?
Mhm. Yeah,
He
I
might he
mean,
might want to bring something that, maybe prepare him better against both of those threats. Cause or maybe just aligning Azul on them and not getting Azul on Drapion and having a harder Drapion answer. Maybe Jakers B. I don't know.
yeah. Now we're seeing like how different Marowak and Diggersby is in the meta,
Hmm.
right? In
Yeah.
this case, for Keibon has no problem bringing the Drapion at all, because like, he just put out statements against everything. But not the case for Beelzeboy. When the Drapion sees the Marowak, you know you're getting farmed down.
Yep. Oh, our battle token. Let's see what we have
Yeah.
here. Jakers
Oh,
B.
and let's
Okay.
bring.
As expected.
Oh
Oh,
no!
into Diogo. Oh,
To be fair, this is not the worst matchup,
this
right?
is yeah. This is not okay.
Just one and swap. Hmm. Oh my
Answer
god.
with Marowak. So the funny
Mhm.
thing here is Marowak can actually uh
Yeah,
do
in two
shield and
shots.
farm down this, right? Um,
But the question here is K-Bone too late on the swap? Because
right.
sometimes you're just too slow and the opposing one get to two. So
I don't
Beelzeboy
know.
only need five more
Right.
to get there.
So
And
Keibon
can
only get
still
three
can three
must
must
slap
slap chaos.
damage.
Oh, it doesn't look like it. It doesn't look
Oh,
like it. Oh, he's taking out the shield. He's taking out the shield. He
so
knows
he
he's
got
not
he,
gonna.
he have two bone flop here, so we can
Yeah,
go
he got the
down those
switch,
to
but
zero shield.
I don't think he
Oh,
can take the switch though.
right. If Busy Boy decides to shield here, yep, he did.
Okay, now we'll see if Beelzeboy gonna take up the throw the energy now or just get slower first. Okay, so
Okay.
he just instant
Decided to throw.
throw,
Just to make sure
and I
that
think with that HP he gets another Hydro against Dugong. Should Kabon show Dugong again?
Uh,
Yeah, I don't
Keibon
even
does
think
have
Arya
the
is gonna
knowledge
get
that
there.
Feraligatr is dry though. Decide to win in
Yeah,
Miss Dugong.
yeah, he
That's
gets
a
there.
big calm down from Dugong too, to be
Ooh,
fair. Although it need to take up a Hydro Cannon.
oh wow.
So
I mean, this is still tough because like we see
yeah,
Arya in the back there, and
Beelzeboy could
man,
just go into Asura to soak the Dugong energy here.
yeah, just be safe. Just wait for the switch
Okay.
timer
Keibon deciding
and
to
use swap,
save the energy. That's a great play from him.
and he lunge first.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe he won't avoid the situation where two fire punch KO.
Yep.
Yeah, and I don't think two lunges KO anyway, right? So
Mm-hmm.
not two lunges, two trail base, right?
Ultra best. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh
Okay.
man, yeah, it's definitely not enough.
See,
What is he throwing here?
he
Oh,
is
he
going
trail
for
base
his
now.
players in CMP.
Okay, the question is, can
Keibon
K1
could
snipe?
potentially pull off a play where he farm up the energy, snipe the Diggers B with the Icy
Yeah,
Wind, and have a trailblazer to throw on the Azumarill, which would
yeah,
be a
but
very scary trip.
how low it's gonna be though?
Oh,
That's a
oh
so.
my
Oh, and Beelzeboy
god!
calls it.
Knowing that is coming,
Mhm.
reacting very
Man,
nicely there.
he
Wow.
saw it coming, and
Yep.
man,
Very
oh,
nice,
this is
nicely
one thing
played.
that's annoying though. Like player of doesn't KO here, right?
Right.
It's
Well,
just
Asu
super
is very
annoying.
healthy, so I think we should be fine here. Since
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
think. Yeah, the
yeah,
average is definitely
Gyarados
too
can
low now, right?
CMP. Yeah.
Man,
Wow.
and
What a
again,
play.
uh,
Nice,
what a
patient, and like, you know,
mhm,
good counting from Beelzeboy.
mhm.
Probably putting this up to 1-1.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
that's a snipe, but does it even KO?
I'm not sure actually.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Last
Yeah, not even close.
one.
And just ice beam for good measure.
Yep, back to 1. Oh my god. Very intense
Yeah,
game too. What is
and now
happening?
we see, yeah, when Keibon just a little bit slow on the swap,
Hmm.
and the Merrick just don't have enough fast enough to farm
Yep.
down. The
Oh,
Gator is just too fast.
um, okay. Yeah, as
Yeah.
mentioned, right? This battle is like need to play through their whole like, like region, as in for Asia Pacific continent, or Japan, as in the Japan region, and they are like, top placement from their own region. So to qualify from here, they already need to like beat up a lot of people. And
Mhm.
this proves how highly skilled this is, because like one slow mistake, like 1 second of late swap, cost you like that switch advantage there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And we can see how good the plan is, right? Because like even though K-Bone didn't get the switch, he still has a backup plan with the Aridos in the back, calling that it's gonna be very useful in back, which it is. But too bad that Beelzeboy calls the catch, right?
Right.
Calls the snipe
Yeah.
on the
God,
yeah. It's just
yeah.
crazy, dude. Even when
So
stuff didn't work, they found a way to make it kind of still work.
and that's a
It's
sick play,
crazy.
calling that Keibon would do that, like not, yeah, the patience of waiting for him to get to a move, knowing when he would do it. That is very nicely played. Wow.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, one funny
it's.
thing though. This game,
Mhm,
Keibon won the lead, right?
mhm.
And Dugong to Dickersby, but lost. First game, Keibon lost the lead. Marowak into Mandibus, but Keibon win. What is happening here?
Yeah, I think it's all about the Gator, right? How Keibon managed to beat the Gator. On
Hmm.
the first game, we see that the Gator has not a lot of breathing room. Keibon shuts it down, and it's just over. But on the second game, Keibon just don't have enough time to deal with the Gator, and the Gator just ruins everything, right? It's
Yep.
just it's just so powerful.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the way how like you switch first to get some energy lead actually affects this like type of uh team comp a lot. I would say, right? So
Yeah.
uh, they are probably taking a lot of time, or like not. I shall say should be considering a lot for game three. I as this is like determining who go to the loser bracket and who move on in the winner side
Yeah, on
in
the
very
on this
short
kind of
series.
tournament, in this kind of tournament, you don't really want to lose too early, right? Because it's
Yeah.
just that much harder to kind of climb back. It's not impossible. We've
Hmm.
seen it
We have
happen
seen it
before.
being done before by, for example,
Yeah,
Keibon here, right?
for Cable himself, but it's just not a route that anybody want to take, right?
Yeah, definitely. So, well, I hope to see a great game three and hope both of them the best. I
Is
don't know.
Cable finally gonna bring his skater?
Hmm. Yeah,
Like that's the
right.
question, right? We haven't
We
seen the chargeback either.
right. We did saw the Avados as an adjustment from Keibon side, which I find
Hmm.
very interesting, given
Hmm.
how Beelzeboy brought the Mandy game one and he was not scared about it at all.
Yeah.
What adjustment do you want? Would you want to see this game? Gator from Keibon side, or I don't know.
I think you gotta bring back the Drapion, right? I think
Mhm.
Drapion is just that much
Right.
stronger. I guess Cabon did the right thing, not bringing the Drapion there, knowing that there's a high potential of Diggersby, which
Mhm.
showed up. But I
Yeah.
think Drapion just put up so much work on the first game that it's kind of sad to not bring it for the third game.
Right. Oof. Very intense
Yeah,
games.
maybe it's time to bring the BBML.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe we can just bring up the Azu Drapion core again,
Mm-hmm.
just to be safe. Just to be
Right.
safe. That's
Just
the
like
best
what,
thing about the Azu Drapion, right? You can run anything as a third one.
just like what David said, right? David mentioned that it's the highest usage for a reason. The Asu and
Yeah,
Drapion together.
yeah. If it
Oof.
works, like why not, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, we have the third.
Yeah,
We
we
have
got a
the
lock
third
in.
game. Let's see here.
Okay.
Oh,
Marek
there's a Meroy
into
coming and
Diggersby.
Diggersby.
Oh my god. Who is the ground
Oh
type
well,
king here?
yeah. Well, if anything that Diggersby can do better than Meroy is beating the Meroy, right?
Right.
Diggersby has is just that
With
much
the
that
bulk
much
itself.
bulk here.
Yep.
We'll see here.
Well, but
And
one
he lets it
interesting thing here,
go.
right?
Wow.
Ooh.
No debuff.
But one
And we
interesting
seen
thing
the
here,
charger buff.
I
Oh,
am
this
not
is the
sure if you
dream
know,
there.
like the thing is, Diggersby here, right? You as PUC boy, you need to be very scared of Drapion in the back. So you might want to commit shields here to save Diggersby
Yeah.
for
I guess
Ooh.
he just hopes that the bulk like is enough. Okay, just throw on two there, avoid the second
Mhm.
mudslap damage.
Yep. Kevon decide to
And
let
yeah,
this
it's
go.
not worth the shield, right? Okay, so
Take
and
some
the
energy
Gator
lead
come
on the
in.
Dugong.
Oh, this is the most awkward part. The Drapion doesn't want to see this,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah. Gator
So
with
you're kind
energy.
of forced to stay here.
Yeah. Gator with energy
Mm,
is as deadly as you said.
yeah,
Kbon actually decided to let the first one go,
and he
which
baits
is
too.
interesting. Yeah.
But
Beauty
with
boy
charge
calls it.
bug, yeah, Keibon just calls it because like he's like, dude, there's no Merrick in the back. Nothing beats two
This
shielded
Drapion.
charge bug, right? And he just does the same like the simple game plan, just two shield charge bug in the back.
Hmm.
The Fortress do be adding up. Oh, and he baits again. I don't think. Oh, and
Okay.
he shields.
I think Hotel does kill here though, right?
Maybe he save. Yeah. Oh no. Is he going to like Diggersby or he just sacks this? Yeah, he went to Diggersby and like the
Oh,
dugong has no time to. Ooh, is that gonna be? Oh yeah, definitely gonna survive
that was
this,
a
right?
CMP. Is this a shield kill or
And
maybe not? Hmm.
yeah, definitely not on Diggersby. Yeah, and dugong just gonna have a hard time,
Yeah.
man.
Wow.
Trying to not show the last one there.
Oh,
But
just soaking
even
energy.
Mandibus, yeah, even Mandibus doesn't really care about Dugong on this health.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Yeah, and just big sweep here.
That energy management on Diggers B from Beelzeboy is really nice
Hmm.
there, to be fair.
Very, very nice. The extra farm against the mirror, that just one extra fast move do be helpful.
And there go. Oh, okay, okay. DM League, hello.
Mhm.
and
So,
and there go our previous APC champion down to the loser side. Hey, I
man,
want I want
what
to
do you
ask
think
our
here?
contestant. Vito,
What do you
we
think here?
haven't seen
Yeah, we
Beauty
do.
Boy for a long time. Is he? And you said is he washed? Is he washed?
Clearly not, as you can tell. I mean, that was a great performance. I found it interesting to see in both the first two games, the battles that lost the lead ended up winning the battle as well. So, just shows their flexible plays and being able to play around any type of lead that they see.
Yep.
Yeah. I think for
Yeah, and
some
as
people,
Maxwell said,
losing, yeah,
as Maxwell said, I think like the flexibility and especially from Beelzeboy with that for Shadow for Alligator, just with the Hydro Cannon spam is always incredible to watch.
so what do you think here? The world champion has went to the loser bracket. The previous APC champion is also going to loser bracket. So who's the
Who
favorite
gets the
now?
first?
Ooh,
Hmm.
that's a good question. Maybe Beelzeboy beating the previous world champ. So maybe we could see Beelzeboy taking it all. That's what I'm looking forward to see.
Now we actually have Beelzeboy playing against one of his Indian friends in the next round, in round three of winners. So that's going to be cool to watch
Eevee
as well.
fun.
We have Eevee Fun. Um, Probably not a very well-known name. However, I know them from the refereeing circuit in different types of grassroots tournaments. So yeah, I'm excited to see that as well.
Quick side note, right? Eevee Fun actually played in my group, and I think he had the highest record for like longest time. Like, as in, I think it was 6-0, or like he for like the 6 straight weeks that he need to play, he keep winning every week, and then until he dropped, he was like the slowest one to drop a score. But then the last few weeks, I think he didn't perform as well as he did in the first like 6 weeks, so he didn't win the group, but definitely a very strong player to watch out for. Maybe they also know each other very well. Uh, Feels like we have a pair of like close friends here, and as in like one from Asia and one from Europe. How do you guys feel about like playing your good friend? Do you feel like you know their IVs, you know their like, you know, play style?
So
But
yeah, I've had the honor to play Tomahawk three
uh,
times, and I've played Nesdabethan as well. It's not a good time. I'll tell you that much.
Panic, what do you think about, for example, playing me? We played every year, right? 2022, 2023. Uh,
Yeah.
well,
No, we only played
2024,
once.
not during, well, on Steve stream, the kind of champion we did play.
Hmm. Oh
What do you
yeah, yeah, yeah.
think?
Yeah, I think it's kind of weird, right? At some point when you play someone you known, like you don't really play against the team, right? You play against the
Yeah,
person, and
you
it
play again
becomes
the mine. Yeah.
yeah. It sometimes it became very weird, very quick. Like
Definitely.
when you see like that team shouldn't work, but I know that he loves to run this, so I'm gonna run this, and it's just crazy.
Okay. Next matchup is coming up. David, would you want to introduce who we have upcoming?
Yes, of course. So we have pair number 13, I believe, again with Gamebird against Luffy. Both of these trainers, I believe Luffy's from Japan, right? And
Yep,
Gamebird from
Taiwan.
Taiwan.
yeah, Taiwan. Yeah. So it will be interesting to see how these players will play. And I'm looking forward to it.
So yeah, we will pass it on to you guys. See you guys again in a few seconds.
Indeed. So we see these two team here. We see Luffy with the Azumarill Shadow Kanto Marowak and Shadow Drapion, Dugong, Corsola, and Superior. On the right side, we see a Gamebird with the Clodsire, Diggersby, Shadow for Alligator, Shadow Drapion, Jumpluff, and Annihilate. Maxwell, what do we think about these teams?
So yeah, they've both opted for a Drapion plus Water Core. However, a slightly different one to each other. So Gamebird has the Gator, whereas Luffy has the Azumarill. Also, they both have one ground. Actually, Gamepad has two ground types, but it's interesting to see all the different types of ground types that we have here. So we have a Diggersby, a Clodsire, and a Kwak. So it just shows how they've decided on similar, different Pokemon to fit the similar role.
Yeah, exactly. And I believe also these teams have been used before. I think Luffy is running Galax Bolton's team at that he used at Birmingham, right? Like, he got third place with it. And then Gamebird also using, I believe, Septile Eyes team. So will be interesting to see how these players can pilot their teams to success.
Yeah, wonder if they I wonder if they decided to, actually did they take the teams from these players, or is it just a coincidence that they've built the same teams?
Yeah,
'Cause in this
that's a
meta,
good
it's very
question.
condensed, and it's a good possibility that they just happened to build the same team. Yeah.
Yeah, looking at these teams, I feel like Gamebird with that Shadow for Alligator could put a lot of work against Luffy, to be honest. That appears a bit rough to bring against Gamebird with the Jump Off and the Shadow Drapion and the Clodsire, right? We know.
Yeah, the Clodsire is on Sludge Bomb, so it will have that super effective damage for both the Azumarill and the Superior. However, if he feels like that the Clodsire won't come due to the Kwak and the Dugong and the Corsola, there might even be a good opportunity to bring the Superior to counter something like the Gator and Diggersby core that would otherwise actually be pretty strong into Luffy.
Right. And I think also what is very interesting to notice also Luffy with the Dugong. Dugong also quite good into Gamebird if he avoids the Annihilate, to be honest. Or do we agree with that, Maxwell?
Yeah, no, definitely agree with that. I mean, it has super effective damage onto four of those six Pokemon and resists all of the Gator's charge moves. And with the pressure of the Corsola and the Azumarill onto the Annihilate, which is on Ice Punch, I believe.
Is it Ice
Um,
Punch? It
wait,
is. Okay.
yes, it is indeed Ice Punch. So, yeah, I think the Dugong is probably going to look pretty strong here.
Indeed, I feel like maybe Gamer might be forced perhaps to bring the Annihilate to counter the Dugong, but it is a bit rough when you have Corsola, Azumarill, and Superior on the other side. However, Annihilate with the Rage Fist damage can probably make Azumarill and Superior quite uncomfortable, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Ice Punch as well to hit the Superior for super effective. And just, yeah, the pure counter damage, being able to two shield through a Superior. And I believe you can two shield through the Azumarill as well if they no shield the second Rage Fist.
Yeah, for sure. And it will be interesting to see how these players will play it out, which teams or which mons they will lean on. We might have a lock in quite soon. We'll just wait for it a bit, but it will be interesting
So
to see how these.
what are you thinking the line of three will be from both sides? Let's see if you can get some
Ooh,
correct
that's a good
predictions.
question. I feel like if you're Luffy, you kind of want to bring the Dugong, and you kind of want to protect it as well. So I feel like Dugong Asumroll core is quite good for Luffy, right? Asumroll can probably is fine against the Annihilate. It is good into the Diggersby, but we'll see what these trainers are gonna bring here. In game number one, we see the Shadow Drapion on the left side against the Feraligatr. Maxwell, what do we think about this?
Oh man, I really don't like playing this matchup as either the Drapion or the Feraligatr. It is so bait dependent for the Drapion to win when they're both on even energy, as the Hydro Cannon basically one shots, and so does the Crunch. Um, the pacing, as we all know, is the same for both the Crunch and the Hydro Cannon. So we'll see if Luffy decides to bait with the Aqua Tail
And
or
we
not.
see this straight nuke from Luffy. We will see a protect shield here. No, we don't see it. And the Gator just goes down. Bye
Oh
bye for
my.
Alligator. And we see the Diggersby coming in. but this Shadow Drapion is absolutely loaded with two Aquatails ready to go here to get unleashed.
Yeah, this is really rough for Gamebird, with the Drapion having just that much energies loaded. And he's even going to swap out into the Azumarill. And oh no, we see here the Diggersby plus Annihilate Core getting hard countered by this big bunny.
Yeah, but we do see, I think you see a attack fall hot here, but this could be still interesting, however, because as we see in the backline, we see a Dugong there. So maybe Annihilate, if Diggersby ships this Asumro quite low, we can maybe see an Annihilate sweep perhaps with two shields.
Yeah, that attack debuff is really big because I think that now this Ice Beam will not take out the Diggersby and the Diggersby will be able to get to another Scorching Sands. However, it's just going to bank that and come instantly in with the Annihilate. I really like that play, getting ahead on energy and just start ramping up your attack.
Yeah, as Weedle said, Shadow Annihilate is about to feast here with the starting to ramp up, but we see a swap here into the Shadow Drapion, but we see the Annihilate throwing the Ice Punch here. Do we see a Protection Shield from the
We
Drapion?
think, oh my God,
Oh,
he actually tries calling the Rage
hold
Fist
on a
bait,
minute.
but all that energy is now gone. Oh
Yeah,
my.
and we see this Sumer coming back here, doesn't want to get stuck with the Dugong there, but this Annihilate, oh boy, is gonna start ramping up with the Rage Fist, and oh boy, that Dugong is not gonna like that.
And also to keep in mind that the Diggersby still has a Scorching Sands loaded as well. So as long as
Yeah,
this Annihilate just gets the Dugong into like 30% health, he can just Gamebird can just come in with the Diggersby and snipe at any moment.
yeah, we see the Sumer going down here, but man, this is not good for the Dugong. Dugong does not like this. This Annihilate is feasting.
Yeah, this is exactly what we talked about before with bringing the Annihilate just to beat the Dugong that otherwise looks so strong into Gamebird's team. Um, oh my God, that counter damage is just insane.
Man, these counters are doing insanely and incredible damage, and we see Annihilate taking game number one for Gamebird.
Wow. I mean, just the fact that Gamebird was able to beat the Azumarill in the back despite no shielding a crunch so early in the game and having then a Diggersby plus Annihilate. Wow. That was great.
Yeah, what a game, dude. And Maxwell and I are just as confused at what happened here with the notion from the Feraligatr just dying there. Like there's basically three full health mons, but still Gamebird taking the win with the shot with the normal Annihilate with two shield, just rage fisting through everything.
And this is where we see Azu struggle with this just the super slow pacing of Bubble and Ice Beam and Play Rough. Even though the core breaks, technically, the Annihilate and Diggersby core, the Diggersby got it so low with all the Scorching Sands chip damage to where the Annihilate was just able to farm up free energy to then boost itself later in the game.
Yeah, and we will see how these players readjust. I feel like if you're Luffy, you have to be a bit of careful of the shadow or of the annihilate pair. How do you respond to this? Do you start leaning towards the Corsola maybe, Maxwell? What do you think
I
about that?
was honestly thinking maybe the Kwak might come. Given that the Dugong is so strong that scares away the jump fluff, I think Kwak might actually be a really strong call for Luffy to like farm down the Gator and get a bunch of energy. Um, the Bone Clubs really chip away at the Annihilate as well.
Yeah, as you said, the Canto Mera perhaps is gonna come in here, and if you're Gamer, you gotta be a bit careful. Perhaps, maybe perhaps not bringing the Annihilate. We'll see in shortly here. But how do you feel if you're a Gamer, right? How do you feel now? You're one up, 1-0. Do you just go with the same team, straight same strategy, or just gonna switch it up completely here?
I'm not sure. I think he might have to switch it up. I don't know if you noticed last game, but he actually brought Gator, Diggersby, Annihilate with a superior on the other side. So does Luffy actually make the read that Gamebird will go triple weak or almost triple weak to the superior again? Or do you think that Gamebird will now try and counter the potential superior with like a Drapion?
That's a very good question. I think it's gonna be a lot of mind games here. I feel like this superior might be a bit too too rough to bring here with the jump off and the Dropion and the Cloudster. And I think that's why Brave Gamebird actually went triple weak to it last game, and might do it again, expecting no superior. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. What do you think Gaybird would have done if he did lead into a superior there?
It's a good question. I feel like he kind of has to stay in, right? With the for alligator,
Yeah.
probably trying to bait to like get it like chip it right
Mm.
to get it quite low, so the annihilate and the diggersby can have a easier time in the back, right?
Yeah, for sure. Man, do you ever think the jump off is gonna come at all?
Sorry.
Do you think the jump off is ever coming to this game at all?
I mean, it does have a nice matchup into that Shadow Kantomarak, right? And the Superior. And it's quite alright into the Shadow Drapion as well, believe it or not. And Asumrol is also obviously pretty solid matchup, I would say. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Jump Off game number two, especially as you mentioned, if they are expecting the Kantomarak to counter the Annihilate, right?
Yeah, for sure. But it's just such a risky mon to bring with the dugong being so strong
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, the dude on
Mm.
there scaring away probably the jump off. But I mean, he could lean on the Annihilate with jump off, right? Jump off covering the Annihilate from, for example, Azumarill and Superior, and Annihilate covering the jump off from Dugong, right?
And then that opens up the question of whether Luffy wings the
The
Corsola then to
Corsola,
counter the
right?
claw.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
But as we saw, though, the Diggersby was in game number one, so you don't
Yeah.
want to be stuck with a Corsola against Diggersby, right?
Nope. And also the Drapion is still not looking like a bad pick from
Yeah,
Gamebird either.
exactly. Yeah, it is. Like I said, it is kind of tough to bring Corsola when most people and most trainers are running that Diggersby and that Shadow Drapion, and even for Alligator is not great in the two shields, right?
Yeah. So we actually have a lock in here, and this is game two of Gamebird versus Luffy. What are the leads?
We see the Shadow Kantomara into the Annihilate, and oh boy, Kantomara probably has the upper hand here, right?
Yes, I believe if you no shield a Rage Fist, you actually win the matchup down a shield. So, doesn't make the call though. Thinks that the Gamebird might go for the Ice Punch like he did in the previous game against the Drapion.
We see Luffy protecting the Shadow Kantomarak here, going for kind of probably wants alignment here to align things correctly here. But we see another protection on the other side from Annihilate, and the Kantomarak still reaches the Bone Club here before the Rage Fist.
Also, if we have a look in the back, we actually do see the jump off from Gamebird. So Gamebird making the read that the Marowak was coming, just didn't get it in the right spot, but actually gets it on the Azumarill instead. How is this matchup?
And honestly, this is not that bad for Azumarill. Azumarill can probably win the zeros because he can tank two energy balls and reach two ice beams. So this is actually not that bad for Luffy.
However, we just saw the Azumarill taking some boosted counter damage. Do you think this actually gets it into double energy ball range now?
It's gonna be really close, Maxwell. It's gonna be really close. We'll see here once the energy ball is gonna being reached just right before the ice beam. Is this gonna knock out? I'm not sure.
I don't think so either, but even if it doesn't, this is like a nice farm down range. Oh my god, it actually
And it
does.
does KO. It does KO.
But
But
look at this.
Luffy
The
can beat the
Drapion
Drapion.
is up a shield against a no shield for Shadow for Alligator. We saw what happened last game with the crunch landing.
Yeah, we saw what happened last time, Maxwell. This crunch is gonna do a lot of damage, and man, Feraligatr doesn't like when shields are down. And we see the crunch being leached here. It does so much. He gets another Aqua Tail on the CMP. If you are Luffy, you probably shield.
Yeah, I think that's a smart play because now the Feraligatr is dry and is in range for two mud slaps. So he's just going to come in with the Shadow Marowak and get those two mud slaps. Just needs to survive three counters here in order to take the win over the Shadow Annihilate.
Can
But
you
how
do that
healthy is the
though?
jump left still?
Yeah. Can you survive here enough with the counter damage? Ooh, and he throws the Rage Fist here to boost up his counter damage. And the question is Luffy gonna reach the Bone Club and take this game? And we see a
Oh, he
catch
reads
flying
the
over
catch. He reads
and
it.
reach the catch, but can he reach? He doesn't reach the
No, he can't. Oh my, what a
man.
close
What a
game.
game. And
I can hear
Gamebird
Aniko in the call
taking
just screaming
game number
around.
2. And oh my god,
Wow, that was a great
what a
game. Oh
game.
my.
What a game.
All of the catch reads and the perfect
Yeah,
calm down with the jump off against the K-Wack.
yeah,
Wow.
yeah. Insanely game. The Annihilate again, yet again with the jump off. Wow. What a game.
Oh. So do we think Luffy should have shielded that Hydro on the Drapion there?
Yeah, probably right because you kind of want to save the Drapion and potentially kill the Gator and then have enough health to kill the Annihilape and Jumpluff, right? Because Drapion was still kind of healthy if you shielded the Hydro Cannon, right? So perhaps he could have won if he shielded the Hydro Cannon there, but we see Gamebird taking the victory with the Annihilape.
I think the bit of the tricky situation there for Luffy was the fact that he CMP'd the Gator on the Hydro, right? Probably a bit of a miscount there, but if he'd overfarmed a bit to get past that one Aquatail that he threw on CMP, potentially could have just farmed up to the double Aquatail and then thrown one on the Gator and one on the Annihilate.
Yeah, for sure. And also, even though Feraligatr went down, it still did its job, right? With even though it took 2 crunches, we still saw a Gamebird
Or
taking the edge there, which is funny.
really funny to see, yeah, the Gator basically just going down very quickly in both games, still getting the win, doing its job, getting his shield, just to let
Yeah,
the Annihilate clean
yeah,
up.
yeah. And welcome back, guys. What did you think about those games?
I
Annihilate?
mean, okay, to be honest, my money on this tournament, right, was on Luffy. Unfortunately, he did not make it out of the last game, but he's still in loser bracket, and I still have faith in him. uh, Slight misplay there. Potentially could overfarm as Widow said, or could undercharge the Aquatail and get some poison sting off to, you know, not take the Shadow Claw damage instead of counter and, close the game out with Rapion. But like, I mean, slight misplay here. But at like this high level, with such a strong opponent, Taiwanese regional winner, uh, it's a bit rough. But I think the set was well, like fast, well fought, like by both sides. Like it was back and forth with the control. So very nicely played. What do you think, Panic?
I don't even have any word. I was doubting the Annihilate, I was doubting the jump off, but I guess I was proven wrong. It was too strong, man.
Yeah, yeah.
As you both
Yeah, I
have said.
mean, we talk about like how bad Annihilate is after the counter nerf, and even after the C day, right? After it get rage fist, it doesn't really get the hype until now. It's just like in the past month, we just see like ape people just start using the ape in a new way, right? It's not really the same ape from before with the old counter, but with the rage fist, it's just very tricky to play against. It's just when it's rolling, it's sometimes just unstoppable.
I also have
It's
this
crazy.
comment, right? Because we talked with Maxwell earlier about how ice according to Maxwell, ice punch ape is the way, not close combat, right? Is that what you say? More or less.
Yes,
Yes.
I completely agree with that.
Honest,
I just prefer the pacing.
I mean,
Yeah,
look at the game one, right? Ape on Dilgong. Uh, I thought in my mind when I see that, I'm like, because he had exactly 8 counter when the Dilgong come in. So I was like, damn, if he have PC here, that was just one shot Dilgong here. But then like I start seeing the counter damage and I'm like, oh okay. Yeah,
But
Maxwell might be right.
we did see game number, I believe game number 2, where Ice Punch may have been clutch as well when going for the CMP against the Shadow Drop, and then killing it
Right.
with the Ice Punch, right?
Mm-hmm.
indeed. I think that was game one actually. But yeah, if he had close combat there, I believe that would have been a pretty bad position for Luffy right there.
I
Sorry,
mean,
for Gamebird right there, because then he would have been forced to Rage Fist or completely debuff his defenses, right? with the Rage Fist not being enough to take out the Drapion from that range.
But to be fair, right? This is a very important question. Okay? I don't know how many boosts that he was there, but like with that, if that was a close combat, how many Dugong does he kill? Is it like 20,
Or
30?
nah,
Maybe more.
Dugong is a bulky Pokemon. Don't underestimate Dugong, right?
Yeah, for sure. That's a good question. Yeah, maybe Dugong survives there.
Hmm. But question to you guys. I mean, this is like one of the first few times you guys like actually casted the APAC side of the like APAC regions like play. What do you guys think of the play? Like the level of the play, the meta.
I
Do you
think
like
I
it?
think it was Panic that said it, or BJ. I think it was you. Like, these players are so good and so consistent as well. We always see always the same players keep performing in the APEC region, and they are so precise with their countings. And as you said, when maybe that slight mispay play was happened there, but the other player just took advantage of that and just abused that and
Yep.
to victory, right? So
Yeah.
I feel like these players are really good, and people know that they are good as
I
well.
mean, like to be able to do that, you need to be very good to be able to abuse like that slice misplay like that much, right? So yeah. I mean, to be fair, we have like one of the back in 2022, we used to have uh so-called regional, but it was for like every country in APAC, like 6 country, I believe, need to play
Wow.
together of
Oh, it
like
was
a total of
yeah.
128 players, and we only had like one, champion back then,
Yeah, I
of
think I
the big
remember
country.
that.
You know who it
Yeah, I
was?
wonder who won that.
Yeah, I wonder who won it. I don't
um,
know. What have he been up to? What did he do? Why did he not top cut Wolf?
no clue, to
Right?
be honest. I
Any
mean, as you
reply?
said, like the Japanese qualifiers, for example, like it's so hard to qualify when there's like one spot,
Right.
and I believe some formats is just like blind formats, and then it's just like
Okay.
best of one, so it's like so
Yeah.
rough to.
Yeah,
So it was
it's very rough.
actually show six, but best of one to get your spot to PGCS, and then at PGCS, which you only need to qualify for from like locals, you need to top 16 to make it to Worlds.
Yeah, that's insane.
Which sounds easy until you know the part that you have to win a lottery. You have to, yeah, there's a
Oh,
lot of things going there.
yeah, because to get to play the locals, because there's so much demand and like people want to sign up, you need to go to like lottery system to draw to be able to like play in the best of one thingy. But yeah, we have next matchup coming up. Who do we have here, Panic?
Who do we have?
Do you have any idea?
Uh, we have the friendly battles against Beelzeboy against Eevee Fun,
Mm-hmm.
isn't it?
Will oh oh bye bye Maxwell and David.
Yeah.
Uh,
Okay, we saw Beelzeboy team, right?
okay, yeah,
We
we
saw
saw Beelzebub
Beelzeboy
team.
earlier,
So and now here's Eevee Fun team. Which
which
shadow
is
did you me?
it's exactly the same team, but the Diggersby are Shadow, and the Buck is not Charjabug, it's the Ariados. So how do you feel
Right.
about the Ariados here?
Huh. I mean, because of how Beelzeboy run uh Snail Mandibus, right?
Hmm.
Evidos actually have like so many, or like not so many, but like more neutral plays, well, than it would normally have against Slash Mandibus. So it is actually like quite a niche pick here, and it probably, I mean, it have a lot of like neutral play into most things. Like I don't know about this, as in like about their IVs, but like I'm pretty sure if um a lot of people have been running attack weighted Eridos in order to win CMP against Florigator. So if everyone is actually doing that, then he could potentially, lead with Eridos and just steamroll.
Yeah,
But
I think
I,
that's yeah,
yeah, but I heard you were
that's a really
interested
good.
about one thing. You said this is the only Shadow Diggers B you have that is in the tournament, and you have seen in your life. Apparently, you did not know it exists.
Yeah, it's very new.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, what do you think of it? How do you like it? What do you think?
No, I think the best thing about Shadow Diggersby is the fact that you like against the bug type, you just double punch and KO
Mm-hmm.
instead of like needing to do triple punch,
Mm,
and that's a big plus, right? I think it's a good upgrade for the neutralist some neutral matchup, and it's not that bad against Azu either, right? Yes, you take more damage from Ice Beam, you take more damage on Bubble, but they still need like more than one Ice Beam to KO you. So that's with the Gator situation, right? I don't think one Hydro KOs either. So it's an upgrade in some situation, but it may not be that great in some other situation.
I
Well,
see.
I mean, we'll figure it out. We'll figure
We'll
it out
figure
when
it out.
they,
Yeah. Well,
yeah,
we will see if he would bring it because I mean, two water and a fire, a bit suspicious, you know.
yeah.
uh,
I mean, to be fair, I don't think the Shadow Diggersby is that bad on this matchup, right?
yeah, yeah, right.
It looks pretty good.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Because I mean, to be fair, it also like I mean, it does probably does get one shot by Hydro Cannon. I'm not sure about it. Fact check me on this, but it probably also like kill Alligator with Scorching Sand plus a few trick attack. You know.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. And maybe it has a better matchup against Manibus too, with the extra beefy Fire Punch.
Hmm. One fire punch, one shot Mandy, boosted fire punch. You know.
I wish they have Hyper Beam, but we'll see.
Hmm. I mean, yeah.
And
What do you think would be cooking here? What is the sauce here?
I think the Drapion is the sauce here. Looks
Raycon is the sauce.
amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, one thing that's different also the Mandibus. One have Aerial Ace, and one has the Snarl, and the other one has the
As that?
Air Slash. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. And with that being the with that fact in mind, EV Fun probably have a lot of like, well, not advantage, but more counter to Drapion, right? Rather
Yeah.
than just the the Diggers V and I don't know what else, like maybe Asumaru. That's a bit like
Yeah.
even, but yeah. As such,
I
many
mean,
was actually yeah. That's the whole point of it, right? You can beat Drapion and you can beat Annihilate, although there's surprisingly no Annihilate on either side.
yeah, no ape, no grass, right? It's
No
just
grass,
very
right?
different from what we're seeing earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
I
yeah,
mean,
the approach of the meta is there's a lot of approach on this meta, right? There's a lot of
right.
stable team that has one thing and doesn't have the other thing.
It's changing in like 2 weeks, I think. I hope to see positive changes to it, which
Mhm.
I'm very hopeful for because like what we have right now, I think is very interesting. Uh,
Yeah.
this team archetype, I'm not really sure who like start like piloting it, but it have definitely rise in popularity, like the combo of double water plus Drapion. I think it started back in the the double water plus Malama, and then
Oh yeah.
Meta Shift and Drapion become like very good. Then people start leaning towards this. So definitely, similar approach on team building. Some different choices on the water and the bug here, but very interesting to see how this like probably close friends since they're both in the India community. I assume. Uh, I I'm curious to see how this matchup play out.
Yeah, they definitely know each other and play against each other for the longest time.
Hmm.
So this is gonna be like one of those matchup when it's gonna be like more mind games than not.
Yeah, Beelzeboy. I heard you are a close friend to him, right?
Oh yeah, very close friend.
Very close friend. There was a picture.
Hmm. Hmm.
Should I put a picture up? Nah.
Oh, well, are we leaking stuff now? Oh, come on.
Yeah. I mean, I was also in the picture. It was the three of us, so.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, we are close, but we're not close as Yekai and his best friend, right?
Right, Adib Khan. Right, yeah.
Hmm.
How Adib Khan, by the way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. I really have no idea how to like if I'm put in the situation with the Beelzeboy team, let's say, and I don't really know how to approach his game because like there's so many neutral matchups, that it's very tricky to
Oh,
run, right?
there's no more
Now
need
we
for
have.
speculation. We have a lock-in.
Mhm. Are we
What
gonna?
are we
What are we
saying?
gonna see here?
Diggers be into Ariados. Okay.
Aridos. Okay. This is a
Not the shadow diggers we were hoping for.
yeah,
But
but Diggers win nonetheless, and we seen this matchup earlier, right? That
ooh,
oh, that's a
early
big catch.
from every fun.
Yeah, if you just know, eh? See,
How does
this is like
Juicy
the
Boy
matchup.
react? Does he okay, deciding to farm up some energy
So he's
to
getting
match
his
the
ice punch back.
yep, store a fire punch to match
Oh yeah,
energy
this
with
is one of the.
Ariados.
Oh, what a good timing. That's like one of the trickier timing to
Mhm.
figure out sometimes when people
Yeah,
swap.
right.
That's a good call.
Okay.
And what a swap too. I think this happened to Beelzeboy before because he exactly know when to swap and get the good timing immediately too. Like what
Hmm.
is happening here? He played like he knows how it plays out.
He played as if he played this like a million times, but
Yeah, and he let it
oh,
go too.
deciding to
Wow.
let it go. Okay, that's interesting.
Does it get
Oh,
oh and big snipe.
oh,
Whoa,
that's
no.
got it off. Okay, is this going to be impactful? Let's see.
Okay, no damage. I am
Okay,
kind of
going into
disappointed there.
Feraligatr right away. I
Yeah,
mean,
and this is one of the I mean, if some people gonna say that, oh, Air's many base is bad, this is one of those matchup, right?
yeah,
You're just too slow.
right. Oh,
Oh
that
my
that's
god,
a
it's
lot.
so crazy. Yeah,
Okay.
this is interesting too, right? We don't really we've seen a lot of camps on Mandibus side on charge mode. Some people run Dark Pulse and some people run
Foul play.
the foul play.
Yep.
It- It's very interesting.
CMP. Ariados actually win the CMP. Yeah. So yeah.
Oh wow, that's a very attack weighted Ariados.
Yeah, as I mentioned, a lot of people have been, opting to go like towards attack weighted Ariados for this specific reason. The because we, I believe, have a fire punch bank, and Beauty Boy seems to go all in as shield wise on this.
Oh, and big swap there, trying to catch.
Uh, this good timing by Beauty Boy here, to making sure he don't get icy wind debuff while also maintaining energy lead. Oh wait, not actually
Oh
energy lead.
wow.
Okay.
Okay. Another lunch. We keep seeing this happen, right? They always lunch on the first move.
Yep.
But the problem here is I don't think the Trilby is gonna KO after this.
I mean, Beauty Boy also still have a shield. So,
And he can catch, right?
yeah. So I think this game might be over here.
Yeah.
Oops. Yep. Think that
I
is it.
mean, we can see there's a lot of catch attempts, and people just Beelzeboy seems to know when people gonna try to catch. He just never get caught there. It happens on the previous game. It happens here. He just know when people gonna snipe or people trying to catch the move there.
Definitely a
Very
very interesting game where, you know, Beauty Boy had a very good counter swap as in Shajabak
Rajabak.
into Dugong. But it'd be fun on the other side, knowing that clearing out the Shajabak make his Mandibus become very strong, besides the fact that Azu exists, which making the call that Busy Boy wouldn't bring it. Uh, and having the Mandibus in the back, avoiding the Shaja bug, that was very, I think, a very good read and play from everyone side. Although unfortunately, it needed to take an ice beam, which might,
Yeah.
yeah, which is probably what caused uh the game loss on everyone side. I wonder what adjustment could be made here. What do you think?
Yeah. I think the Ari does definitely put a lot of work there,
Mm-hmm.
but it's just the alignment wasn't that great, right? So
Right.
I think I'm still surprised that we don't see Drapion on either side.
Uh,
Like we can see how Drapion could be good as a safe swap,
yeah, right.
but we just don't always see it. I'm not quite sure to be honest. I think Dugong has definitely a lot of play too, but I think Eevee Fun plan is definitely good, but it's just he just got the bad alignment, right? The Dugong
Yeah,
has to see Has to see the
I'm,
charger bug and
I'm
so
pretty
that
sure that was the point of like doing that to bait out the charger bug. But
Mhm.
yeah, Busy Boy also played that really well by like letting the charger bug like go down and getting a lot of energy on Feraligatr to throw the ice beam on the Mandy, or like going into Feraligatr right away and getting that off on the slower Mandy bust.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
on Beelzebub side, it's all about the Gator, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
Gator can just steamroll like Eevee Fun's
Yeah.
team. I mean, at least now we know that the Arius beats Gator now because he has a higher attack.
Right.
But
Yeah.
yeah, it was it confirmed? Yeah,
Do we see
yeah,
Evidos lead again? Is my question. And
yeah.
would
I think
Busy
Arius,
Boy?
yeah, Arius lead is definitely looking very good.
Mm-hmm. He did get punished by Diggersby lead just now though, so
Hmm.
is he scared to bring it again? And
Yeah,
also, would Busy Boy ever opt to go Azul plus Charger Bug for that Mandy boss that everyone plan to be utilizing a lot against his
hmm,
team? Yeah, even like, me trying to analyze this team, I feel a lot of mind game here. I wonder how this close, like the fellow Indian battlers are feeling right now.
yeah. I mean, this is definitely very crazy game. Maybe we can run. Maybe Eevee Fun can run like something like Dugong double poison, something like that.
Hmm.
But it's definitely going to be tough, right? Hmm. It's definitely going to be tough. Maybe maybe the real sauce is the Shadow Diggersby,
Oh,
right?
is that the alligator answer? Okay, looks like we have to lock in.
Like I'm really curious.
And we don't
Okay,
lead
another
again.
RS lead. Okay, this is one of the weird
Right.
matchup, right?
Yeah. I mean, like
Oh,
what?
and we have Shadow Diggersby in the back.
The
There we
excitement.
go. Mhm. Well, now we'll know.
Hmm.
I mean, that does a lot of damage.
Right. Music Boy going for the Aqua Tail pre debuff to make sure that a debuff crunch will still kill.
Mhm.
Right. That I think that was a correct
Yeah.
play there. Uh
Is there going to be another catch here? Oh,
oh,
there we go. The Eevee fan just knows.
he is
Like
again not scared, bringing out water type.
now he
Not
just calls
scared
that.
of
Yeah,
the
yeah.
charger bug
There's
at all.
no. He just knows. Like,
Luckily for
oh
him,
yeah,
this
yeah.
time there is no charger bug, which is a good news. Oh, going to the Diggers B. That is
This is
interesting.
one of those awkward matchups, right?
Mm-hmm. Maybe just Busy Boy trying to get some ship damage and two shielding for Alligator to sweep again. Might be his plan right here. We get some frame drops from Busy Boy side, but okay. Yep, scorching sand coming through.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
And
a
then the big
debuff.
debuff.
Does that matter? Oh,
Yeah, I think Eevee fan just want to shield here. Oh, he's not shielding. Wow. Maybe he survived. Maybe he feels like he's gonna survive this, but oh, and he got another
yeah,
debuff. There we go.
this thing sweeping.
Oh,
Oh,
and the big farm down here.
is
We'll
the
see if it's
debuff?
gonna be another debuff. The Diggers we just got two debuffs in a row. Is it gonna be the third one?
Nope.
No.
Oh, a cat. Oh, a snipe. All that.
Now I think now Ifan knows there's no mini bus, right?
Right.
Because of the play.
Does he get to another? Okay, nice timing. That.
Oh, it's not
That.
gonna risk the farm down there, which I think is the right call.
Yeah. Yep. Uh, does
Well,
he?
down a
He
shield,
come in
like we've seen it before, two shield gator.
to shoot get a. Definitely
And
one
it's
of them.
definitely
Yeah.
yeah, it's definitely hydro range too.
Oh,
Oh, big catch.
but that is all the energy on Eridos are now okay.
Yeah, the others is like one off.
Yep.
Okay,
So
okay,
Busy Boy
and
still
big debuff.
outpaced here. Okay. His
Oh,
two
are we
shield
gonna
getters
see
keep rolling
posting
again.
catch or Beelzeboy gonna throw here just for this just to be safe? Yeah, he's trying to be safe
Mhm.
here.
So
Yeah, he
Relegator
can catch Gator,
taking
right?
one down. One down. Can it take another two? Oh my god.
We'll get a sweep here. Man,
Maybe fun waiting out a switch call?
oh, that's a lot of energy. That's a lot of energy. And the shadow is scary, though. It is scary.
Okay. Oh
Oh
my god.
no!
He shielded,
Okay.
but he's
It's
his
come down to
oblivious
a
defense.
catch, right? It comes down to a catch. No, he threw the ice beam
What is happening?
into a catch. What's happening?
And then he get the farm down and win CMP. Oh my god.
No.
Beelzeboy.
What is this?
That was two down. Third down incoming.
No. Oh boy.
Oh my god. Three height. Oh my god. Three.
Man, that Gator pushed
Alligator
so
going
much work.
1v3. Oh.
Yeah.
What the hell? There's like three exciting matchup in a row. How do you guys feel? Okay, Guido, how do you feel?
Man, this is already the second time we've seen like exactly that. Am I?
No, I can hear.
I'm not muted on my side. Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. Yeah, this is already.
So apparently we can't hear Weedle for some reason, but this game was very intense. Woof, man, that shadow for alligator, bro. It's making a scene, and it's
1v3.
man.
Yeah.
Is it working
It
now?
was at one point the most broken Pokemon, right? And yeah, maybe it still is.
Yeah, man. But also though, that Shadow Diggersby was actually surprisingly interesting pick
Right.
of Eevee Fun there.
Right. If it wasn't because it was Beelzeboy playing on the other side, I'm pretty sure every fun would probably just win that 99% of the time.
Yeah, and also that ending scene was just crazy. Like we see
So,
the catch attempt from Eevee Fun and then trying to snipe, but then
yeah.
throws the ice beam as well. But then Beelzeboy catches it on the Diggersby.
Again, just like what he did to
Yeah,
Keibon, he can't just
yeah.
keep getting away at this, bro.
Yeah, it just keeps
Oh
getting away,
my.
and the Gator just sweeping as always with those Hydro Cannon spams. So, man, two shield Gator.
Straight five.
Little Gator.
With straight five, you only need to know how to count to five.
Yeah.
Classic
And that
hero.
also
Yeah, this is
means Beast Boys in winners finals, right?
Yep,
yeah.
he will be in winning the final. Although we don't know who is, although we don't know who will be up against it.
Wait.
But we can take a look at loser side of the bracket. Uh, Panic, do you want to take us through the loser side of the bracket?
Oh yeah, we haven't touched
We have
into
a
this.
big
Let's go. Let's go and let's see it. So on losers, so we see Neo GH against RBI Neko, and Neo takes that 2-0 to eliminate RBI Neko, and then our world champion who dropped on the first round beats Chianti 2-0. So Yakai is not gonna be casting sadly,
Hey,
and
don't
then
spoil.
Hey.
That was
oh no, I mean it's too late. It's too late. It's too late now.
no one knows. No one knows.
And CGY Flames fan also sweeping Kiev with 2-0. So that's 3-2-0s on the first losers round.
Right.
And then DNK beats Nyankake
Mhm.
2-1. Um, and Yekai also beats Toki 2-1. So too
No,
Sadly,
bad
the Shadow
for
Manectric.
the Shadow Manatric fan. We can't see that.
we
We
don't see
can't
that.
see it. And then Keibon beats CGY Flames 2-1. So on the loser sound tree,
Okay.
yeah.
So basically, in
So
Luffy
we're
round,
gonna
D
yes
and K will be playing Luffy
the
or
winners.
Neo Gage, whoever wins.
Uh,
But the
mhm.
other one that would be playing is Yekai and Keibon. This sounds familiar.
Yes. So we have two champions on the losers round
Mhm.
three. So the
Fun
world
fact for you
champion
guys.
against epic champion.
This is the third season of APC, right?
Yeah.
As you guys know, Keibon won the second one. Uh, the first winner was actually Yakai.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah.
That's crazy. And he came third last season as well, didn't he? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
The consistency.
Stopped by
Not.
Keibon though. Is
Yeah.
he taking his revenge? I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. We'll maybe see that matchup coming later. And but now, what do we have ahead of us right now? Is it maybe
Yeah.
Maxwell? What do we have
I
next?
believe we have Gamebird against S. Wurst, the Japanese player. Okay, apparently I'm still muted.
So apparently Maxwell is still muted. We can't hear him. Uh, but we have,
Oh,
as you said, Gamebird versus Eesmis words. Uh, how do we feel about that?
I mean, again, this is Gamebird against Japanese player. I don't know how many more he will need to play today, but
Is it working now?
Yeah,
No, you can't.
we did see, however, that Annihilate from Gamebird pilot really well against Luffy, I believe. And man, can he do? Can Gamebird pull off that again with the that Annihilate with the Rage Fist and the counter damage?
Okay, cool. Is it working now?
yeah. I mean, we will
So
leave the team analysis to you and Maxwell, and maybe we'll pass it on to you guys soon once Maxwell is unmuted.
once Maxwell is back here, we're having some difficulties here with Maxwell. But in the meantime, yeah.
Also, live update, by the way, we got winners on Luffy and Neo JS. Luffy actually won the set 2-1, and we'll be
Ooh.
playing against fellow Japanese DNK719 in loser round 3.
Yeah, and as you said, Luffy losing on stream here before and coming back with redemption here. Maybe he can pull a nice loser run, right?
Definitely. My money was on him, so he should do
So looks like Maxwell is gonna come back really shortly here, but so we will have our next matchup quite soon here. But man, who do we think is going to win it all? Like we see Beelzeboy in the winners final, waiting for his opponent uh, Gamebird and Eesmis Worse. Who do we think is gonna take it here?
I don't know what is happening with this guy, you see. Beelzeboy, right? He is usually like the one that is like, uh, okay, as like someone who moderated tournament
Okay,
before,
cool.
right?
Yeah. And welcome
He
back,
would be the
Maxwell.
last one. Oh, is he back? Hello?
Yeah, he's back.
Yeah, I'm back now.
Yeah, he has to
Oh,
change. He
let's
had to
go.
change his
Go.
pajamas, right? He had to change his pajamas. So he is back and ready and fresh to go. So we see here Maxwell.
Uh,
Who do we, I think we
Okay,
have the
we'll
matchup
pass it off
coming up
to you
now.
guys.
yeah,
Yeah.
cool. Okay, so we
So
have Gamebird against S. Wurst from Japan. Interesting that it's a German name for a Japanese battler, but we do see that sometimes. We see another charger bug here as well. So what do you think about that?
oh, that charge bug is interesting, as we said before. It's good against Asumral and for alligators, but it is not that great into Gamebird, right? We have the Clodsire and the Diggersby, two pretty hard answers into the charge bug.
Yeah, the double ground core. Is there any way that the charger bug can be paired with something to core break that? Like the Gator and the Azu?
I think if you're Esmis worse, I think you could use maybe the Digger Speed to protect from the Clodsire, and as you said, the Shadow for Alligator that has a pretty good matchup, and Azumarill. But the Clodsire does have Sludge Bomb against the Azumarill. So we'll be interested to see, will he bring the Charger back, or maybe lean towards that Shadow for Alligator with two shields? Or is Gamebird gonna come back and fight back with that Annihilate with two shields, as we saw last time?
Yeah, I was just about to ask. The Annihilate's looking pretty good on both sides, I reckon. I think they're both on Ice Punch as well. So they have the Clodsire coverage as well as the Diggersby chip without having to debuff yourself. Um, Also very big for SS Mirwurst, the Jump Love. So having their Ice Punch as the double super effective damage against the Jump Love potentially. So SS Mirwurst might have a lot of play here with his Annihilate.
And also, what's very interesting, is about those Annihilates is who's gonna win charge attack priority, because like that's gonna be quite big in this matchup. If Gamebird wins CMP here, then maybe he has a bigger advantage here.
Yeah, not only the CMP, but also the Clodsire breakpoint. I believe that you have run an attack weighted Annihilate for that reason as well previously.
Maybe not. But we see also, to be fair, that as you said, the ape from Gamebird is a bit strong here. It is a bit rough, a little bit worse for Eesmis worse when Gamebird has that jump love for the Annihilate. So do we think we will see both Annihilates here, or is Eesmis worse gonna lean more on that Feraligatr, maybe Drapion here, or the Charge Bug?
Yeah, I think Wurst almost has to, looking at actually how strong the jump love is in this matchup. I mean, it has super effective damage into four of them, with the Drapion and Chargebug being the only two that it only does neutral to. But like, it's a free safe swap here almost, I feel like.
Yeah, as you said, that jump up is quite free here. Even against, as we said, that Shadow Drapion is quite fine for jump love here. So it will be interesting to see how these players are gonna use their pick their line of three here. What do we think, Maxwell? Are we gonna see maybe a jump love say swap here, as you mentioned?
Yeah, I reckon as Gamebird, you have to kind of lead strong into the Gator if you want the jump off as the safe swap, right? Because the jump off behind energy is gonna get outpaced then to the ice beam over the energy ball, right? So I reckon Gamebird might go for something like potentially an annihilate, can two shield through the for alligator, or could just go with a classic Drapion lead and jump off safe swap. But we will
But for
see
now,
what
we
he
have a
decides
lock
to
in.
do. Indeed.
So we'll see Shadow Drapion into that Annihilate as we saw before. This is a pretty good matchup for Annihilate if you're investing. So we see a pivot into the Shadow for Alligator and you outpace to the Hydro Cannon. But we see a
Oh
nice
my
catch
God.
on the jump love.
Wow.
Wow.
That is a great catch. And what a risky catch as well, because if Wurst called that, then Gamebird's just given the Gator 5 Shadow Claw head starts into the jump love.
Yeah. But we see the energy ball being thrown in. We see a protection from Espen Wars. Want to keep that Shadow for Alligator energy. And this is still a bit scarier with the ice being having maybe being really.
Yeah.
We
However,
do
I
see
think the Feraligatr is now getting close to aerial
we
ace
see a
range
shield.
as well.
We don't
Ooh.
see a shield, and by goes jump bluff. And dude, that Gator still has a lot of energy. But I think Gamebird has a Rage Fist toward here.
Also, just look in the back as well. That Clodsire with the Earthquake against the Drapion, and then the Charger Bug as well.
Yeah, we see that Charger Bug in the back. Maybe Klotz doesn't want to be versus that Klotz side. So we'll see what Esme Worse does here. Indeed brings the Charger Bug here, but we see the pivot back to the Klotz side and the Shadow Drapion coming here. This is an interesting matchup.
Indeed, I believe that Clodsire wins the zeros and ones straight Earthquake. However, the Drapion will be able to land two Aquatails. Do you ever think that the two Aquatails get it into like X-Scissor range?
Perhaps, maybe with those poison sting, but for now, I think you kind of want to save this Drapion because you don't want to be stuck with that Charger Bug, right? So we see this Drapion just keep farming up into back-to-back Aquatail being thrown here.
Yeah, and probably one of these might get a shield off of Gamebird if Gamebird is looking to land that Earthquake. Actually decides not to go for a CMP tie here, which might be risky if Wurst can get the catch of the Earthquake onto the Charger Bug.
And we see a catch attempt here. Does swap into the Charger Bug here, and Clodsire is forced to throw here. And this is quite interesting. The Drapion is still very healthy and the Charger Bug, but this Annihilate is loaded.
This is a very interesting position here because the Drapion obviously wins CMP over the Clodsire. So what Wurst might be looking to do is to farm up enough to CMP win over the Clodsire.
Indeed, Maxwell. We see the Charger Bug going down, but we see the Drapion farming up right and throwing right before the next Rage Fist here. and this Drapion is just too fast for the Clodsire, I think.
I also like Vuz throwing at this time, making sure that a Sludge Bomb is not going to be enough to KO and reaches the Aquatail to take out the Clodsire. Wow.
Indeed, this Drapion is just a meta for a reason, right? And we see Esme Worst taking game number 1 against Gamebird.
Wow, that was a really good game. Once again, with all the flexible swaps and everything, the jump, even after getting the Hydro Cannon caught onto that jump luff, is still able to flip switch, get the Charge Bug off of the Clodsire, and grab the win.
Yeah, and I think we have seen this all season, basically, to be honest. This Drapion just swapping out, dancing around in the field, and with the Hydro Cannon spam and the Crunch Aquatail spam. And it makes sense why Drapion is meta for a reason, right?
Yeah, for sure. I'm curious about that one play though, where the Clodsire had the Earthquake loaded and did not CMP tie the Drapion. Do you think that was a potential misplay, or it would have changed the outcome of the battle?
It would have been interesting for sure. The thing is, the Charger Bug was still kind of healthy, and it may have taken out the Annihilape, but Annihilape did have 2 Rage Fists, so perhaps it was maybe a mistake here from Gamer. However, you have to let that go and focus to into the next game, right? So how do we readjust as Gamer?
I think Gamebird was a bit surprised when the Shadow for Alligator got got switched in, right? No real answer to for Alligator safe swap. So maybe it's looking to bring the Diggersby, as that is one of the few things that can swap into a for Alligator and keep switch.
Indeed, maybe we see the Diggersby was Esme Worst was kind of weak to Diggersby, right? With the Gator, as you may not believe, Gator is not that amazing into Diggersby, and then we saw also the Charge Bug and the Drapion, so it was kind of weak to Diggersby. Yeah,
Yeah, but Verse just making the read that the jump off is for sure coming, and then leaving out the three weakest things to the jump off and bringing the three strongest answers.
yeah,
But we have a quick lock in for game number 2.
and we see Annihilape again into
Oh,
Annihilape. This is gonna come down to charge attack priority. Maxwell, how do we feel about this?
yeah, this is what we talked about before. But not only charge attack priority, we could potentially see like some kind of catch plays for either one of the players here later in the matchup.
And looking at the backlines, we see Diggersby, indeed the Diggersby from Gamebird, and a Charger Bug in the back. So this elite scenario might be crucial for the backline.
Do we think that Gamebird is going to try and catch, or sorry, that Verse is going to try and catch the Rage Fist onto the, oh, actually get outpaced somehow? I don't know if that was a bit of lag or if that was a
Mhm.
potential mistake
Interesting.
from Gamebird.
Interesting. But we do see the jump left coming here, getting some energy advantage. Does Esmeralda reach a move here, barely reaching the range?
Oh, reaches the Rage Fist. Yeah.
This might be big for a nice chip damage, right?
Yeah, this could easily get it into crunch range. Oh my god, that's a lot of damage for a neutral
But
move.
look at the backline, Maxwell. Look at that digger speed versus this Drapion and this digger, this charge bot. And if what a wow,
Whoa.
Esmer worse calling that there is a
Yeah.
potential digger speed in the back and bringing the charge bot against the jump loft.
However,
Wow.
Gamebird making the instant swap into that Diggersby. Do you think the Diggersby might be trying to play some fire punch baits here to potentially outpace the Diggersby later? The Drapion.
We do not see the bait here. We see the straight nuke with the Scorching Slam, and we see the shield from Drapion. Makes sense. You want to protect this. You don't want to have that charge bot in the back, but we do see the attack fill.
Yeah, that's potentially massive, as if the Diggersby can stay out of X's range after 2 Aqua Tails, that could completely flip the outcome of this game.
And we do see the shield here protecting the Digger Speed, protecting everything to this Digger Speed. It's going to be the key to victory here for Gamebird. But this drop in also is going to protect shield. To keep Aquatailing here, you need to get rid of this Digger Speed. But we do see a swap here.
I think maybe Wurst predicted a jump off catch there, but this is an interesting play for sure. The Scorching Sands coming through as well on the chargeback, maybe fishing for a debuff rather than the fire punch damage.
And we do see a catch here on the jump bluff. This is very interesting. We'll see if Esmerworth can farm up a bit here. But I believe that Diggersby banked a move there before leaving.
I'm pretty sure it did, but also the Drapion, I'm pretty sure, has two Aqua Tails loaded. So I think what Gamebird is going to look to try and do is to farm up to two moves, then throw a fire punch. Oh, actually throwing Scorching Sands. That's interesting.
Hold on a minute. Isn't the Drapion has two
Yeah,
moves? Is it
the
in fire
Drapion has
punch
two
range?
moves.
Is it in fire punch range? No, it isn't.
Nope, for sure not. But is
Is
this double
this
Aqua Tail
yeah?
range?
Is this gonna
Yeah.
KO? We'll see. We'll see. Is this first
No,
Aquatail
I
being
don't think it
reached?
does. I don't think it
It's
does.
gonna be really close. It's gonna be real. The second Aquatail is coming through. Is this Diggersby gonna survive? Is the question here. Does it survive? It does not, and the
Oh my
Drapion
god.
barely knocking out that
Wow.
Diggersby. And Esme worse, taking 2-0 against the Enale player Gamebird.
Oh, I'm still confused. Why didn't Gamebird fire punch there?
Or maybe build up to back moves. Perhaps
Yeah.
maybe a miscount on Gamebird's side, but Esme worse, taking that series and moving on to the winner's side, the winner's finals against Beelzeboy.
Wow, that's
And
going to be a great match.
yeah, and what do you guys think, BJ Panic? What do you think about this?
It was very confusing game for me. Like I still also have the. I'm also wondering why don't he throw the fire punch there? But yeah, it was a tough game though. It was a very tough game for Gamebird, right? He don't really have a solid way to play against Gator, and on the second game, he just I don't know. Yeah, I am very lost there. Like we've seen like how Jumpluff is looking good on the previous set, right? And now we can see like sometimes it's just kind of hit or miss against Shadow Gator because it's just seems like too strong.
So
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
So
I would like,
apparently we might, before sorry for interruption, but it looks like Gamebird is gonna dispute that game number two. Apparently losing a counter in the lead scenario, as Max was pointed out
Oh
earlier.
yeah,
The right Nilip got the move first instead of
yeah,
yeah.
I was
So
actually,
charging.
maybe
I
yeah.
was
So
just gonna say
maybe he has attack weighted Annihilate, so he has kind of maybe he's sure that he wins the CMP, right?
that. Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
we did not see what happened because, or like, who would won CMP because they did not throw on the same
Yeah,
time.
they didn't throw it at the same time.
Yeah, so that would be up to our judge to call it. But uh, yeah, I think because of like how the things have been going like kind of badly for Gamebird in game one getting caught earthquake, and which is a great play by Eesmis like yeah, and then losing the counter there maybe threw him off on the late game, making him like making like weird questionable play because of mental state. But we'll see what
Yeah.
happens here.
Yeah, we'll see what the referees says about that. For now, though, uh, what do you think about the if let's say if it is a rematch? How do you readjust from that? That's still then it's still 1-0 for Smith Worst.
Right, yeah. I mean, uh
I think it's tough because the Diggersby was there to core break the backline this time, right? And
yeah.
when there's a rematch now, I think Essis Wurst will realize that the Diggersby was actually a problem that game and
Hmm.
potentially readjust um, to play stronger into that Diggersby.
Right,
And
he does have
that's
the two water and the annihilate right there,
yeah,
which
exactly.
yeah, that could be a potential adjustment. Uh do we have the result on the rematch yet?
Not quite, but it looks like it might be a rematch indeed. For now, though, we'll see what the refs are saying. But we can, in the meantime, look at the loser side if it is advancing. We see Luffy, as you said, facing DNK 719, and also what we talked about earlier, the world champion Yakai against Keibon.
Hmm. I think Luffy and DNK is currently playing right now, and the result should probably be out soon. If the rematch happen, then definitely by the time the match end, the result is probably out. And but for Yekai and K1, since this is like two previous champion, our beloved champion playing each other, it would
So
be injustice if we don't put them on stream.
okay,
So
so we do actually have a rematch then for that previous game. So we will actually head right back into the set between Eesmis and Gamebird.
Right, so we are back here. It's still 102 estimate words, and this is interesting. We've seen the charger bug being used twice here, but we did see the diggers be in the previous game. So maybe, perhaps, estimate words it might readjust and perhaps bench the charger bug, and maybe perhaps leading towards the assume roll and the Feraligatr.
Yeah, given how strong that Diggersby was in the back last game, I wouldn't be surprised to see like an Annihilate in the back with an Azumarill lead or something like that. However, it is rough bringing the Azumarill and Annihilate together, as Gamebird has both the Feraligatr and the Jumpluff to do pretty well into both of those.
Indeed, Maxwell, and I honestly, the as you if you're a game bird here, you might just use the same strategy, right? With the jump fluff, annihilate, they are so strong here, very safe. So maybe he's gonna lean towards that. And Esme worse is maybe in a perhaps maybe it's the other way around. Esme worse maybe in a okay spot here, being in the advantage here with the being 1-0 here.
Yeah, for sure. Ah, it's a really tough call to what to bring here. Hmm. Do you think that Gamebird ever goes for that Clodsire again?
It is tricky, because there is that for alligator. Even Drapion is not even like amazing. Like if shields are up, Clodsire is just so slow, and Drapion is just so fast with those aqua tails and Diggersby. As we said, Diggersby just super hard answer to Clodsire, and even Annihilate, as we said, if they have the breakpoint, they can win that. And
But we
always
will
do see
see.
a lock in here. We'll see what these trainers are going to use here. We see Enale versus that Shadow Drapion. A pretty similar situation we have been here before. If the Enale shields, but we do see this for alligator say swap in just as similar to game number one, right?
Yep, that is very right. However, this time is not going to go for a jump off catch and is just going to stay in and throw this Rage Fist. Do you think that Game Word will ever swap out or will just play out the two shields here?
It looks like it's gonna double shield their protect shield the Annihilate and just counter through this for alligator.
Then
And
if
we
we
do
look at the
see
back line,
Yeah, we
it's
do
a
see that.
jump off.
Yeah, that jump off, and I think we see that charger bug again, right? No, we do see
No,
the
exactly
annihilate.
not.
We do see
So
the
now
annihilate in the man.
so
Ooh,
now with the switch advantage, he can Gamebird can put the Diggersby onto that Drapion and then
and look
have
at
the
this
jump up.
annihilate, dude.
Wow, it's
This
getting
is a
so much
boosted ice
damage.
patch. How much is this gonna do? Are you gonna shield us Esme worse?
Oh
No.
no. Yeah, that
And
does a
oh,
lot of damage. Oh
that
wow.
ice punch from a boosted annihilate, but Draven
Yeah.
has to be forced to throw that aqua tail. But this annihilate has put a lot of work, and now the Digger Speed
However,
comes in, swaps into the jump lock to answer this annihilate. This is kind of rough if you're Esme worse.
I think the play that Wills has to go for here is to go for a Rage Fist into an Ice Punch and then hopefully do a lot of counter damage plus Ice Punch into that Diggersby. However, I'm not sure that Annihilate has enough health just to do that in the first place.
Yeah, these fairy winds are still adding up here. and these rage fists are does nothing. And yeah, this NIP is getting quite low here. Can it pull through here?
It also needs to make sure to have enough energy so that when the Diggersby comes back in, it reaches the Ice Punch. So he's
And
going to go for
going
the Ice
five
Punch
one.
here.
Nice.
Yeah, really good timing from Wurst. Is how hoping to get to that next Ice Punch before a Fire Punch.
And this Digger Speed does nothing with the quick attack. And we do see the catch. However, is this now the Annihilate is no longer boosted?
That is indeed correct. This is where close combat would have been really nice, but I just don't think this Ice Punch will do
Yeah,
enough, and it's too low. I think it's going to get fast moved down.
yeah. This bulky bunny is gonna easily take this ice punch, and Diggersby winning the game for Gamebird in game number 3, right? Do we call it game number
Yeah.
game number
I don't know. I don't think it really matters. We see the score of 1-1. Yeah, the really nice readjustment there from Eesmis being stronger into the Diggersby. However, Gamebird's just able to keep the switch and keep the alignment where the Diggersby wanted to land.
Yeah. Also, something very interesting to point out is last time in game number 1, I believe Esme Worst did bring Say Swap, had basically the same strategy, Say Swap in the Feraligatr, but this time Gamebird just stayed in, played it out that matchup with Inale to secure the alignment that he wanted, and then he could put the stuff that he wanted it to be, right?
Yeah, of course. Keeping the Annihilate as the two shields counter to for Alligator is a really strong play. Knowing that probably Wurst would not fall for the catch twice, right? On the jump up.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And we didn't also see the charger bug, right? We did see it being benched this time, perhaps being afraid of the digger speed that was probably gonna come in this game. Uh, how do you think now, though? It's 1-1. It's win or go home, right?
Actually, this is still the winners bracket, so technically they have a whole another losers bracket to play. But yeah, being in that winners finals is such a nice spot compared to having to fight, claw through the losers bracket, right? So yeah, what do you think?
It is a bit it can go either way, right? Like now it's 1-1 and this is gonna change a lot. I feel like if you're a game bird, I think you are feeling quite comfortable with the jump bluff in Alip, right? And then you can probably pair that with a Diggersby. But Esme worse is I feel like it's tough for the charger bug to come in now that the Diggersby is being present in the previous game.
Yeah, for sure. So do you think that ever exactly the Azumarill comes reading the Diggersby plus Annihilate core?
Yeah, that's a good question. I feel like the Asumru might have some play if the Cloudsire is not being used, right? It's still quite nice into the jump bluff. It's not as bad as you would think it is. And yeah, as you said, it does well into that Enalip and Diggersby core. So maybe you lean towards the Asumru here if you're asking me worse.
Yeah, for sure. It's just really hard to pair it. Like, how do you make a logical team that isn't ABA weak to something with that Azumarill?
Perhaps you lean into that classic Asumru Shadow Dropion core, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Does look kind of okay, I would say. Like even against the Clodsire,
Yeah.
it is not that bad.
Yeah. However, if you lead the Azumarill in with the Drapion in the back into that Shadow for Alligator,
Ralligate,
that is
yeah, that's
really rough because then
yeah.
the Drapion is down energy and you have to bait, I believe, twice to then flip that matchup. Right.
However, we haven't seen that much Gator on the Gamebird side. However, maybe the Charger Bug has put off a lot of bench pressure, but
Oh,
we
we will
will see it
see.
in game number the decisive game number 3. We see the Charger Bug into the jump bluff. This is quite neutral.
Yeah, I like this lead from Gamebird, just going for a safe neutral lead into basically anything that can be on this team. And look, he's got the Diggersby again, and Wurst does not have a single Diggersby answer.
Yeah, we don't see the Azumarill, unfortunately. We do see the same strategy from Gamebird with the Enalip Diggersby core here. And man, it looks kind of good. And we do see a
Oh
catch
no.
from
That
the
is a
Annihilate here,
nasty
and
catch.
Egg Scissor does nothing here. However, this is not amazing still. The charge bar is still loaded, and that's gonna throw a discharge here.
But even though the Charger Bug's so loaded, that Jumpluff is now on basically still full health. However, Gamebird's going to give up an early shield here. Do you think this opens like an opening for for Wurst to tank this Rage Fist and get another discharge on this Annihilate?
We'll see, we'll see. I feel like this charge bar is barely, yeah, it's barely gonna reach the discharge. Are we gonna see another Protect Shield there from Gamebird?
This was going to be really rough because look, two shields down. Look at that
And
for Alligator now.
this means Gator is looking quite good here. It brings the Feraligatr, wants to get head start with energy. And wow, this
Is the
suddenly has
Annihilate going to
turned
get
out
another
very
move?
interesting. Yeah,
Yeah, does the
suddenly,
Annihilate get another move?
yeah.
Oh, he's
We
going
could
to
see the
instantly go
swap
with
though.
Diggersby. But this is good for Wurst because now he's got the Drapion in the back against
And
that Jumpluff.
worst has double Hydro Cannon here. Is the question, did Gamebird throw the move here? Or it did.
He
So
did.
are we gonna shield? We see the shield from the fire punch bait here, but the Gator is still quite low and can keep farming here.
Yeah, it can farm up another three. Oh, it's actually going to let through this Fire Punch. But now this Gator might be in Aerial Ace range from the Jumpluff, which I believe it has loaded.
But keep in mind, there's still a full health Shadow Drapion to meet up against this Jumpluff, and this Gator is absolutely loaded here. And we'll see if it can reach a move against the Jumpluff here.
Not only the Jumpluff, but there's also an Annihilate that I think still has enough health to potentially counter down the Feraligatr if the Gator doesn't decide to throw a move.
Oh, and we see
Oh,
the catch on the Annihilate from the Ice Beam. Man, what
that
a
is a
catch.
beautiful catch. However, I think the Drapion can survive two aerial aces and will get to
Yeah.
double crunch
This is,
before getting
yeah, this
taken
is
out.
it's still very rough for Gamebird here, being back against the wall here. And we see the jump off is trying to do his best to take out both Drapion and Feraligatr, but this Drapion is still gonna reach maybe two crunches here.
Yeah, I don't think that Gamebird can reach two aerial aces before another crunch or even an Aqua Tail at this point. Does this KO though? How close is this to knocking out?
We'll see, we'll see. Is this Aerialace gonna kill? It's not gonna knock out, and the Drapion reaches the Aqua Tail, and this might be the writing on the wall.
I think it is, David. I think this Aqua Tail will take out the Jumpluff and secure Verse the 2-1 victory. Wow.
Yeah, we did see Esme were still taking the victory over Gamebird here with that Feraligatr. Feraligatr yet again making a show with the two shield yet again in this set of battles. And BJ probably impressed by the Gator plays here, right?
I mean, yes, but I wonder one thing though. Like at the end there, what would happen if Jumpluff throw energy ball onto the Drapion?
Yeah. Yeah, I was about to ask that. Potential win con is throwing the energy ball, getting the debuff,
I
and
mean,
then
no,
getting the aerial ace for extra damage.
energy ball just does a little more than
Oh
aerial ace,
yeah,
I
I'm pretty
believe.
sure it does.
Yeah. Uh, but I don't think I'm not sure if it's enough. I think it's depends a lot on Drapion IV, whether
Yeah.
it's a lot of defense or you know just a lot of HP or like just bad IVs in general. But yeah, came down really close. I think well well deserved win for sure, but also I think Gamebird did well there. Definitely.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
we are now seeing also, I think Beelzeboy is also running Chargeable, right? So we're seeing two Chargeable
Yes,
in the winners
in the winners.
finals. That's pretty
Mhm.
interesting if you are me.
That's a good conversion rate, right? Given how well Chargeback also performed in like Merida regional
So those are
earlier.
actually the only two charger buck in the whole tournament,
Mhm.
and they're now
Right.
both
So
in
hundred
the
percent
winners
conversion
finals.
rate.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah, and also not only the charger bug, but also the Feraligator, that shadow Feraligator, making another show here. So
Mhm.
we'll see if charger bug can take it all. But now, I, f- I think we are going to look at the bracket, how it's looking so far. BJ, what do you think so far?
Uh, I mean, there's 8 names, right? These are like the names you. I wouldn't say like expected, but like you are very familiar with, right? So I mean, our top 8 here. Okay, let's see the population, right? We see 2 Indian players, we see 1 Taiwanese, we see 4 Japanese, and we see 1 Hong Kong players. So, um, I mean, this is a I don't know what is this expected? Widow GBL player? Is this normal?
Yeah, I mean, for me, for sure, knowing like most of these Japanese people from GBL and obviously Beelzeboy is also an amazing GBL player, I wouldn't say it's unexpected at all. Also Yakai, obviously, one of
I
the
mean,
best
isn't
GBL
he a
players
bad
of all
GBL
time.
player, Yakai?
Oh yeah,
He is
Yakai sucks. Yakai, you're so bad.
right. Yeah.
Yeah, only winning the world championship, that's kind of cringe.
Yeah.
And also, I think the score is not isn't shown here, but indeed, Luffy taking the victory over DNK, so he's gonna go up against Eevee Fun, I believe, which is
Yep.
a very interesting matchup.
Mhm.
But our next match though is gonna be
Two
I don't know,
APC
iconic
champion. Is that
hype.
it? Mhm.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't want to watch the next match for some reason.
yeah.
Just too
This
painful.
next match, we know both these trainers. The last trainer won the previous season, and the other trainer, the world champ of play Pokemon last season in Hawaii, Yakai against Keibon.
Yep.
Mhm. This is the only two people who has ever won APC
Right.
finals, by the way. Yeah, yeah. And last time, Keibon beats Yekai. Well, Yekai beats Keibon, and then Keibon beats Yekai after that. Right?
Mhm.
Is
Yeah,
that
Yep.
right?
Yep. That was what
I think
happened.
and
they faced twice last season.
Yeah.
so
In
there
the
is a
winner
bit of a
semi.
rivalry here,
Yep.
Yeah,
bit of a derby.
and this is also interesting because we will see a mon that we haven't seen so far. Something that fell off, like Dunsparce, right?
Mhm.
We see Dunsparce get a big rise when it got the rollout buff and whatnot.
Yeah.
Like Dunsparce was basically on every team until suddenly it stops.
Right. I think a lot of people have leaned towards Diggersby as their normal type of choice, as
Mhm.
the ground coverage and the pure bulk alone is very helpful. But I
Mhm.
wouldn't say that Sparks is bad at all. Having like coverage against the flying type, although it also kind of become a little sadder once Annihilate become a thing. But with how the meta is leaning, Dilgong Drapion, that Sparks definitely still have a lot of play here, right?
Yeah, I find it funny how you
Yeah.
compared Diggersby and Dunsparce. And then if
Right.
we have a look at Yakai's team later, we might see both of them. But
Oh.
so that's going to be interesting for sure.
hmm I mean, to be fair, they kind of do different role as in one, you know, not beating fighters. I think we have the team graphic ready, so we will catch up with you guys again after the match. Okay.
Wow.
Who do we have here? Oh, uh, not 1-0,
So
but
yeah. So
yeah.
we did talk about how people having like picking Diggersby as their normal type than Dunsparce, but here we see Yekai has both
hmm
normal types and K1 has none.
This is very interesting, by the way, because usually people are scared to ring to normal type because of how common Annihilate is like literally on, more than half of the team now.
Hmm.
So it's quite a interesting pick that they can go for. But as we see here, Keibon doesn't have an Annihilate.
Yeah, and no normal type. Like, what is happening here?
Okay, I heard we
So
got a
yeah.
lock-in coming soon.
Oh wow.
Oh
Yes.
wow,
Hey, it's clear. It's very clear. Wow, it's slightly favorable. Yeah. Oh man, that's a lot of damage. Okay,
sorry.
will we see a bait here? No. Man, it's looking crazy, right? Even like it looks like it can farm down. Yeah. Is it a farm down? That's very
Uh,
close.
does he shield here?
Oh wow.
Okay, Yakai down the shield but got the alignment.
Yeah,
But
it's
does he? To be fair, Yakai don't have like that
yeah,
good of a Asu answer. Decided to,
yeah.
but
Oh
got Asu on
wow.
the back though.
Man, Yekai just calls it, right? He just
Hmm.
kills the Miarek in the back and he saves the
Yeah,
Azu for that.
I mean,
What a
with,
call.
I think with the fact that he saw, the Aridos in the lead, give it away that Asu is would be safe in the back. But yeah, losing
Yeah.
the team lead here at the top level, hmm as expected from our world champion.
Yeah, and it's not even that bad of a matchup, I guess, with the Miarek against the Azu. Wow.
Right.
Miarek not throwing there. So he's trying to overfarm, maybe get back to back before throwing.
I think he is at back to back though.
Oh
Okay.
my god, he's at 100 energy. He's like
Yeah.
almost at 100. Never
Okay.
mind.
Yekai letting this go. Saving the last shield to use on his Duns Pass. Probably will need it against the Azumarill. Does
Yeah.
he?
Oh my god.
Okay. He outpaced
Just
here
take.
to do run before the K-Back got to another Bone Club.
Oh, and he
But
tries to
now,
catch.
yeah,
Man, this is like, ooh, maybe it's too
energy
much work
management
for the
here.
dance bars, right?
Mm-hmm. Uh, the fact that Duns Pass have a shield here and with how slow the Azumarill is, this might be quite a good sign for Yekai. But the thing is, he need to have a back-to-back here, or else the
Oh
Marowak
no,
will.
he's not shielding there.
Does he leave through the bubbles? Oh, what is
Ooh,
it? The one HP in a dream? Oh my god! Is it the world
no
champion?
way.
Is it the one?
That what
Oh, with the
KO?
top
Oh
anthem!
wait, is this gonna be
Oh,
it? Does it KO?
this is
Is it
going to
one
be.
HP?
Whoa!
Oh,
Actual one HP in
very
a
very
dream?
high. Wow, Yekai, like that's
Wow!
just a big call there.
Coming down to the wire here. Top tier energy management from
Wow,
both player
not
as
even close.
expected. Our champions here.
Man,
Oh
it
my.
looks bad until it wasn't, right? It's
Yeah.
just amazing. So how do you
Yeah.
feel about that game?
I mean,
We
Yekai, as
ah,
expected, made a good read of how seeing Eridos in the lead and from the team comp, Azumarill could be very strong against the backline.
mhm.
But I mean, energy management for both sides is very good though. I'm pretty sure Yekai decided to lose the lead there because he just want a safe shield for the Azumarill. I don't know how Keibon would want to adjust here. What would be an a potential Azumarill check? What do you think? Shadow
I
Feraligatr again?
mean, yeah, I think I mean, this whole tournament, we've seen how Shadow Gator just ruins everything, right? It's
Right.
just give it like small space and Gator can just sweep anything.
Hmm.
And it's also the case here, right? Yes, Dance Bars kind of beat Gator. You thanks the Shadow Code is fine, but two Hydro KOs.
Yep.
Ice Beam one shots, pretty much the jump off. So it's just yeah, I think we're definitely going to see Keibon bringing back the Gator
Shadow
here.
Feraligatr. Yeah. Uh, I mean, would you ever adjust here if you are Yakai though? Like, you went in comfortably, you made the read, you played it out, you played it well. Do you need to make any adjustment as Yakai if you are
I
in for
don't,
Shadow of Alligator?
man. I don't think so, man. Yekai just sold me there. Like the ape lead, like come on, like what really even beats the ape lead, right?
Hmm.
It's just yeah, it seems too strong, man.
Right.
The
Yeah.
counter, like look at the counter against the Ariados there. It does like crazy amount of damage.
And the fact that it's the Shadow Annihilate makes it farm downable, I believe.
Yeah,
Correct me on this, but I think the normal Annihilate wouldn't be able to pull that off against Aridos in that one. Do we see the Alligator coming from the side?
oh man, this is how it works. Yeah, this is where like I heard that people say that the only best thing about the shadow jump block is this matchup, right? But this is not that good of a matchup for the normal one because two arrows didn't quite KO. Yeah. Uh,
Punch. Uh,
no debuff, so
I'm not sure if two punch KO here.
yeah, you need a debuff to make it
Okay.
like close to KO.
Now, if Yakai also commit a shield, then it will definitely KO though. So maybe he will let it
Yeah.
go again. But Keibon, knowing that fact, he decided to farm up, storing the energy to throw on something else.
Mhm.
Does Yakai let it go here? He does decide
Yeah,
to let
he
it
just
go, knowing the fact that he lost MP and getting energy
and
on the
just
ape.
farm summon. Yeah, again. Nothing really fully involves ape here. Like every move just hits hard to everything.
Okay, mashing the
And the
shield here.
Arya still, oh
Oh,
my
counter
god.
swapping. But now the ape is aligned on Azumarill. Seems
Yeah.
very bad for ape
And
on paper, but I don't know.
yeah,
With
I
some
mean he
energy
has
lead,
some energy though, right? So
yeah,
it's maybe not that bad. But again, it's Shadow, so Ice Beam is probably enough,
yep,
right?
definitely enough. Okay.
Man, this debuff is a bit rough though, right?
Yeah,
Now the
you
dance
cannot go
bars
for
won't do
hero
any
countdown.
damage, and Azu can potentially just farms down
Countdown. Yeah.
after this KO.
Okay.
Yeah, he
Great timing
throws
from
there.
Yakai as always.
hmm Man,
Keibon
that
deciding to let it go,
unable to farm down there is kind of rough though.
leaving everything on the Azu. Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh man, he needs a lot of damage here. So the question
Okay.
is, can he get to three though?
Yeah. Does he get to three? I am not too
Yeah,
sure about
because
this.
counter is adding up, right? Look at that. Oh
Yeah.
my god.
This will be. But
So
yeah,
he's three off
Keibon
from the
also
buy.
cannot really sack here because if he fail to sack, then that will just give the
Yeah,
ape more energy.
but
Keibon
he
needing to
might
throw.
need
Yeah.
it, right? He might need to sack. We'll see.
Yeah.
Like how many counters are four all? Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Keibon does get that.
Oh
This
yeah,
should
he
be
gets
enough.
there. Yeah,
I don't think Duran would KO from Asumaru here, and Keibon probably would have this game.
yeah. It's just not quite enough to KO there,
Knowing that fact. Yeah.
and just
Oh,
one counter short for the move, right?
yeah.
He was
Again,
pretty
coming
close.
down to wire. Very close battles again. Either 1 HP away from winning the game, or another time, another person one fast move away from winning the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty rough, right? Dance Parse, yes, is a very good answer for Aridos, but you cannot really farm with Ape and swap to Dance Parse late because, like,
Yeah.
yeah,
The debuff makes
Aridos just hits hard enough, right?
yeah,
It was pretty tough.
definitely.
Yeah. So how do you think here? So we keep see. I think Yekai is very comfortable with the Ape here.
Yeah, Shadow
So
Ape,
we're
yeah.
definitely gonna keep seeing it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. I don't
Another
know.
potential answer Keibon have for the ape is actually the Marowak, actually kind of beating both the ape and the Dunsparce. But as we mentioned,
Yeah,
Shadow Feraligatr also looks very good here. But the fact that he went Shadow Drapion and probably felt quite comfortable winning the game 2 with it, he might opt to go with Shadow Drapion again. So this is a hard read.
yeah. I mean, to be fair, like Shadow Drapion looks very good against everything, right? It has a
Yeah,
very good matchup. Even
yeah,
on the losing matchup against
the APC.
the normal types,
Yeah,
yeah, it's still dishing out a lot of damage.
right. I used to ask this question, right, when I'm trying to build a team. I'm like, what beat Drapion? The answer is no, nothing beat Drapion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nothing really beats it. Yeah,
Oof.
it's kind of crazy to have that Shadow Drapion to be this strong, right?
Right. Yeah.
It hits everything, and it's tanky enough to tank everything, and it hits hard enough to like 2 or 3 shots everything.
Yep. And the pacing there doesn't help, bro. It's way too fast right now.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
the only thing that farms it down is just Mud Slapper, and you still need to shield.
Right.
So I don't
Maybe.
know. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely going to see more Drapion, which means we're going to see more Dunsparce then.
Uh, Potentially,
So
Yakai definitely bring it for a reason. Although I'm not really sure what that reason is to him. We could ask him later. We got a lot.
oh wow. So what are you saying here? Dunsparce 8? Yeah, there we go. That's a Dunsparce.
And ape again. But going back to
Mhm.
the original jump up, we
Yeah, so
did
it's the
see the
same
Marowak
team.
to break this
Just switch the line. Mhm.
Dunsparce ape corridor.
Yeah, this lead matchup is going to decide a lot of things, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep, definitely.
Jump off looks very strong. Jump off with like slight extra energy is like looks very very scary here. I think Yekai just bangs that no Dugong on Keibon
Right.
side.
Yeah.
It's very scary.
I mean, with the fact that he brought like ape and Dunsparce, every game, it's pretty reasonable why he would bank on the fact that Keibon wouldn't bring Dugong.
Mhm.
How do you think this lead matchup would be played out by Yekai though? You think he
I think
just
Yekai just yeah, I think Yekai just sacks and farms down
yep
with like
the
with
ape
jump off,
with
right?
no jump off? Yeah.
Or 8. Either way, it's gonna be a very good farm.
Keibon does
Oh,
have
nice.
100 energy here. Actually, very
Yeah,
there too. Very nice. The
yeah. Keibon is playing it very safe here. Just
yeah,
get as much
coming
energy
down
as
to the wire in
possible.
game 3.
So for definitely gonna force a shield, right?
Yep. No matter what comes in, you will kind of need to shoot. Yekai
Oh,
coming in with the
no
ape.
hero. Can he farm it down? Oh man,
He will need to shield once, but yeah.
we'll see. Oh wow, what a call! What a call by Keibon.
Oh, indeed.
Yeah, but this is the worst part, right? Oh, the
Oh,
fail catch.
failed a sack swap.
Okay.
Okay. With no
But
debuff though, I think he lived 2
yeah,
punch.
he lives
So
too.
he potentially don't need to shield this jump off and could farm down the Rampion with any heal though. So this is still, well,
Oh,
could be really close. Keibon knowing that also letting it go.
wow, that's a lot of damage.
Okay.
Oof,
Yeah.
that's like one counter
Making
away.
make Keibon
Oh wow,
making
he's trying. He will farm it down.
okay. Oh.
Oh,
Does
eight
Keibon
is.
respect
Oh
this though? Like he's at the energy
yeah,
ball. He let it go!
yeah.
No way!
No,
Oh my god! Wait,
No, no,
it was like,
no,
what is
dude, come
happening?
on.
This wasn't the end game I was expecting.
Wait, he'll get farmed down. Two, is it? Oh man,
I don't know if he has. He was at
is
two,
three?
right? He's
Is
three
it
away.
two or three off to the ace here?
Oh,
Oh man,
Keibon
that
taking it
was
away.
that was
Wow.
unexpected.
Coming down to the wire again. Oh my god.
Oh my god, Keibon eliminating like dropping Yakai again from the tournament.
Wow.
I guess Keibon is Yakai's
Biggest
kryptonite
opponent.
here. Yeah.
My
Oh, what is happening? Can someone
What's
explain? Because
what is the end game there? What do
I'm
you
not
guys?
sure what I'm seeing,
I'm gonna be
guys.
honest, guys. I'm gonna be honest. Me and Max were shouting like, "Who do you think wins the game?" We were like, "Yeah, K1 is gonna win this." But then we see the rock slide catch from Yakai. And we're like, "Wait a second, is Yakai gonna win?" And then K1 wins it. Like it was back and forth, and
Yeah,
yeah, K1 takes the
that
revenge. Actually, I
that is
believe.
definitely not a end game we see every day. Like I definitely wasn't expecting that. I definitely expect Yekai to let jump off go there and then try to
Mhm.
win with Annihilate. But wow, going for the
Yeah,
cash, yeah, like that is something.
I think the problem at that point for Yakai is if he lets the jump off go, I think that Drapion has a move stored, and then Kaibon can just throw the Aqua Tail and get the shield, then throw the Bone Club to win. But that call as well from Kaibon that Yakai was going to aerial ace there. That
Yeah,
that's
I don't
that's what
know if
I
yeah. I mean, does
Yeah, there was a
I
crazy
mean
call.
it could potentially be because of the fact that he knows I punch would probably kill, so he need to make the call as his win condition. I guess is that
yeah,
true? Yeah.
especially with the rock slide catch that came later. I think maybe if Kaibon avoided the rock slide catch, then he could have shielded the aerial ace. But
Mm-hmm.
with the rock slide catch, if he yeah, I think the aerial ace bait call was necessary there.
Right. Yeah, definitely. Man, I think we are going back to the bracket and we have some updates here. Okay. Panic, would you like to take us through this?
Oh wow. So we just saw Yekai lost to Keibon 2-1. So Keibon will play Gamebird. And on the other side, we have Eevee against Luffy. But what about the next matchup? So we're gonna see the what's next? It's the finals, right?
So it's
The winners
Eevee
I
finals.
versus
think it's Eevee and Lucy first.
yeah.
Oh yeah, and the winners finals is Beelzeboy against Eesmis, and but we're gonna see Luffy against Eevee first. Eevee
I'd
fun.
like to point
So
out as well. Sorry,
the
we
double.
have Gamebird versus Japan again.
Right.
Wait. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. Yeah. What is this Gamebird against Japan, man?
Okay. Potentially,
Is
I mean, potentially two more. Like, he could
wait,
potentially play Luffy and Isis Vermus.
yeah, Gamebird is only playing Japanese player. What is happening?
Yeah,
He
just
hasn't played anyone
gatekeeping all
else.
the Japanese players. Yeah.
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 Yeah, so it will be interesting to see here, and then we obviously, as Panic mentioned, there is still Beelzeboy and Esme Wars in the winner's side. However, we are firstly gonna look at the loser side here versus Eevee Fun and Luffy shortly. Yeah, so I think it's gonna I think the matchup is ready to go here in a sec, right? If the production is going as well as we think here, and we see a bit of a honestly, Maxwell, what really stands out in my eyes is that Shadow Diggersby.
Yeah, the Shadow Diggersby. I think Eevee Fun's the only one here to use the Shadow version of the Diggersby. Um, I'm not quite sure. I haven't looked into Shadow Diggersby too much. Do you know if it picks up anything that the regular doesn't?
I'm actually not too sure about the Shadow Diggersby matchup. However, I feel like I think the Kanto Marowak matchup is slightly better with you can just the Scorching Sand does so much there, I believe. And a Sumro matchup, the Scorching Sand does a lot more damage, but I feel like the bubble damage and Ice Beam is too much for it, I think.
Yeah, so with like, for example, that Azumarill, as well as the Superior and the Dugong, do you even think we'll see the Diggersby come at all?
Honestly, I feel like if you are Eevee Fun and Luffy, to be honest, but mainly Eevee Fun, that Dugong looks kind of safe in for both of these trainers, especially for Eevee Fun.
I completely agree. I think Luffy has no hard response to a Dugong safe swap, as Dugong, I believe, can win the two shield scenario against even the Corsola. Whereas Eevee has that one answer in the Ariados to that Dugong.
Yeah, indeed, Maxwell. And I feel like if you are Eevee Fan or Luffy, I would say, how do you protect their own Dugong here? Do we see the Kanto Shadow Kanto Marowak here to cover the Dugong, or do we don't see at all because how strong the Dugong is from Eevee Fan side?
Yeah, I think the Marowak is a bit of an RPS pick here with exactly the Dugong, the Azumarill, and the Mandibuzz on the side of Eevee. To be completely honest, I think this is a slightly rough matchup for Luffy here.
I completely agree, Weedle. Like, if everything has like a check. If you see the Corsola here, it's being hard answered by the Diggersby, the Shadow Drapion, and the Mandibuzz, and the Asumro is checked by the Aridos, and the Spear has three hard answers as well with the Aridos, Mandibuzz, Shadow Drapion. So, if you're Luffy, what do you lean towards in this matchup?
Yeah, I'm not completely sure to be honest. I feel like Eevee might run both the Dugong and the Ariados in the same team, meaning that maybe Luffy is going to try and go for a read with like that Corsola, for example, that has good play into both of those.
Indeed, I feel like Corsola, if it is, I'm not too sure on the moveset on Mandibuzz. If I remember, it might have been Snarl, but if it is Air Slash, then Corsola is not as bad as you would think there. And maybe you could lean on the Shadow Drapion as Luffy. It's not terrible into Dugong. It has play against Aridos, and Diggersby, you still have those Aqua Tails, right?
Yeah, for sure. I did check actually, this Mandibuzz is indeed Air Slash and Dark Pulse even as well. So the fact that it's on Dark Pulse even means that the Corsola will outpace to the Power Gems over those Dark Pulses. So that could be a matchup to watch out for potentially.
But that's it. We have a lock in here in game number one. We see the leads in just a second. We see the Dugong indeed from Eevee against the Corsola from Luffy.
Yeah, this is exactly what we were calling with the Dugong being able to potentially win the two shields against this Corsola, and we see exactly that matchup. But have a look in their back. Oh, and we actually
And we
see
see,
what's in the back just coming in right here.
we see this Shadow Diggersby coming in, catching that power gem, does nothing, but now we see the hard response versus with that Dugong. And this is quite rough if you're the Diggersby. However, though, this Scorching Sand does a lot.
I'm honestly completely surprised that the Diggersby is coming here at all with how strong we said the Dugong is. And then save swapping it into a Corsola lead as well. I mean, that's crazy place. But look, the Scorching Sands have actually got the Diggersby quite low and is sorry, the Dugong quite low and is actually investing a shield here.
And we see a protection indeed, and this is maybe gonna knock out. I'm not too sure about this damage, Weedle, but we do see a shield there from the Dugong, protecting the Dugong, wants the alignment here, and it's gonna throw an Icy Wind right before the Fire Punch.
Yeah, Luffy potentially now reading that there is indeed that Drapion in the back, given how badly Eevee is fighting for switch advantage. So is not going to give that up for free.
Yeah, and we do see this Shadow Drapion coming in here. Might have to eat a move here though. Yes, indeed. We see the drill run coming through, being leashed on the Drapion. Do we see a protection? You kind of have to protection the Drapion here if you want to
Yeah,
preserve the health. And
but this
do
is
see
a
protection.
really rough position for Eevee because there's still a full health. Oh my god.
And we see Dugong barely reaching that ice. Goes for the ice window, but dude, this Dugong is putting a lot of work. This Drapion is debuffed, and man, this is quite rough if you're Eevee Fun.
Yeah, this is really bad as there's still that full Corsola and your downer shield, and there's a full health, almost Azumarill to tank all of the Drapion energy as it is not running that off-meta moveset of Sludge Bomb.
And we do see that Corsola coming back in against this Dugong, and man, this Dugong is gonna chip this, but look at that damage, dude. This Corsola is just eating these moves for days.
Yeah, it can tank at least one more Icy Wind. And this Power Gem, even though it's debuffed, will do some good chip damage. Look at that. I still find it crazy how much damage Corsola does for being that bulky.
Yeah, and we do see that Luffy's gonna let the Corsola go and finish this off with the Azumarill, but the Corsola still survives and goes for the Power Gem here. And man, this Corsola is putting a lot of work here, and is this gonna kill, okay, knockout? Does not,
Not quite.
but the Azumarill
Yeah.
comes in and bubbles down and takes game number 2 for Luffy. A quite dominant win, in my opinion, Maxwell. How do we come back if we are Eevee Fun here?
Yeah, I'm very surprised to not see that Ariados, and it turns out it actually would have had some very good play into the backline of Luffy there with that Dugong plus Azumarill. But opting for the Shadow Diggersby instead, I wonder what the thought process was behind that. Potentially expecting Luffy's Drapion to come or the Corsola exactly that came.
Yeah, yeah, Diggersby did not have that much play in the backline versus Luffy with the Azumarill Dugong. Indeed, perhaps we might see Aerodos this time being used with the Dugong, but that Corsola is, on my eyes, Maxwell. That Corsola put a lot of work in one.
Yeah, it definitely did, even against that Drapion. But also, not only did it put in the work just because it's a strong Pokemon, it got the right alignment that it needed, right? With both the Drapion and Diggersby in the back for Eevee, Luffy was really lucky that it landed on that Dugong.
Yeah, indeed. We did say Luffy had a pretty rough matchup here, so you have to get some sort of advantage here or be a bit lucky with the alignment. But Eevee Fun still has can still come back from this, right? Can readjust in game number 2 here. We will see that quite shortly here before. But Maxwell, this is still a bit rough though because like the Corsola is still very good against the Gyarados. So how do we cover that? Do we play double poison here as Eevee Fun here?
Yeah, double poison is always a bit risky because of that K-Whack, right? What if Luffy reads the double poison and then brings the K-Whack? However, Eevee Fun could opt for a bit of an ABB team, like with the Dugong to potentially bait out the Corsola and then having that Ariados in the back, which is trying to then avoid the Corsola. Potentially pair that up with like an Azumarill lead could work, or a Mandibuzz lead could work. Something like that could be something interesting for Eevee Fun to go for here.
Yeah, quite interested to see if Eevee Fun perhaps might use maybe like an Azumarill lead. The thing is though, Maxwell, if you play both Azumarill and Dugong, you open up a bit of a weakness to Superior,
Yeah,
but
indeed.
the Gyarados is still there with the Mandibles and the Drapion, so maybe you could risk going a slightly weak to Superior here if you're Eevee Fun.
Yeah, but making a risk in like such a, I'd say a positive, maybe it's not super positive, but a slightly positive matchup. When you're in the position with a matchup that you prefer, you generally are trying to take as few risks as possible to just guarantee the safety and safe plays to grab the win. But I wouldn't
Yeah.
say it's completely unlikely. We do have a lock in though.
Yeah, indeed. We see a lock in here. We'll see the leads here. We see the Dugong into the Shadow Diggersby. Oh boy, this is good for Luffy here.
I'm still surprised to see that Shadow Diggersby. I really wasn't expecting it in this matchup, and it's actually going to stay in against the Dugong.
Yeah, and also looking at the back line there, I think I saw the Gyarados coming in here. However, there is probably some answers to no. Gyarados looks kind of interesting in the back, but we see a pivot here into the Zoom role.
I'm surprised to also see no Dugong from Eevee Fun, given how strong we were saying it looks in this matchup. But actually, yeah, just going to swap into the Azumarill and take that drill run pretty easily.
And Luffy chipping with the Dugong and then bringing his own Azumarill and Maxwell. This is probably my favorite matchup: Azumarill versus Azumarill, the best classic mirror here. What do we do here? Just throw play rough, right?
Yeah, I think we throw play rough. Do you want to throw ice beams?
Yeah, surely.
Now,
But
to
we
be
see the
honest,
player being thrown here. Go ahead.
yeah, yeah, sorry. To be honest, I was going to say, I think an Icy Wind would have actually been a nice play from Luffy here, given how little damage that drill run does in the first place. Maybe the attack drop would have actually been the better play here, because I still think this next play rough from Luffy will not take out Eevee's Azumarill.
Indeed, and also we see Sneaky looking at the backline. With the Sumo being used here from Luffy, we see the Drapion in the back, and I feel like this is not gonna KO quite yet. So I think Luffy's still gonna have the alignment he wants to have, and we see the Gyarados coming in here, and he reaches the Ice Beam with 1 HP. This is massive, Maxwell.
Yeah, this is really big, as Luffy was behind a shield, but is now now matched equal shields, so can come in with the Drapion, and this Ariados has a lot less sweeping potential at this point in the game.
Yeah, we see the launch being thrown here. You need still another launch to reach, and the Drapion is gonna do a lot of damage with this crunch. It's gonna hit so much. You kinda do you need to shield? Yeah, kind of need to protection. We see protection from the Ariados here, and we see a Trailblaze being thrown. Very smart, and you wanna boost right. You wanna boost up your damage to throw the next. You wanna be boost up against Dugong, right?
Yeah, that is correct. Do you remember how much energy like the Diggersby and the Dugong have? Because I've completely lost track here.
I think the Dugong is. I think it has a move store, right? Because it didn't throw the Ice Wind. So we see a snipe
Yeah.
here from the Dugong, indeed, and taking out the Ariados. And man, this Diggersby is not gonna enjoy this matchup.
Yeah, this looks pretty bad for Eevee, as this Dugong will be able to easily survive Scorching Sands and will reach an Icy Wind. I think he KOs from here.
Yeah, it looks a bit rough if you're Eevee Funner with the Diggersby, and we see the Icy Wind being unleashed here from Luffy, and this is probably the writing of the wall. We see Dugong taking game number 2 here. A quite dominant victory from Luffy in both games, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm impressed. Full respect to Eevee for, not only having the Shadow Diggersby on the team of 6, but also bringing it to the games. However, still really don't think that it was the best Pokemon to use in this matchup.
And agreed with that, Maxwell. But this means Luffy is taking the win and moving on into loses round 5, waiting for Gamebird and Keibon to face. And Panic, BJ, what are your thoughts on those games?
Honestly, I'm just happy at this point that Luffy get his redemption. Yeah, we were questioning him a little earlier, and when he played in the winner side and made some slight mistake, but as it shows here, yeah, definitely is a very strong batter.
Yeah, very no win and win. Like it's crazy how he has everything under control on both games, and it just shows. Like it's yeah, he is very strong.
Right.
Like
But yeah, so now we are at like bracket progress towards like uh I think this would so Luffy would progress to losers not losers final because we still need winners
Loses
loser
semis.
semis because we still need the winners finals to drop down to loser side. But yeah, as we progress through, right? And thank you for like the audience watching. We actually have a surprise for you guys, right?
Yeah,
Hey
total
yo,
surprise.
Surprise.
did you guys know about this? Oh my god, big surprise. Okay. Um. Well. Uh. Okay. The surprise will be. What is the surprise, Panic?
No idea. It's a surprise.
Well, the surprise is we have a very special guest, right? But I will need to leave for now. So thank you everyone for having me. I really enjoyed it. Thank you for the Europeans for casting this. I hope you guys enjoy your time here. And I will pass it on to a well beloved member of our community.
Yeah, Aniko is not beloved, for sure. But we
Ooh,
do
and look
have
who we
Oh,
have
look at
Hello.
that.
here.
Yakai.
Yakai, the world
Our
champ. How are you doing, man?
Yakai.
Well, I probably feel a little bit depressed as I just lost my second round.
Yeah, indeed, we did see those games. Walk us through a bit about this game. How did you feel?
Yeah, I had a feeling that the Malraq will be annoying for me because but this the Malraq just make my Drapion hard to bring in against and Keibon in those games. So I kind of forced to bring something like Jump Up or Azu to counter the Kwak, but he managed to align things well in the game free. So I just can't do anything more. Or if I can't do the first Bone Club catch on my Jump Up, yeah.
Yeah, the Kanto Merak, as you mentioned, it is a bit can be a bit of a pain sometimes with the mod slap, the shadow mod slap damage. Maxwell, do you have finally built the shadow Merak here?
I still have not built a Shadow Marowak yet. So spoilers, I will not be running it at UIC. So keep that on your spreadsheets, everybody. Um,
Mm.
but yeah, I mean, I don't really play this game that much, do I? So I haven't really been doing too many grunts. Still looking for a good
Indeed,
Marowak.
Maxwell is a free to play and also just a casual, as people say. But we do have, I think we have our next matchup coming up soon here. I think it's Panic. Can you name these players? I think they're quite familiar to the shatters here.
Oh wow. It's gonna be our winners final, right? So we're gonna see
Killer
Almost,
shot.
Beelzeboy again, right?
quite
Is it
almost
right?
Panic. We are still
No.
in losers round 4.
Wait, it's Gamebird against Keibon?
Yeah, indeed. Oh, so apparently Keibon and Gamebird are playing their match. So we're actually moving to the winners finals. So I was wrong. I was completely wrong. But
Yeah, I mean, I know. Remember, Beelzeboy is my best friend, right?
David,
uh,
you suck.
That's fine, yeah.
so yes, we have Beelzeboy versus Esme Worst. How do we feel about this, Panic? Who? This is a they haven't played. They have been still here waiting for everyone to play in the losers, but they are probably ready and fresh to go, right?
hmm Yeah, this is the two Chargebugs, right? The only two people that brings Chargebug. And yeah, I still have a mixed feeling about Chargebug, but they just prove us that yeah, it is strong. It is very playable. It's just not a niche pick, and it's actually working today, actually converting. So we're gonna have one Chargeback at least on finals, right?
Indeed, Panic. Those charge bug has have been putting a lot of work, and honestly, that surprised me quite a bit recently. And them performing here and also in Merida, Maxwell, charge bug. Is that something that could be scary for example, EYC here?
I think the electric typing is really good in this current meta with the Alligator and Azumarill being everywhere. Especially since Chargebug also then has good play versus the Shadow Drapion. So being one of the safer options versus that Drapion and Azumarill core. resisting counters from Annihilate as well is really nice as well. So it has a pretty decent matchup there too.
Mm. So
Yes.
Yakai.
Yeah.
So SS has normal annihilate and you have a shadow. So why do you think like some people like the shadow and some people like the normal one?
Well, I think the reason of mine choosing the Shadow Ape is that it can just punch through things in- if you keep more shields for it. It just kind of do things like a real fighter did. But for normal ape, you have some surprisingly decent book on it. So sometimes you can just surprisingly surprise your opponent and tank a charge move and get to an additional rage fist, which could be really crucial for the match.
Yeah, indeed. Honestly, though, charger bug may be a bit scary to bring though in most matchups. From my experience, when I see all this Diggersby, that Shadow Diggersby,
Yeah.
Maxwell, is it really the pick though? Is it? You did say the electric types are is an interesting type in this meta, but that Diggersby and is in most teams, right?
Yeah, that Diggersby is very common indeed. And yeah, that matchup is really, really bad. You need probably like 4 or 5 scissors, I think, to take out the Diggersby, with the Diggersby only needing like 2 fire punches. So yeah, you do not want to be locked in as a charger buck against that Diggersby.
Oh, wow. We have the winners final. Oh, the players are ready for the winners final. So I think I'll take it with Yekai to cast the next game. So see you, David and Widow,
See
See
ya.
you.
and see the team. Wow, man, we can see.
Yeah, he
So
did the similar thing at Worlds last year.
so Beelzeboy apparently. So apparently Beelzeboy doesn't have a team until an hour before the tournament, and he did this well. And we'll see the okay. Let's first run through the team. Beelzeboy is running.
And for first look of it, I think there is some graphic error because from my re, re, if I remember well, the digger speed of Beelzeboy is not Shadow. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the other one. So let's run through the team, right? So Beelzeboy is running Azumarill, normal Diggersby, Shadow Gator, Shadow Drapion, uh, what is it called? Charjabug,
Chargeback,
and
Dewgong.
not Dugong, right?
Not Dewgong.
It's
Right.
I believe it's Mandibuzz, right?
Yeah, it's Mandy.
Okay. hmm And as it's running the similar team, but very similar team, but he is not running Ape, but he is running
He's not running
Mandy.
Mandibus, but
Oh,
Ape.
he's not running Mandibuzz, he's running Annihilate. So very similar
Yeah.
team. So how do you feel about this, Yakai?
Mm, I think on both sides the key will be who sets up either an energy lead or a shield lead for their Feraligatr. That could go a long way. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I have the same feeling because we seen Beelzeboy. This is the third time Beelzeboy is on the stream, and on the two time we saw
Mm,
him, like he shows us how strong Gator can be. Right, he literally
yeah.
sweeps the entire team with like one Gator earlier. So yeah, this is. So how do you feel about the Gator against Mandibus matchup? Because here Beelzeboy has a Snarl Mandibus. So is it better or worse? Oh wow,
Well,
we have
that.
a lock in.
Oh
Okay, we
yeah.
have to wait then. What is
Yeah.
this
So because
poster?
the Mandy's is definitely much better versus Gator than Air Slashes. So we first off seeing a new kind of neutral lead of Azu versus Shadow Drapion.
This is very neutral indeed, but poison sting do hurt. So in like
Yes.
2 shield scenario, like Drapion just wins this every time, right?
Yeah.
So
But
so what do you think here?
But as you could
So,
get some kind of
ooh,
shield advantage here by
weak
throwing
debuff.
ice beam. Yeah.
Okay, what do you like though? Do you prefer throw ice beam or you prefer throw play rough on this kind of matchup?
I prefer throwing ice beam because you if you don't get the first debuff on crunch like Beelzeboy or did, you can actually force two shield from a poison shadow drapion on if you with
Okay.
you don't shield at all. Yeah.
Oh, now we see that Asus has a higher attack on Drapion there since he wins CMP, and he chose to stay here. How do you think
Very
here?
interesting choice by Wiz.
And he's not swapping either. He just stays here. Does it KO? Oh wow, that
Oh
KO.
wow.
That's not usually happen, right? They usually survive two aqua
Yeah.
tails.
Yeah. So I guess Wiz must be
That's
having
oh
a
yeah.
pretty high attack Drapion, indeed.
Yeah, that's two very high attack Drapions for sure. Wow.
Yeah, and I think this is just kind of writing on the wall after
Yeah.
Drapion has took down um, 1.5 mon from Beelzeboy.
Oh, attempt to catch a tam and yeah. Two
Yeah,
shielded. This is a bit rough, right? Because you need two. I think you need
slashing.
two ground, right? You need two of
Yeah,
this to KO.
yeah, you need to use ground
Oh,
because
that's a debuff
we
though.
are normal ape.
So what do we do here? Oh, interesting.
Oh,
He threw the
interesting.
ice.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
probably throw
Yeah,
the
I was
Rage
expecting the
Fist
rage pit
too.
there because it's an easy shield. Maybe. Oh, Beelzebub
Oh,
no shield.
wow.
Oh,
So
well, I think something.
Beelzeboy just trying
Yeah,
to make some fight hack plays, but unfortunately,
that's
he
another debuff though. Is he farming
I don't
down?
think it mattered at all.
Oh, yeah.
Very nice combo with throwing the Ice Punch on CMP here.
Wow.
But I
So
think this Fire Punch won't KO because this is a normal ape.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
barely survive
not gonna
and just
KO,
walk back
and
in.
yeah, so
Yeah,
much energy there.
yeah,
Yeah, that
and
should
just
be
throw to discharge. And
right.
Beelzeboy
Great
knows
team
that.
read, right, by SS. Just
Yeah,
staying on the Drapion, taking the switch, and get the alignment in the back.
yeah, he
Yeah.
knew that at the Drapion swap in from Beelzeboy is kind of a now late bait out.
Hmm. Yeah, and it still surprised me though how the Drapion fainted from double Aquatail because it's not usually the case.
Yeah,
And then
usual.
SS also wins CMP, so it shows that SS probably has like very crazy attack on the Drapion there.
Yeah, probably like I 14 or 15 attack.
Yeah. Does it really get like another matchup? Does it beat the something else other than mirror matchup with the super high attack?
I have no idea about it.
Yeah, it's interesting. So, well, I guess if you don't have Drapion chat and you guys just want to build it waiting for rank ones, yeah, you don't have to, right? Just build the one that you have.
Yeah,
Like it
I would say
useful.
in Great League it doesn't IV doesn't matter on Shadow Drapion on Dan is in Ultra League because in Great League you will face like a ton of mirror match, so sometime being a higher attack Drapion on so that you can win the CMP E-tie in the mirror may be more crucial.
So how do you feel like Beelzeboy gonna adjust here? We haven't seen the Gator, we haven't seen
Yeah.
the Mandibus. So are we gonna see that Mons now, or how do you feel the Beelzeboy gonna react here?
I'm expecting to see Gator next match, but Mandy just I don't know about that because but he's not having a great time against and with Shadow Drapion either.
Yeah, having the Snarl a bit kind of hurts, right? Because like it has the
Yeah,
worst matchup against Drapion and the Ape.
yeah. With Snow,
And
oh, you need like 3 arrow aces in order to take out oh the Drapion.
Oh yeah, tree is definitely very much a lot of energy there. So what else? So we have Drapion lock-in. So what's the other two? How do you feel here? Are we gonna see the charger back too?
Well, you are just trying to let me to guess the whole team. I
Oh
think
yeah,
that's too
exactly.
difficult.
Yeah, this is how we do it, right? I mean, I think something called like world champion difference, right?
Well, free is probably a little bit too difficult, but I'm
Mm-hmm,
expecting to see the Gator plus Diggersby core,
mm-hmm,
or the core look pretty is safe against which side.
mm-hmm. Gator Drapion. Oh, that's interesting. I never actually run the Gator Drapion team, Gator, and yeah, I haven't really run it core that much. But yeah, how do you feel about the ape though on the SS side? So it doesn't, yeah, because we've seen like it does a lot of work against the Diggersby, right? But how is the matchup against other mon there? Like how is the ape gonna fare against the? I think there's a lot of people run the normal ape for better matchup against the Drapion, right? It tanks the crunch
Yeah,
better.
yeah, it can end the crunch better, or the shadow one, and if you eat a crunch, you are in the risk of getting poison sting down afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh,
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 I
yeah,
guess
we have the
we
matchup.
see a
Okay.
knock-in.
So, oh, that's the
Okay,
ape
so Ape
against the
against
Drapion.
Drapion. Another good lead for
Mm,
with
that's a
this
tough
game.
fight too. Ooh. Oh, and still no Gator there.
Yeah, interesting.
So here, no bait. Just throw the crunch. Oh, and no debuff too.
No debuff set.
Yeah.
And just choosing
Can
to
it tank it?
throw
Does
the
it
ice.
KO?
Yeah, it did KO.
Oh, it
So a
does
nice
KO.
CMP from which side?
Wow. The Azu come into Drapion. Wow, dog. This is a bit tough, right?
Yeah, the Ape is
Um,
still so healthy. Nearly
mhm.
full health.
Yeah, but with the one shield advantage, I think Beelzeboy is trying to hope there's no diggers in the back.
Yeah, he's just trying to like take most of the energy on this Azu from the Drapion and hope for Chatterbug sweep.
Big. Okay, so it seems like Beelzeboy is trying to farm it down.
Yeah, probably.
Just save the shield. Man, the crunch do be chunking. It's crazy. And Aquatel, I don't think Aquatel
Yeah,
is quite enough here, right?
yeah, it's not quite enough. Azu survived just
Oh, and
barely.
that KO. So Azu has a move now, and a big player have come in.
And there's this a poison Chatterbug.
Mhm.
This will
So
be
Charger, is that an accessory
an
range? Is it close enough?
interesting endgame. Well, now definitely not, but I think it will be enough eventually after these vote switches is
Hmm.
adding up.
So Beelzebub is just saving up the energy. Just be aware of the catch.
Yeah, but
Ooh.
I don't think in a discharge
Oh
plus
yeah,
vote
not quite
switch
enough
is
damage there.
enough to take out a from this help.
Hmm.
Yeah, so
Man, this matchup is very not unusual. I never really seen this matchup.
yeah, this matchup just feels usually kind of underwhelming for Chatterbug because uh, when the Exeter is resisted, you can just throw a discharge. The matchup becomes really awkward as
Mhm.
discharge is really not a good move.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you said, right? The normal ape sometimes just tanks the move much better and gets to the
Yeah,
last rage fist, and that's a big 2-0. Wow.
the thing with Chatterbug is it although it has a amazing typing trying to fit in this meta, but sometimes when Exeter is resisted, oh yeah, oh we both forgot.
Oh yeah, it's winners final. It's a 5s of
Oh
5.
yeah,
That's right. So one more game. Yeah, but we do see right how yes, the typing on the chargeback is good, but offensively it's pretty decent. But when the X scissor doesn't hurt, it's kind of tough sometimes.
yeah. The
And
damage of this judges kind of disappointed
underwhelming,
in
right?
some way.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and it's not the best of defensively either. It cannot really tanks any move, right? It just everything hits. Yeah, you don't really want to tank crunch. You can't really tank the rage fist well too. It's just a bit tough, just a little bit.
yeah. Most move hit neutral, but you don't really resist any type of move in this meta either.
It's mostly just resisting fastness, right? Oh, it's okay. So 2-0. So Beelzeboy really needs to gear up to flip this game. He needs to win 3 in a row to flip this.
Yeah,
Is it possible?
I think it's possible. Oh, if it is Beelzeboy.
Yeah, it is. Okay. Like we haven't really seen the Gator though, right? We haven't seen a lot of
Yeah,
Gator action here from either side.
surprisingly,
Yeah. Does they know something that we don't? Is the Chargeback is that scary? So for you to not bring the Gator?
I don't
Because
think I don't think so. Because Hydro still hurts a ton on Chargebuck.
yeah, because I heard somewhere that Azu against Chargeback is not that bad. So some
Yeah,
people just runs ABA water against then
true.
they don't mind to see Chargeback on the league with us against Azu.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Third
Okay.
game.
Bigger speed lead from.
Oh, what
Oh,
a read by
amazing,
Delta Boy there.
amazing rip by
And a
Beelzeboy.
big switch up there. That's the 3-1 we don't really see often.
And I think Beelzeboy just throw a Scorching Sand here and go into
Yeah,
his Mandibus to just eat the energy from with bigger speed.
yeah, and and then no debuff
Yeah,
there, but it doesn't matter, right?
yeah. That's just what Mandibus is most good at, absorbing energy from a bigger speed.
Yeah, and the fire punch doesn't hit hard enough like the scorching sands too with no staff there,
Yeah,
man. But it's adding up, dude. This fire punch is so fast. Oh,
yeah.
so
This
how do you?
fire punch and started to hit harder since the fire
The
punch buff
buff, yeah.
recently.
Oh man, and he pivot out too. Like the spam is a lot. There's a lot of time wasted on the charge move.
Yeah,
Oh
was
wow.
trying to do some little shaky play with the switch clock,
Mhm.
but Beelzebub just don't care about it. Throw a charge
Mhm.
move on Manibus again, and then just come in directly right into the Digger speed.
Yeah, this is also the best part about Digger Spear, right? No mons like resist every move. So energy
Yeah,
on this thing is very good,
yeah,
man. This charger bug barely does scratch the Digger Spear here.
yeah. It really just tickling for the Digger speed.
Hmm. Man. And Digger's Mirror. Oof, I don't think it's even KOs.
Yeah, this doesn't even NKO, and the energy of Beelzebub's Digger speed will go a long way
Oh,
in
and
this
he
game.
doesn't swap. Oh no.
Oh, yeah, really smart play on Beelzebub's side to just swap in directly into Gator to get
Mhm.
energy lead.
Yeah, with energy lead, I don't think this is. Yeah, it's probably unstoppable, right?
Yeah,
Maybe he can bait.
because you look on with this team, when the Chatterbug is gone, on energy lead Gator just wins against anything in the two shoe.
Mhm. And the pacing is really good here. Will he bait though? Or is it a possibly a catch here? It's coming very. Oh, and he double baits.
Yeah, he need to do this is to outpace this Gator,
Oh,
and
and
Beelzeboy
Beelzebub.
knows it and calls it. Yeah, this is just
No.
over now. Yeah,
Oh.
he did catch on Diggersby, but there's is still a ton of energy stored on Beelzeboy's Diggersby.
Mhm. And this is a problem, right? Oh, he throws.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he
Maybe he
was
expect a catch there.
yeah, he expect the instant come in with the Diggersby.
Yeah, and big throw there. Wow. What a game. So Beelzeboy just flipped the script here and got his first win. And what a game. Just complete read there.
Yeah, just as I said, I do think the Diggersby plus Gator Shadow Gator core on Beelzeboy's side is decently strong.
Mhm. And is it gonna make okay? So SS just saw this, and he's like, "Man, if only I brought the ape here." Like it's yeah. Is it coming? Is ape coming to expect like that? Does SS probably gonna expect Beelzebub running the same team, and he gonna run ape himself to counter it,
Yeah,
or he just listen?
it's possible, and there is also some possibility on Beelzeboy running Chatterbug it because Chatterbug is either doing neutral or great against with team except Diggersby, so he could make that banking just to lead the Chatterbug to get some advantage.
Mhm. Yeah. Oh man. Sorry.
Yeah, so we may be trying to bring Ape this game just to have more plays again and the Diggersby Gator core that Beelzeboy brought in the last game.
Yeah, and we can see the team, right? Ape doesn't look bad against anything. Even against Azu with two shields, Ape is not that bad against Azu, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, so there's yeah. So bringing Ape is definitely a safe play. And Beelzeboy, do you expect more Gator and Diggersby core again?
definitely this core looks pretty strong.
Yeah, especially with if he gets the lead, right? I think like Chargerbug, whenever Chargerbug sees the Diggersby, it's like it's just game over sometimes. It's kind of hard to come back from that.
Yeah, the worst thing for or Beelzebub or to see it when he bring this core is like an hour late in the lead against the Diggersby because at that moment you are in an energy deficit when you swap into the Gator and the ape can just two shoot and punch you down.
How do you
But
feel about the words like safe swapping Diggersby against Diggersby instead of swapping to Drapion as a safe swap? Is that okay? Oh wow, we have the Azu lead against another Diggersby.
oh, nice core all by Whis.
Oh yeah, so the same core here. Oh, and Wiz has no real answer for
Yeah,
Gator.
yeah, he just has no real answer for Gator safe swap.
Oh wow. So what do you just chip and maybe swap? Still not the greatest. Yeah. Maybe you just save the shield here, right? So you just take shield this
Yeah,
and
yeah, I
swap.
think just
Oh,
no shield.
wait, what is happening here?
I don't know about that.
And he
Yeah,
brought the
and
eight.
which now just come into ape and one shield farm down this Gator.
Oh no.
Yeah, and this
Oh, and there's a big farm down.
energy will
And we
go
don't have many
a
bus
long
to.
way.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
man, it's
it-
it's
this
not looking
wage
good.
fist will eventually add up when and now we throw more or more.
Yeah, we have nothing here.
Yeah,
Belzebub
and
has nothing to counter the Abe.
I don't think in this charge even kill, so Annihilate will probably get to another Rage Fist here.
Oh yeah, man. He
Yeah,
gets
and this
another one.
just add the pain
Yeah, the
on
Ape is
Beelzebub's
punishing
side.
very hard here. Oh yeah, and Beelzeboy is forced to shield, and he
Yeah,
hoped it's Gator
and
in the bag, but it's not Gator.
yeah,
It's
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 Diggersby.
Diggersby.
Unfortunately, this just looks kind of over for Beelzeboy.
Yeah, it's
What
not
an
looking good.
amazing read by I with here. Just calling basically the whole team in of Beelzeboy's side in this game.
Yeah, he's just got yeah. Beelzebub got red, and it's not looking good here. Maybe it can debuff save him. Maybe a catch.
Um, I don't think so, but we will see.
Oh, that's a
He did
debuff.
get the debuff. That's something.
Hmm.
So
Man,
he can throw
maybe
next Scouting Sand and hope for another debuff maybe.
maybe another debuff, and maybe a oh man, can he even catch? I don't think it matters.
Yeah.
Maybe he farms down. Come on,
He,
can he farm it
oh
down? No,
no! So
not
close.
quite enough, man. Maybe if he can farm it down.
Yeah, maybe.
That's just yeah, it's not looking good. Yeah, yeah, the digger speed is just too low here.
Yeah, the poison Diggersby is just too healthy to
Yeah, I don't
take it down.
think choose Poaching Sun KOs either, right? Definitely not. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
it's definitely not gonna
definitely
KO.
not.
Whoa, that's a debuff though. Man, Belzebub pulling a lot of debuff here to save himself.
Yeah, but will this Scouting Sand debuff Buzo Boys?
Nah, okay. And a fire punch just to be safe. Oh, a big CMP gamble.
Whoa!
Wait, okay, wait.
I think Azu can still survive one quick attack, right?
What about two or three? Oh,
Oh!
oh man, he
Oh!
oh
He almost came back
oh he
from
almost
that.
tied the game.
Yeah,
Wow,
unfortunately.
damn, that's almost the biggest comeback.
Yeah,
Almost. That's rough, right?
almost a huge comeback from triple hack counter.
Yeah, that's what Beelzeboy is playing out of his mind.
Yeah,
It just wasn't enough. How do you guys feel about this, David Riddle?
Yeah, I mean that last game, just how close it was, given that we all thought it was over from almost the beginning, right?
yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
Crazy.
yeah.
when we
Maxwell
see the
is
ape,
totally right.
it's just like it's impossible, right? When we see the ape counterstand together, like what are we
yeah,
watching? And wow,
Yeah, but even then, it was still quite close to be honest, because Beelzebub just kept getting those scorching
Scorching
sand
Sand
demons,
debuff. Yeah,
and
yeah, he got like what
yeah,
five
Diggersby
debuffs?
just yeah just showing out how strong Diggersby can actually be with those debuffs, and a bit of an annoying thingy as well, right?
Hmm.
yeah, almost all take down a poison Diggersby plus an Azu by itself in that game. But
Yeah, he's probably
unfortunately,
like
just
one or two fast of away to
yeah,
KO the other.
probably 1 to 2 quick attacks away.
Yeah, and also that solidifies Chargebug in the finals, waiting, and also Esme was waiting for his opponent in the loser side. And if we take a look at the loser side, we still have a few more rounds left before the grand finals, and we have in losers round five, we have two pretty good players here as always. Maxwell, who are these players?
They are both Japanese, and it is Luffy against the previous year's champion, the previous season's champion, Keibon. So that's going to be
Oh,
a really good battle to look forward to. Keibon beats Gamebird 2-1 in the previous round to make it through to losers semis.
And we say bye to Yakai and Panic. And look at these teams that we got right here. And we see not a bit of a honestly a bit of a quite similar teams here with the Shadow Kanto Marowak, the Azumarill, the Shadow Drapion, and the Dugong. Only difference here is the where Keibon opts the Gator over Corsola and the Aridos over Superior as the Grass type. Maxwell, what do you think about this?
Yeah, so just looking at the two different Pokemon, I would say that it is quite neutral, to be honest. Given that the Superior is good against the Gator, bad against the good against the Ariados, and so against the Gator. So just purely off of the team difference, I think this is going to be a pretty good neutral matchup.
I agree, Maxwell. I feel like this is gonna be a lot of dugong assume role actions, to be honest. Because if you're Luffy, you don't really want to bring a superior into an Ariados and a Shadow Drapion. So I feel like the water types is gonna have a nice timer for both of these trainers.
Yeah, I'm looking at Kaibon's double water or even triple water team, having pretty good play. However, with triple water comes a triple weakness to grass type, which Luffy has the superior for. So, you know, Luffy could try and make the reads like he did against Eevee in the previous time that he played, and bring something to, just get rid of that pesky dugong, for example.
Yeah, indeed, Max. We did see last time Luffy going with a of like a call, going for a risk and took the risk, and actually it paid off. Will it paid off this time, however? And maybe we'll see the other way around though. Keibon with that shadow for alligator. We have seen it doing a lot of work this tournament so far, and I feel like it's gonna do another show here.
Yeah, especially together with that Dugong. I mean, just look, there's nothing that beats Dugong plus Skater in this matchup. So I feel like we will be seeing Dugong not only from Kaibon though, but also from Luffy, exactly to be neutral into Kaibon's Dugong plus Gator core.
Yeah, and feel like if you're Luffy though, there isn't. It's gonna is it gonna be is he also gonna lean towards these water types, Maxwell, or is he gonna try and call the triple water as you said, or play a bit safer here?
It's probably a bit hard for Luffy to run both of his water types because look at the Ariados again, with the strong Trailblaze damage into exactly those two water types. So Luffy might once again opt for a potential Corsola read. Just looking at Corsola, its only answer here, your hard answer, is that Drapion. So 5 out of 6 times, it's going to be on something that it's okay with being on. So
You
potential Corsola from Luffy, and that might even scare away the Ariados a bit. What do you think?
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. That Corsola, Galarian Corsola, has a lot of play, as you mentioned. Only needs to avoid the Shadow Drapion, but also it still has a lot of play into that with the Power Gem, right? And Shadow for Alligator, even though it is a bit scary, you still, if you're a good core enough of a good Corsola rank, you can win the ones barely and take Force Gator to double shield. And as you said, could be a good pair with the water types to scare away that Ariados from Keibon.
Yeah, I'm also wondering if we would potentially see any KWAC action. We already spoke about how the water types are strong, so it might be a bit of an RPS pick then against them. But like if Kabon is expecting like any Drapion, for example, or if Luffy wants to try and catch the Ariados off guard, we could potentially see a Marowak coming to try and, just mud slap everything down.
Indeed, as you say, that Shadow Captain Marowak from Luffy, for example, isn't really that bad into Shadow for Alligator. You can win the twos just straight mud slapping down that Gator, and also you can even win the twos against Susumu. So probably an option for Luffy.
Yeah, for sure. These players are definitely taking their time to lock in to, play out all the scenarios in their head. One of them's locked in apparently, and the other one is probably going to be locked in soon. So we will see what the players here decide. We've already discussed there's a lot of different options that they can opt for. I'm looking forward to Dugong mirror matches.
Yeah, Maxwell, as you said, it's gonna be some quite of a neutral games. If you are these trainers, who do you think has the upper hand? You said we both do agree that there is quite of a neutral, but is there someone here that has a slight advantage? Do you reckon it's K-Bon with the triple water?
I think that for Alligator might make the difference with the slight advantage given how much pressure it can put onto everything on this team. Ice Beam for the superior, Hydra Cannon for the Marowak, Shadow Claws against the Azumarill. It can be either a safe swap, a lead, or a closer. But we will see how Keibon decides to use it.
Yeah. And we do see a lock in here in game number 1. We see the Shadow Drapion into the Azumarill. And this is an interesting matchup, Maxwell.
Yeah, it is, because despite having super effective poison stings, all its charge moves are resisted against this Azumarill. And we also not only see the Drapion, but we see, oh my god, what a catch on the Ice Beam onto the Dugong. This is how you play Dugong into a team with no Dugong answers.
Yeah, Maxwell, as you said, that catch on the Ice Beam does nothing, just wasting Azumarill's damage. In comes the Corsola to respond into this Dugong. But if you're Keibon, you should be pretty fine here with that Shadow Drapion energy in the back.
Yeah, and despite there being a Kwak that can now be aligned to that Drapion, I mean, it's almost got 3 Aquatails loaded, whereas 2 is all that's needed to take out that Marowak.
Indeed, we see the power gem coming through here. It is debuffed, so Dugong takes that quite easily, goes for the another icy wind here, and Corsola letting this go. And
You think the Corsola gets the farm down here?
does it? Does it?
No, it has to throw
It
a
has to
move.
throw. Indeed, this Dugong would have reached the drill run or the icy wind there. But now the Corsola is dry and quite low health for a potential farm down here for the Azumarill.
Yeah, and this Azumarill is pretty good, pretty safe here with exactly the Kwak and Mirror Azumarill. So Luffy does not want to give it that farm down and immediately comes in with his own Azumarill.
And oh boy, look at that Shadow Drapion energy, man. He has 2 crunches ready to go here. And he gets even the debuff. So these poisons are just adding up. And man, Keibon is looking really good so far.
Yeah, this is in a great position for Keibon right now. Just having that Drapion against the debuffed Azumarill, and having the almost full health Azumarill in the back in order to, Ice Beam that Kwak later into the game.
Shadow Drapion is absolutely putting in work here. Shadow Drapion is meta for a reason, they say, and gets another Aqua Tail into this Shadow Kanto Marowak.
You think it can reach another one even after this? I think it might not. I think it dies to the
Yeah.
next mud slap.
And
So
it
they both
brings-
swap.
Both swapping, but this gives Azumarill even more farm. And man, this is kind of rough for Kanto Marowak.
Yeah, that's a bit of a rough miscount from Luffy. Probably thought that the Drapion had another Aquatail available, but was 1 Poison Sting away. So yeah, I think Luffy at this point knows that this is over and will likely just get bubbled down.
The Shadow Drapion Azumarill Court showing its dominance and takes game number 1 for Keibon. And wow, what a catch in the lead. Probably was the decisive thing, right? With the Ice Beam catch onto the
Yeah.
Dugong there.
Yeah, just utilizing that safe Dugong as a very, bulky shield and safe swap into anything on Luffy's team. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely insane. And also we didn't see the Feraligatr on K-Bomb. We did see, however, the double water as we said, but now Luffy is back against this wall. How does he readjust into game number 2 here, Maxwell?
Yeah, he probably knows that that Dugong is coming every game, and therefore likely knew that it was paired with the Drapion, hence bringing the Kanto Marowak. However, the Marowak just was in the wrong position, right? It was in the back against the 2 double waters in the back, and not in the lead against the Drapion that it wanted to see. So yeah, Luffy is definitely going to have to make some kind of read once again. You know, does the dugong come in the lead? Does it go in the back? How do you even beat the dugong?
Indeed, it's that Dugong is causing a lot of trouble for Luffy. Is he gonna lean towards perhaps the superior here, or is that too risky with the Drapion and Aridos?
Yeah, given how much work that Drapion did in that first game, Superior might not be the right pick to take, two crunches to the face. However, if he expects exactly the double water again, it might still be able to put in some work. However, icy wind debuffs against the superior is still not something it wants to see either. So yeah, it's a bit of a hard pick here, to be honest.
Yeah, and also, unfortunately, the Galarian Corsola, even though it was in a arguably one of the better matchup, it still couldn't really do much either. It was just like a sponge for Dugong, right?
Yeah, definitely was. I mean, yeah, Corsola is already bulky, so it doesn't do much damage. And then the Dugong Icy Winds on top of that, you know, it played its role to take out the Dugong, but in the end, all it was doing was giving the Azumarill more farm. So we'll
Yeah,
see
let's
how they
see.
adjust.
We do see the Ariados and into the Cantomerok. This is an interesting matchup. I would say the Cantomerok has the edge here, right?
Oh my god, and with the Shadow for Alligator in the back as well. I think Luffy has made the perfect call here with the superior as well. It's avoiding its bad matchups and it's going to be against a water type, assuming everything stays how it is right now.
The Cantomerok goes for the Rock Slide. Do we see a shield for Keibon or not? Do we see a no shield? This Rock Slide does he get there? It doesn't get there, and the Cantomerok is almost full health, and we see the Superior in the back, and this is looking kind of rough for Keibon.
Yeah, this is really rough for Keibon. I mean, there's still like a half health K-Wack, and there's a grass type against two water types. And then also on top of that, to make it even worse, there's a full health bulky Corsola with a big fast move pressure of Astonish.
Yeah, this Superior is gonna do a lot with this Frenzy Plant. Look at that damage, and man, even though there's Gator in the back, there's still Counter Marowak with a lot of health.
I think at this point, Luffy is looking good for just a fast move down on everything. But Kaibon's going to try his best to sweep with the Gator, gets a good energy head start there. Do you think that maybe this Gator can sweep?
I don't know. Look at this Counter Marowak. It still has a Bone Club ready to go here, and for Alligator needs to shield here and has to probably go down another. Has to probably shield another Bone Club here, shortly.
He doesn't have another shield though. He's already used a shield on the Dugong. So maybe Luffy is just going to, yeah, shield this Hydro and get off this Bone Club against the Gator.
Indeed, I was wrong. I was wrong. This Canto Marowak is putting a lot of work and it's doing insane damage here with the Bone Club. Go bye for Alligator, and we we see the Dugong at 1 HP, but a full health Corsola is gonna say bye to Dugong.
Yeah, that was really well read by Luffy there, just bringing the Kwak again, despite us saying that it's probably not the good play into Dugong. But, what do we know? It's Luffy. He makes the right call. He rock slides the Ariados into a no shield, making all the right bait calls as well. He almost won with just two of his Pokemon.
Yeah, after all, these trainers know better than us, right? We are all washed here.
Yep.
But Luffy making another ballsy call yet again with getting the alignment that he wanted and just taking a dominant game number 2 here and 1-1 Weedle. How do we feel about this? It's
Yeah.
gonna be intense game number 3.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to once again another call from Luffy. Does he bring the Kwak or does he not? Is Keibon now scared of the Kwak or is he not? Uh, Keibon might be predicting that after the Kwak was so strong last game, Luffy's gonna drop it now and maybe come in with something else like the maybe I really don't know, maybe his own Dugong for once. Um, yeah, but it's a tough call if you're Luffy here still.
Yeah, indeed, Max. So he did make the read in game number 2. However, it's gonna be rough yet again. He has to make another good call if he wants to take game number 3. I think if you're K-Bon, you're probably feeling a bit more comfortable here with that triple water still. And yeah, I feel like this is gonna come down to how Luffy decides to play it out.
Yeah, I completely agree here. I think Keibon is trying to play it more safe and will have to play around what Luffy does. Um, yeah, the superior coming as well there. That was probably not expected on Keibon's side. However, you know, does that superior scare away like the Gator again or the Azumarill? Does it force the Drapion as well as the Ariados to come in the same team, So a double poison line, despite the Kawak being so strong in that last game.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, that's superior. Might put the pressure on the water types, and it might force Kevin to perhaps bring his poison type, which means maybe the Kanto Marowak still has a lot of play.
Yeah, especially since you already said it beats the two shields against like 5 out of these 6 Pokemon, I believe. So, having that much play is still not it's still decent even against these water types. But we do have the lock in here, so let's see, is the
You're right, Max. So we
Shadow
see a
Marowak?
Shadow Drapion into Azumarill just as game number one here. As we said before, Shadow Drapion, even though the super effective poison sting is good here, the crunch and Aqua doesn't do that much damage, and Azumarill can sponge these moves for days.
Indeed, it can. We see another debuff on a crunch here, or like we did in one of the previous games?
And we see the catch attempt yet again from Keibon, but this time Luffy doesn't fall for it and brings the Corsola immediately.
We already said that Dugong can win the two shields against this Corsola potentially if Kaibon is willing to invest two shields. However, Kaibon likely playing the ADB strategy of baiting out this Corsola and is now probably going to try and sweep with his two shield Ariados.
You're absolutely right, Maxwell. Look at that Ariados. Once this Corsola is gone, there's a Zumbrel and a Drapion, and Ariados has a lot of play into that.
Yeah, making the risky call with the double poison that we spoke about before.
Yeah, and we see this
So
Dugong
no chaos
chipping down the
Ariados plus
Corsola here.
Drapion.
Yeah,
Yeah,
indeed.
is
We
this
see the
going to get down
Corsola
into
taking out the
poison
Dugong
sting
here.
downrange? Is this poison sting downrange? Oh, it's actually going to invest a shield.
Interesting. We see Keibon going for alignment here and takes it out
Wow.
and gets a move store here. If you're Luffy, you probably bring in a Zumbrel to soak this damage and try and sweep with the Shadow Drapion.
I completely agree. The Drapion is still looking very solid from Luffy, especially given how much energy is on that Azumarill. It can potentially threaten the shield versus the Ariados, which Kaibon is now going to bring in instantly.
And we see the Ice Beam being leached from the Azumarill into the Ariados, and it gets another Ice Beam here. And if you're Keibon, you have to shield here, otherwise your Ariados is going to be quite low.
Yeah, but this is rough now for Kaibon because the Ariados is probably into crunch range now, even after this lunge debuff. This
Yeah,
might come down to whether the crunch KOs.
we see the Drapion coming here with two shields, being just doing the dropping things, throwing the crunch here. As we said, even though this is debuff, it's gonna knock out. And man, Drapion with two shield and Keibon having none, it's looking quite rough here.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see a no shield on that lunge there. I would have thought that the lunge does more than any other move that Kaibon can reach for the remainder of this game. So does this come down? Do you think this comes down to a Dugong catch on Kaibon's side?
We will see if he can pull it off. That catch might be the win condition for Keibon here, but we see the Aqua Tail being thrown here, and the Dugong may have a move here, so maybe he can snipe here if he gets it off. But we see Luffy waiting a turn here, being careful of the catch here, and takes out the Drapion. However, did Dugong have that move stored is question. It does have the move, but it's too low, and
Yeah.
we see the Drapion taking game number 3 and Luffy advancing to the losers finals.
Wow, that was great Drapion play there from Luffy. just showing what Drapion with two shields can do versus basically anything in the meta. As you've already said, Drapion is there. Drapion is meta. It's going to do Drapion things, which is just also known as winning.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I can leave. So as we see Luffy taking the win here and gonna face Keibon here, and this is probably that's it for me. I have to dip out unfortunately here, but thanks for having me on, guys. And I think we might have a replacement for me, Mister himself, the producer here, Anikor. Take it away.
Washed battler.
Yo!
What?
Oh my
Hey,
god! Who expected this?
Mr. Day 2 is here.
What a surprise. Um, hello everyone. It's nice to see you. And honestly, so many of those battles have been insane. That last one coming right down to the wire. I mean, Maxwell, you and David were calling it that Cabon should have had that in the bag, but Luffy pulling it out.
Yeah, we saw earlier how Drapion with two shields just do. I mean, it just do crazy things, right?
Yeah,
I can't believe.
Trapion stays, it always stays top up of the top of the meta for a reason.
Mhm.
We all thought that Avon will have some chances of sweeping with Aerodos with two shield in the back, but Luffy just proved that he stored many energy on Azu for a reason, just to take out those shield and s- set up for a Drapion sweep at the end.
Last season, Keibon did this, like get a very good run from losers bracket and winning all the way through. But this time, Luffy stops him. But Luffy also has a very great run, right? I think he lost at round two, and now he just kept winning
Yeah, I
and
mean, we
winning
can
and
take a look at
winning.
the bracket and
Up,
Hmm.
Luffy into the
yeah,
losers finals after beating the previous champion Cabon, Eevee Fun, who made an incredible run into the winners semis, um, and DNK, who was also, I believe, may have come fourth in the last tournament, fourth or fifth, so very high placing. Um, Luffy absolutely on a tear.
yeah. So, uh, how, what's the what's the what do you guys think? Beelzeboy against Luffy?
I mean, that's going to be a great match, isn't it? We have the Charger Bug once again, the
Hmm.
unexpected pick that's doing super well here. And then we have the Shadow K-Wack from Luffy, which is going to be, the Charger Bug's going to be trying to avoid at all costs then.
Hmm.
So next up we have the losers finals, and me and Maxwell will take this one and leave the grand finals to our world champion and our slightly washed.
Hmm.
Didn't realize Annihilate had a shadow version until about an hour ago. Panic. Um, but
Oh yeah, actually some fun facts here. I didn't know and now it has a shadow version until I faced Luffy in the GPL and he just used the ape in the lead to punch through my team.
wait, what?
Hey,
The
not my
world
fault.
champion was not aware. This is bad for your PR, Yakai. Let me just say. Yeah, you didn't know there was a. I expect this from Panic, but not from the world champion. Let me just say.
Yeah,
Um,
because I just don't got any good IVE Anki from the grants, so I just don't care about it till
yeah,
I
I
they.
I got
mean,
punched through.
okay, I'll say something to you, Anikor, just so you know. I don't have Shadow Merrick built either.
I'm not surprised. You're saying that like I would be surprised. I'm not surprised. Yeah. He also didn't realize Jump Luff was meta. Yeah,
Mhm.
guys, why is he on this stream? I've been asking
You
myself
invited
this the whole
him.
time. I did. I did. Did I make a mistake? No,
Yes.
no. He's done a good job,
Yes.
but he's caught up very quickly. I'll say that. Okay, so while we get the players ready, Maxwell, shall we take it away with the
Yeah,
team?
let's go.
Okay, so let me just reset the scores. But Luffy and Beelzeboy. So Beelzeboy, the other player um with a charger bug. Obviously, there's a charger bug waiting in the finals. What's your first thoughts on this matchup?
I'm looking at that Shadow Kwak being pretty good into Beelzeboy, to be honest, with it winning basically having win cons versus everything on Beelzeboy's team, more or less. Obviously doesn't enjoy Azumarill or Mandibuzz, but still has Bone Clubs and Rock Slides to chip away at both of those with for pretty decent damage. So I think Luffy could be doing some more Marowak gaming. Um, but for Beelzeboy, though, I think this is rather, maybe a more difficult matchup for him to face with not having something clearly good on his side for him.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the charge bug looks a bit. It looks decent to bring, but again, like you said, that Marowak is so strong. So kind of forcing uh Beals to bring something a bit, harder for a check, possibly the Mandibuzz. I mean, Azumarill overall looking pretty neutral despite the superior on Luffy's side. So you could see Beals being able to bring a few safe mons and potentially, you know, working his way around this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. For example, with that for Alligator always having, play against basically anything it's up against. I'm sure that Beelzeboy can play around with, hydro cannons into the Kwak, into the Drapion. And as you said, the Mandibuzz is definitely usable from Beelzeboy if he feels like he wants to counter that Kwak. It also has good play into the Drapion on Luffy that would otherwise be a bit of a challenge. So yeah, we'll see what Beelzeboy decides to do.
Yeah, and I mean, Luffy having, I don't know if the fatigue is potentially setting in with him having played so many games. Beelsboy has been chilling for quite a while. So potentially has a bit more of the upper hand in that case. Possibly was watching the last match as well, taking notes and really assessing the way that Luffy was liking to play and planning out how he was going to go about entering this match.
Yeah, for sure. Beelzeboy maybe actually now a lot more scared of the Kwak than he would have already been after seeing how Luffy played with it in that last match. So yeah, as you said, might opt for the Azumarill or the Mandibuzz to try and get rid of that mud slapper. But yeah, I mean, do you think the Charger Bug is going to come because of that Marowak?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a risky bring because obviously, the Marowak's so prominent. However, the Corsola on Luffy's side, I'd say, is the only other predominant check to the Charger Bug. Drapion being a bit more of a neutral matchup. And I don't know, as Luffy, if you feel comfortable bringing in that Corsola, there's like three ish three or four counters to be honest, if you include the for alligator. So potentially Bill's boys thinking actually the charger bug only has one negative matchup as long as you can get it away from that Marowak. Um, maybe even playing some sort of like ABB or ABA strat. The charger bug could potentially put in some work.
Yeah, for sure. The problem is though, how do you bait out that Marowak if you are trying to play an ABB? Because if you come in with the Drapion, then the Marowak's just going to get so much energy that you kind of almost don't want to bait it out with that Drapion.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I guess maybe something along the lines of an ABA sort of situation. Um, or maybe Yeah, I mean, it's true. It is pretty difficult to bait out that Marowak. And maybe using the Mandibuzz might be a bit risky. We've
Yeah, for
got
sure. Especially with the dugong having some good play as well, right? Against like the Diggersby and the Mandibars, as well as everything but the Charger Bug.
Mhm. Yeah, the Dugong's quite interesting because actually, you're right. The Dugong seems relatively free. Obviously, the Charger Bug isn't that great of a matchup, but it's not awful. Dugong tends to do Dugong things and can power its way through, slightly negative matchups like the Charger Bug.
Yeah, we even saw you lead dugong into Charger Bug in that
Oh,
Birmingham
so we did.
regionals
Yeah.
against these Violators. I'm
It,
pretty sure we discussed that pre-match,
we
the
actually
actual
did. Yeah.
yeah.
Looking at Xylus's team and expecting him to do something like a Charger Bug lead, as well as a Diggersby lead, Dugong felt like a safe option where, even if it was Charger Bug, you have a lot of play into it. And even if you switch out and then it realigns later on in the game, you may have a bit more of an energy advantage and again have a decent amount of play into it. So, um, yeah, potentially expect the Dugong most games. It does seem like a very safe option.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. But then once again, that kind of leads us back round to the question: how will Beelzeboy try and deal with that dugong? Especially paired with that Kwak. Yeah, it's just like what beats dugong plus Kwak? I think the answer is nothing.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
the
that
the
is true.
Azumarill may be the safest bets against those two. The Azumarill and Feraligatr both paired together.
So we do have one player locked in, and the other player just considering his line now.
I
Um,
assume the locked-in player is Luffy then.
you know what? The whole stream, I was hoping someone would make that joke, but actually, I think in the game of Beelzeboy versus Eevee, Beelzeboy actually locked in first, and
Wow,
yeah,
that's actually surprising.
I know. So either Beelzeboy is changing his ways, or Eevee just takes a lot longer to lock in, which
Uh,
is also quite surprising. Um, but again, at this stage in the tournament, you're in the losers finals. I mean, I think this part hasn't been said on stream yet, but obviously there's £100, or there was £100 cash prize for the winner. However, it has been matched by a generous donor, and the pool is now £200, being £125 for the winner and 50. That doesn't make sense. 75 for the loser. Yeah, I think that was the split, if I
yeah.
remember correctly. Either way, there's more money. So there's more money, up for grabs here. And again, at this stage in the tournament, when you're one win away from, just securing some money, you're gonna be thinking through your lines over and over again just to make sure. But this is also a best of five. So, you know, losing one, even two games doesn't end it here.
Yeah, you're very right about that. And then Eesmis versed comfortably already with the money in that grand finals as
Yes.
well. So, having to win three best of fives now in a row to win the whole thing for either of these players, you know, it's not an easy feat.
It won't be
So
easy at all. Um, you know, uh, again, the viewers. Oh, when we have a lock-in for both players, and let's see how both players choose to approach this game. You called it, Maxwell. The Marowak in the back.
yeah, and the Azumarill lead though into that Mantabuzz. So instantly for Alligator safe swap.
Now, here's the thing: for Alligator on the safe swap, no real answer from Beelzeboy, and this could be a pivotal point of the game. The Feraligatr essentially has the control here.
Yeah, for Alligator has a really dominant two-shield matchup into that Azumarill, as the Azumarill does not even get to land a single charge move if they both try using two shields here.
But I think this is
But
smart from Luffy. He knows he can't
yes,
come in behind energy, but if he takes a shield, he gives himself a bit more room with that Drapion to potentially neutralize the Feraligatr.
you are very right about that. But if we have a look at Beelzeboy's whole team, he has left nowhere for that Kanto Marowak to go. He knew
It's
it was
true.
coming. So he's got that Azumarill and that Mandibuzz and the water type for Alligator. So I think Beelzeboy might even be in an okay spot. Could even potentially farm up and catch onto the Mandibuzz. However,
I,
it's just going to opt for another Hydro Cannon into this Drapion for now.
I really like this play of Bill's Boy bringing in that Mandibuzz because he knows it's got nowhere to go with the Azumarill, but it may as well just soak up the damage. And his Feraligatr, having no obvious response on Luffy's side, he knows it's got more value.
Yeah, you're very right. And even though, you know, he knows that there's the Azumarill for this Mandibuzz, I think Beelzeboy is okay with just kind of sacrificing this Mandibuzz and keeping the Gator alive, as well as having that Azumarill in the back can potentially farm up a lot of energy later against Luffy's Azumarill.
Agreed. And to be honest, with how low this Azumarill is getting right now, this Mandibuzz might even take it out. But goes in for the
I'm not
aggressive
sure.
swap and going for an aggressive farm down just doesn't make it.
Yeah, the Azumarill is obviously a very chunky boy, so he will tank any kind of Shadow Claws, forcing some of the Relegator energy and coming in with his own Drapion to take out this Gator.
Okay, now Maxwell, I know you said this was looking in Bill's Boy's favor, but the Azumarill is full health. Do you think this Drapion can put in enough work with a bit of backup with the Marowak?
I'm really not sure. I think I don't think the Ice Beam one-hit KOs the Marowak, does it? So if Luffy can get like debuffs and more crunches, it might be able to get it into range of one of those bone clubs. However, Beelzeboy just instantly throwing that Ice Beam. What do you think this is looking like?
I think this might be game over because, well, yeah, I think this might be too much for the Marowak to take out, unless it can actually. I think this might be too much for the Marowak. It'll be too low. Probably doesn't get to two moves, and probably needs two moves to take out the Azumarill and then the Mandibuzz straight after.
I think it's just going to get bubbled down. Oh my god, what a
Oh,
beautiful catch
a Bone
onto
Club
the
catch
Marowak.
on the Mandibuzz. Oh my
Oh,
days. Well, that I think secures it, right? Because now
yeah,
you
I
need
think you're
another two
right.
moves. Um,
Oh,
and yeah, that was over. Honestly, I thought it could potentially have gone into Luffy's favor there because I think the
yeah,
Drapion was perhaps the key. Preserving that Drapion at the Azumarill part, but at that point, both players have
yeah.
no shields, and you kind of have to predict when your opponent is going to throw. So um, it was a bit of a difficult end game there.
Yeah, you accidentally put the scoring incorrect.
Oh, my bad.
But
Yeah, yeah,
just average Anico moments.
yeah.
But yeah,
Sometimes
Beelzeboy.
multitasking is hard.
No, I get it. I get it. Beelzeboy taking the first game, as we said, just perfectly reading that Kanto Marowak would be in that battle, and I'm surprised that we didn't see a dugong on Luffy's side.
Right. Because actually, the Dugong would have had a lot of play into essentially the entire line that Bill's Boy just brought.
Yeah,
Perhaps Luffy might be rethinking it now, and maybe this is something Bill's Boy will pick up on as well, being like, okay, well, Dugong did have a lot of play there. Maybe I should put something out there which will, stop it a bit. But what do you reckon was the pivotal Pokemon for each player in that game?
I would say the pivotal Pokemon for Beelzeboy is Luffy's Kanto Marowak, just because it had no play into his line. No, but probably that for Alligator. I mean, being such a strong safe swap into the line that Luffy brought. Luffy had no response to it, so was forced to take a lot of damage on the Azumarill and go down two shields on that Drapion just to keep the switch.
Yeah,
You know,
honestly, I feel like that's probably in this meta, that's probably one of the most dangerous things is to be soft to a Shadow for Alligator. Because that Shadow for Alligator player will use it completely to their advantage, and they're in the driver's seat now. Now you're playing their game. Um, and in that first game, Luffy was soft to that Shadow for Alligator, and it came back to bite him.
Yeah, it definitely did. But it's really hard to build a line, that's not that kind of makes sense against a for alligator safe swap, right? Especially
Yeah.
with if you're looking at Beelzeboy, he might have noticed um the Mandibuz's lead, right, is weak to Azumarill and Dugong, right? And you know what you can safe swap for alligator into very easily? Both the Azumarill and Dugong. So we'll see how they play out this second game.
Okay, Charger Bug into Drapion, pretty neutral matchup. I'd say in favor of the Drapion, but it does mean that you essentially use up your Drapion in this matchup. I feel.
Yeah, and if you're Luffy and you're thinking about your backline here with that Kanto Marowak, he might really want switch here.
Yeah, he knows 100%. There's no way that there's going to be no answer to the Marowak in the back.
Yeah.
So he knows switch is really important.
But
And
not only instantly
aggressive
coming with the Gator. I'm
That
not
is
sure
really
because he's gonna have to shield this crunch. I mean, I don't think it's a bad play because he's gonna get shields back really easily with all
Yeah.
these hydrocans. Actually coming in with the K-Whack this late.
I mean, again, he knows that there's got to be a hard answer for the K-Wack in the
Yeah.
back, so this is probably the best place he's going to get some value out of it. But coming into a Gator with energy is a very interesting play.
It's an interesting play, but a very good play because look, the Mandibuzz is on Snarl and there's an Azumarill in the back. I think I'm pretty sure that Azumarill wins every scenario against that, even down 2 shields.
Yeah, that is a great call. I mean, there's still that charge above there, so there's a bit of wiggle room for Beelzeboy if he wants to invest in it. But looks like he's going to spend this second shield on the Feraligatr.
Yeah. Luffy not able to get off the double bone club, but I think he's okay with this because look, this is a nice bubble down range.
Yeah. And I mean, okay, so here's the thing. Obviously, like you said, the Azu is going to win, most matchups against the Mandibuzz. Is it going to win chipped, is the question. And is this bubble even going to KO?
I think this bubble is actually going to be enough to KO, so I think Beelzeboy is denied the double discharge.
Oof.
But yeah, it's really low now, and Beelzeboy has a potential catch onto that for alligator later into the game as well.
These players are so good that they will find the win con right at the end. But Luffy also knows this. Luffy knows that the catch is a part of the win con, so this is really going to come down to the wire, I reckon.
It might not even be the catch that's part of the win con. It might actually be Beelzeboy just getting off 2 aerial aces here and actually getting all that Shadow Claw damage that the Feraligatr still has available to it, maybe.
That is true. I mean, how low is this Feraligatr? He comes in with the Feraligatr straight away.
Yeah.
And you might be right here. Do you think the aerial ace is enough at this point?
I think it's still barely not. Especially with those snarls doing like negative damage,
It's healing the Azumarill.
I'm not sure.
And the play rough just not KOing.
Yeah.
Now here Luffy's going to ask
gonna be really
himself,
close.
if this doesn't KO, was it worth sending 2 ice beams instead of that play rough?
The thing is, he
and
already
gets to
used the
ice
play
beam
rough.
anyway.
Yeah.
Gets to the ice beam anyway.
Oh.
And honestly, I mean, Beelzeboy played that absolutely phenomenally because that was looking very dire. But again, Luffy pulling out the only win con there, taking advantage of what maybe, I don't know if you could call it a mistake, but Beelzeboy aggressively swapping the Feraligatr did give Luffy a bit more of an energy advantage, allowing him to get to those last moves. I mean, do you think that was a mistake, Maxwell, or do you think it was very necessary?
The Gator safe swap.
Yeah, just like aggressively bringing it in against that
Yeah.
Azumarill at the end.
I mean, I don't hate it, but yeah, having to give up or just doing all the Shadow Claw damage before, before landing another aerial ace or completely removing any catch win con as well, right? I think maybe Beelzeboy thought he would survive 3 bubbles and get to that Hydro Cannon, which is maybe why he did that. But yeah, it's a rough call. you don't really know how much a bubble does until the Feraligatr is actually in that matchup, right?
It's true.
So he kind of had to make a bit of a guess whether it would survive those 3 bubbles, but it didn't.
Yeah, it didn't pay off there. And I mean, it looked like it was in Luffy's favor for the majority of the matchup. And only towards the end were we thinking, actually, this is Beelzeboy's match. So really well done to Luffy for actually bringing it back and just maintaining the the momentum there.
Yeah, the charger bug as well, though. Getting that discharge off against the Azumarill, that was a very important, very key moment in that battle, actually, that we haven't talked about yet.
Yeah,
Um, do you think the charger bug comes again, though? Because if you saw Beelzeboy's line that game, it was so weak to a KWAC lead.
it's true. It's true. And in fact, it was super weak. I mean, I guess he had his for alligator safe swap, which you're at least going to take both shields, or in the worst case, you've kind of used up the KWAC, right? Because if the KWAC wins that matchup, and then you bring in the Mandibuzz and then it swaps out, well, you've avoided it with your Charger Bug. So um, potentially the thinking there. But again, we didn't see the Dugong.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that still surprises me. Maybe Luffy knew that Beelzeboy would bring the charge bug that game, so decided to actually not bring the Dugong. And I think the Azumarill was the right call, looking at how it ended up on the
That's true.
Mandibuzz in the end.
That's true. Okay, well, we've got a lock in by both players again. This is game number 3. And again, this is a best of 5. So 1-1, so much more to play for here. Oh, okay, well.
Yeah, this is not the lead.
This is unfortunate, but although that was unfortunate, this happened game 1, and Beelzeboy managed to come back and get the win there. So, the safe swap for Alligator being met by the Marowak this time.
However, this time, the Marowak comes in quickly enough in order to, I think, be able to get the Mud Slap down in the 2 shields here. I'm pretty sure
I can't remember.
he
I
can.
think it may have... Oh, okay. Beelzeboy just fully conceding that.
Yeah, I think that's an okay call there because he knows that he's not gonna win switch at that point. So I think he's just gonna go for a 2 shield play in the back.
Yeah, and I think that's smart. Like at this point, you can kind of really take advantage of this Marowak by, potentially snarling down, banking a lot of energy, and then investing in the Drapion, and maybe leaving the Mandibuzz energy for like potential snipes later on. Oh, but Luffy going for a catch.
Okay.
Interesting.
I really don't hate this play from Luffy because look how much health that KWAC still has, and Poison Stings, resisted into that ground typing.
Right. Yeah.
I think Luffy has, danced around with all this fast move damage, and I think he's in a very good position right now.
Yeah, and we know Shadow Drapion has no counters, and Luffy's Shadow Drapion in the back, even meeting the Mandibuzz, not really that much of a counter, especially with Snarl.
And especially also when the Mandibuzz is already at half health, right?
Right.
So probably 3 Aqua Tails actually, but with all the Poison Sting damage, Snarl's not adding up either. But Beelzeboy over-farming a lot against this Azumarill. He probably wants to maximize the energy, but just look how low he already is.
Right, because how much is he? Well, he's probably not going to get another move off, so I don't know if that was a worthwhile investment.
Yeah, because this Mud Slap snuck through. That was a really, really good swap by Luffy there. Realizing that a Mud Slap would KO, so he's just going to sneak one through and shield the Aqua Tail and deny all the energy there.
Yeah, and this is looking in Luffy's favor here. I think he can probably even make that second rock slide. And there you go. That was, honestly, I think that was amazing play on Luffy's side. Pivoting around, dancing around, like you said. Being more aware of, the micro matchups as opposed to the whole matchup. Being aware that, okay, the Mandibuzz at half health, I can deal with that later with my Drapion. I don't need to align it to my Azumarill. So let me bring my Azumarill back and maybe save a bit of the Marowak.
Yeah, you're very right about that. I don't think Beelzeboy misplayed. I just think Luffy outplayed. So,
yeah, I agree. Yeah,
it's just that was really good,
honestly,
good battling from him.
Again, at this point in the tournament, after Luffy's played so many matches in a row, to still be playing at that level is super impressive.
Yeah, I mean, he's had he had a very rough start into the tournament. I think he dropped pretty early, yeah, in the winners round 2 to Gamebird, but has clawed his way all the way through. I think this is he's already done 4 rounds in the losers bracket.
Wow.
And wow, yeah, now this is his 5th one, and he's up 2-1 against Beelzeboy.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. One win away from the grand finals and that money placement as well. And also, something I didn't mention, but obviously, we will have a new APC champion this season. All 3 of the players still in contention, haven't won before. But also, I'd say actually, all 3 of the players haven't even top forward before. So, this is a
Really?
very new. I mean, we've only had 2 tournaments, but this is a very new environment. And honestly, one thing I love to see when I see these players doing really well in the Open Great League meta, especially because the qualifiers don't happen until late on in the season, is that these are the names to watch. Obviously, we already know that Beelzeboy is a name to watch, but Luffy and Eesmis, they did qualify for Worlds, but maybe didn't do as well in Worlds, but definitely names to watch. Coming to the Japanese qualifiers this year.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Japanese qualifiers, you know, it's a difficult thing to qualify through. So
Yeah.
actually making it, through all the different various stages of qualification is always very impressive.
Yeah. And quick shout out to Garando King Tommy Phoenix. Yeah, wanted a little shout out. Valued member of the APAC community. Um, helping us in all our tournaments. The Chansey master. Yeah, this guy had a Chansey and a Great League Rayquaza and put them on the same team. Now, amazing movements right there.
Big shout
He,
out.
however, didn't bring Chansey to the Indonesian playoffs, and as a result, didn't win. So I
Yeah,
don't know. I
that's
think,
that's the reason why.
yeah, I think it's definitely the reason why. So, Garando King, I know you're listening. You need to bring Chansey next time. Everyone in the
Mm.
background agrees as well. Both Panic and Yakai. Chansey next time. Okay, we have a lock in. Um, am I saying that too prematurely? We have a lock in from
Uh,
one player.
For one
The
player.
second players
From
considering their line. Again, this is potentially the last match, but potentially an
Yeah,
opportunity for Beelzeboy to claw it back. Do you think we're going to see the Dugong? We've been talking about this quite a bit, but like you said, the Azumarill has been doing quite well.
I think it might come soon enough, given how Beelzeboy just led Mandibuzz with Drapion in the back. I think the only thing that Luffy's scared of is leading the Dugong and then the Feraligatr being safe swap, right? Because
Right.
Feraligatr safe swap into Dugong is a very safe play from that Beelzeboy can do in this matchup, right?
One
We've
thing I
already
feel
seen.
like is that the Feraligatr Dugong match feels a lot closer than the Feraligatr Azumarill match, where the Feraligatr player doesn't necessarily have as much control. I feel like in the Azumarill match, as a Feraligatr player, you can, come out with a lot of energy and put up 2 shields. Whereas in the Dugong match, you're sort of, forced to call a move firstly. And then even at that point, if you decide to 2 shield through it, you don't necessarily leave with as much advantage. So maybe it's a bit more preferable.
No, I think you're very right about that, but we do have the lock-in here for game
Oh,
number 4, and
Beelzeboy making the
Beelzeboy,
call.
yeah, finally leading into that KWAC. And look, it is the Dugong that we spoke about.
It is, and the safe swap Azumarill, Beelzeboy doesn't have an obvious response. But also, I mean, I guess the Feraligatr is the best response, but I guess he's just happy to see it here, right? You get rid of
Do
it
you
and maybe free up
think,
the Mandibuzz.
yeah, I was about to say, do you think that he just stays in here, wins Switch because he's one bubble ahead, and then just puts his Mandibuzz on the KWAC instead?
Potentially, yeah. But do you think he's really expecting this Dugong? Because again, I think this Dugong can put in a decent amount of work into the backline.
I think you're right. Yeah,
If he
sorry.
thinks that, yeah, no, if he thinks that, this is the only essentially Feraligatr counter out the way, then he might be surprised.
Yeah, because the Dugong hasn't come yet, so he might be expecting something like the Drapion to be in the back again.
Right.
That would probably make sense as well.
Yeah. Yeah,
However, he might be thinking, given that it was the Azumarill safe swap and not the Drapion safe swap, maybe he's, you know, rethinking whether it actually is a Drapion in the back.
true, true. And a shield from Luffy is interesting, I guess. Investing the
Oh
shield
no,
here.
does he let it go and just farm down with the Feraligatr?
Oh, and that's it.
Oh
And the
no,
Azumarill
oh no.
saved for a catch, but the Dugong here to neutralize for the Feraligatr. But I don't know if this is the play.
I'm surprised that he came in with the Dugong here, maybe not reading the Mandibas in the back then, I guess.
Yeah, but
But
I
this
mean,
is now, yeah, a really good position for Beelzeboy.
it is, and especially a shield down. And surely, as Luffy, you've got to expect the Mandibas coming. There's,
Yeah.
like you said, there's no real proper answer to the Marowak aside from that Mandibas.
No, you're right. So maybe Luffy just, you know, sometimes you're kind of a bit on autopilot and you kind of just react to what you see instantly, but not really putting too much thought into that swap. However, he is able to get another drill run, so Beelzeboy will throw on CMP to deny that energy.
Now, what do you do as Luffy? I mean, I don't know if you can really mud slap down, and even if you do, there's a whole Mandibas to take out. However, this is Snarl, not Air Slash, and the Azumarill still has some health. Do you think there's a bit of play here?
I'm really not sure. I think this is a really rough position for Luffy to be in, and I just don't think the Azumarill has enough health where it can really, do much of anything against this Mandibuzz at this point in the game.
Right. I mean, it had just thrown energy as well, so not even any energy. And Beelzeboy being aware here that, you know, not going to fall for any shenanigans. He's got caught on multiple times in this tournament, but not risking it now.
Yeah, so he's going to be making sure that the Mudslaps come through before he throws his charge moves. But is this ever like in range for, another rock slide? Is he going to shield? Yeah, he is going to shield. So not trying to sweep with the Feraligatr just yet.
Oh,
And
he
oh
knew.
my,
He knew. I mean,
yeah,
you know what? With this much health on the Feraligatr, I think even if he didn't know, it would have been a very uphill climb. However, getting okay. I mean, yeah, this is not doing anything. But, try a bit of copium there, but yeah, this may be an equalizer, and we may be going into a game 5. I don't know if
I
it's
think
too
you're
soon to say
right.
that, but yeah,
I
this
mean,
Mandibuzz completely snarling down.
does the Dark Pulse KO here?
Yeah.
I think even if it doesn't, I don't think Luffy is going to be at the rock slide after this one mud slap in the first place. So Beelzeboy is going to tie up the score 2-2 in this best of 5.
Incredible play by both players, but Beelzeboy really pulling it back, making that call that there would be, the Marowak lead, um, and also being aware again with that safe swap where it's like, well, actually, I don't, even though I don't have a proper answer to the Azumarill, I can just stay in here, free up the Mandibuzz. You know that the Marowak exists on the team, so you know that there's at least a good matchup for it. And I think Beelzeboy played that really, really well.
Yeah, no, I agree. Because if he does come in with the Feraligatr against the Azumarill safe swap, he's probably likely to go down 2 shields. So I guess just realizing that he doesn't want to go down those 2 shields, he just wants
Right.
to keep the switch in a safe way and then later align the Mandibuzz onto that Marowak. However, I think the most pivotal moment in that game was when Luffy decided to bring the Dugong into that Feraligatr safe swap.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you're right, because at that point, he still had shields, and maybe that was the best matchup that the Marowak was going to have. At the very least, chip it down and get it into a range where the Dugong can then maybe farm it down or, just get a bit of a head start.
Yeah, and especially with the way that Beelzeboy played out the lead, staying in with the Azumarill, that should have really kind of been the alarm for Luffy that it is that Mandibuzz in the back and that he's just going to keep switch and align the Mandibuzz, right?
Yeah. I mean, he
But
even threw a
yeah,
shield threw a shield
yeah,
up right at the
exactly,
end.
exactly.
So it definitely must have been pinging off in his mind, but I don't know, maybe a misread, or maybe it is just this late stage tournament fatigue
Yeah,
coming in. It's a very valid thing, like I imagine people watch at home, watch regionals, and it gets to this late part of the tournament and they're wondering why certain misplays are being made. But if you've been playing all day and you're having to outthink your opponent all day, especially in the losers bracket, I mean, we're only human, right?
Yeah, I think we've both been in similar positions ourselves here. So, yeah, it really is not, an easy challenge to
Yeah,
overcome.
yeah,
Luffy having played quite a few more games than Beelzeboy just here, just yet. Um,
yeah. And I
yeah,
guess this is one of the downsides of getting knocked into the losers bracket quite early. Um,
yeah.
but it's not, out of the ordinary. Only the last two regionals we've seen both Elite and Marto Galde go from dropping really, really early into the loser bracket and winning the entire thing. So, you know, it's not an impossible feat, but it is something reserved for the absolute best,
Yeah, we've rarely seen day two losers bracket start.
right?
Players starting in the losers bracket actually win the whole thing. So it's actually, yeah, kind of crazy to see that twice in a row now.
Yeah,
But
very
yeah,
interesting.
it's not impossible as we clearly see. So yeah, I
But
wonder if Luffy's going to pull off something similar.
so this is the final game. Both players are aware. I'll say that one player has actually locked in, and one player is still thinking about it. But
Beelzeboy.
I won't. I won't disclose. Um, but what do you reckon? What do you reckon is like sort of the important thing to factor in from both Luffy and Beelzeboy going into this last game?
Do you think Luffy will ever drop the K-Whack just expecting Beelzeboy to counter it as much as he has so far? Do you ever just go with like a Drapion double water or even come in with the superior against, the Azumarill and for Alligator that Beelzeboy has been bringing the whole time?
It's true. It is a very ballsy call because obviously there's, a few checks to the superior, three checks, and even Diggersby and the water types themselves are not awful into the superior, but you called it right. Beelzeboy has been, playing relatively weak to it so far. Um, and so maybe that's a good adjustment. On Beelzeboy's side, do you consider something different from what you've already been bringing?
I think it's just very risky, um, because if he does bring something different, then that Marowak's going to tear through him like it did in, I believe it was game two when he brought the charger
Right.
bug, right?
Yeah.
Was it game? I think no, I think it was actually game three where he just saved the K-Whack to later take out the Drapion, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I can't remember which game it was, but
Oh yeah,
I'll take your word
one
for
of the games, one of the
it.
games.
Yeah. That is true. That is true. I mean, obviously the for alligator has been the MVP for Bill's Boys, so we can kind of expect that. Mandibuzz as well has been finding its mark a majority of the time, and even when it's not been, it's been putting in a decent amount of work against the Azuma.
Oh, you
Oh, and
actually
this is
do see the superior
oh,
and
what a
into the
call!
Diggersby.
I wouldn't expect anything less from the EUIC champion, but safe. Okay, this
Oh
is very
no.
interesting. This is very interesting. Oh my god!
I
Now,
think I think what Beelzeboy was thinking is superior lead is not going to be with an Azumarill in the back because of the charge bug, right?
right?
But I don't think Luffy cares at this point. I think he's going to
Yeah,
play ABA to,
he's
you know,
like,
to win.
this is the only opportunity, and he called it absolutely correctly. He's got a ton of energy on that superior. He's got the Mandibuzz locked in to this Azumarill, and again, you can only expect from Luffy that the third is going to be the Feraligatr, right? It's been the
Yeah.
MVP. That superior is looking so powerful.
And it's a crazy line from both sides, to be honest. I mean, Beelzeboy being hard ABA into the and the superior, Luffy being ABA into the charger bug and kind of soft ABA into
Oh,
the Drapion as well. So
yeah. I mean, I say all as if, like Beelzeboy has to pull out anything he can, right? So I guess potentially
yeah.
preserving that Mandibuzz is the play. Maybe trying to take advantage of the switch clock. And I mean, here, Luffy's not switching out. Do you think that
Yeah.
Beelzeboy can take advantage of the fact that he's not switched out yet?
I think Beelzeboy is taking advantage or is trying to take advantage of the fact that he will swap out later. But I think Luffy is just fine staying in. I think Luffy's reading that it is indeed something weak to Superior in the back, given that Beelzeboy was trying to kind of bring back in the Diggersby and save that
Right.
Mandibuzz, right?
Right. He doesn't want to let the Superior get bait out. But I feel
Yeah.
like this gives some space for. Oh! Gets the Shadow Claw down, so no damage on the Feraligatr. Now the Feraligator's up energy. I mean, one shield remaining, but I think it gives some space for Beelzeboy to potentially do something here.
I don't think so at all because
Okay.
Luffy played really yeah, no, Luffy
No,
played
yeah.
really well at the beginning, farming up all that energy on the Superior against the Snarl Mandibuzz, right? So basically took no damage
Right.
for a free frenzy plant. And Beelzeboy was down a shield, so I just don't see it. I just don't see a way
Yeah.
that yeah, even after even if he did catch the frenzy plant, I think Luffy's fine with just, farming back up a bit and then coming in with
Right.
the Drapion.
Right. Yeah, I guess like at this point as well with the failed catch, it really is tough. Um, as Luffy, you don't need to expend that last shield because you just save it for the Superior just in case of a potential Ice Beam. And I mean, what can Beelzeboy really do here? Like, do you think he has any outs? Any extreme
I
outs?
really don't think so. I
It's,
think
it's
the out is just a massive misplay from Luffy, but I don't think Luffy has much of a chance to lose from here. He's got a frenzy plant loaded,
yeah.
he's up a shield, he's still got a good amount of Drapion left. Okay, which is going to die to an aerial ace. He's going to try and save the. Yeah, okay, doesn't even fall for the catch either. Luffy's
Yeah,
just making all the right plays here.
all the right plays. And honestly, I think that dominant lead with the Superior, um, you know, Beelzeboy like trying to respond with the Mandibuzz, trying to respond with a hard answer. And I think Luffy just recognized he hasn't got an answer to Superior and really capitalized on
Yeah, I think Luffy's just had enough of all the double water that
that.
the other boy's been bringing.
It
So,
seems so.
just getting rid of it with that Superior, and it's going to take him the win and bring him into the grand finals.
And congratulations to Luffy. I think I need to let them know that that was the final match. Because and I'll bring our other two casters back in to discuss what just happened there. Yekai Panic, welcome back.
Hello.
What did
What
you think
again?
of that losers finals?
Oh, oh yeah. I just love on the last frenzy plan. He still throw on timing.
Yeah, I mean optimize until the end, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh yeah. Oh, there was a very tough last game, right? Beelzeboy made the right adjustment to play against Kewek, but at the end, yeah, it just didn't work out.
But Luffy just respond, if you are so well prepared to my KWAC, then I just don't bring it.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. And again, impeccable read with the team composition, and perhaps Beelzeboy not doing enough to, you know, predict that kind of adjustment, right? He went still relatively safe, and maybe he had to do something a bit more drastic.
Yeah, he did end slightly safe by leading Diggersby instead of Azuma with a Gator in the back. Just so be like a little bit softer to Superior, but Superior was in the lead, so still tough for him.
are you surprised that he didn't stay in with the Diggersby and potentially reach, for two fire punches in the zero
To
shields there?
to be
Hmm.
honest, I was a little bit surprised about that. I thought he would just play the zero shield if he just faced Superior in the lead, but just as you said before, he may not be expected the Azuma with a Superior lead it in the back. So that's why he may want to like get a slightly advantage with Mandy safe swap and then play around the switch clock and take out the superior. Yeah.
We're just getting our grand final set up and just a bit of information to remind or potentially let anyone know who didn't know before. So, obviously, we're at the grand finals now. We're going to have a new APC champion this season. Um, a Japanese APC champion. So, the same as last season. We did have a Japanese champion last season. Both players here will be taking some money home. Obviously, the winner taking more. Um, However, due to the good performance by Beelzeboy and also the performance by Keibon, um, while these two trainers, our two finalists, will automatically qualify for the Champions Tournament next season, due to Beelzeboy and Keibon's performances, APAC and Japan will also get an extra qualification slot. So, um, it'll be good to see who can take advantage of that qualification slot next season, um, and potentially have a really good run. Now, the
Yeah.
finals, just getting ready for the finals. Yeah, let me get ready a bit more. But we will be passing the finals over to um, Yakai and Panic. Um, Maxwell, do you have anything to say before the finals?
Nope, not particularly.
Nothing at all. Who do you reckon? Who's your
Uh,
prediction to win Luffy versus Essis Midwest based on
I
the
mean,
performances today and also your previous experience with them?
that last battle from Luffy was just, amazing, an amazing call, right? He made every single right play. Um, and but to be honest, both of these players have had momentum in, Eesmis Wurst has the winners bracket momentum, Luffy has the losers bracket momentum. I think they're both kind of having the right momentum. So I really don't know which way this goes.
Yakai,
Yeah,
Panic, do you have any opinions?
and Maxwell, remember to open our gifts.
Open
Cho-
No,
mind too.
choosing
no,
this time.
no.
But Yakai, Panic, who do you reckon has the upper hand here,
Man,
based on
it's
what
it's
you've seen
hard to
so far?
argue, right? It's
It's
hard to
hard to.
argue that Luffy has won like what 5 rounds in a row now
Yeah,
from
Yeah,
losers bracket.
and I have to support Luffy because he did beat me to knock me to the losers bracket.
right.
So
So
if he
you're
wins, I
biased.
can say that I lose to the champion.
That is true. That
True.
is true. Um, okay, so we're just getting our players set up, but I think Panic Yekai, why don't you guys take it away with the teams for the grand finals?
Let's go.
Yeah. So on Luffy's side, we have Azumarill, Shadow Kanto Merak, Superior, Shadow Drapion, Galarian Kosola, and Dilgon.
And
Whereas
SSR, yeah. Yes, Azu, Diggersby, Shadow Gator, Shadow Drapion, Annihilate, and Charjabug. How do you feel?
yeah, so first look to the team. As usual, the Kanto Merak on Luffy's side looks pretty strong again.
Yeah, I agree. Like,
The
there's no really
only
hard check, right?
yeah, the only real answer to it is like Azumarill and Diggersby is neutral versus it. It's
Mhm.
likely favored in Diggersby, but Mera can definitely play around it.
Yeah, and and Drapion on the Luffy side is also looking pretty free, pretty strong, right? It hits everything. I mean, the worst matchup is just Ape and kind of bait dependent against Diggersby. It's
Yeah,
yeah,
whereas the Trapion on worst side, you sometimes you feel kind of scared to bring it in because you are afraid of just getting slapped down by a poison in Kanto Merak.
mhm. Yeah, it's definitely a bit tough to play against this because some ones are like very strong against some and like very weak, like Corsola. Corsola is like super strong against like many stuff, but you don't really want to see the Diggersby or like Drapion, right? Well, maybe Drapion is not the worst matchup, but Diggersby is definitely very bad.
It's definitely not the worst. As some fun facts as here again in the first game of me versus Luffy, you I led at Diggersby in the last game and Diggersby plus Drapion on in the last game, but he have the thought to bring Kozora
Hmm.
in the last game versus me,
Wow.
and
Yeah.
just caught me in surprise.
Yeah, Luffy really know how to take risks, right? He
Yeah,
is.
take the right risk.
Mhm. Yeah. So how do you feel here? I oh well, we don't
Oh,
have
we
to.
have both
We
locked
don't
in.
need any feeling. We just have the first game here, and it's
Okay,
gonna be
so
wow. It's gonna be
K
charge
Waglit
attack.
against Chargeback. Oh my god, very goodly for Luffy side.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, this is not the worst lead, right? I mean, Chargeback can still kind of hits. It's not as bad as the
Not
other ground matchup.
not as bad as the Mopeko.
Hmm. And he choose to stay here.
Yeah, interesting choice by Iris here. He is not saying double weak to Merrick in the back, but
Yeah,
maybe
he's so
wanted
face.
to just play this matchup and soft lose it.
Hmm. So is Luffy just gonna shield here, or he just takes the one shield advantage?
I think he cares about switchback. Oh
Oh,
no.
he let it go.
Yeah, we know
Oh,
that.
he
He
survived.
totally survived.
No,
He knows his KOX so well. Better
yeah,
than me.
man, that's a very risky play.
Yeah, this is
But
starting
up a
to
shield, win a
become
switch,
this
looking very
become
good here.
even more tough for versus side.
Mm. Yeah, we've seen this matchup before. This is bad, but with some debuffs, it's not the worst matchup, right?
Yeah, showcased by Beelzeboy
Hmm.
earlier.
Oh, too bad. No debuff on the first one.
Then he probably need to shield his ice beam.
Oh,
No,
he let it go.
he's hoping for Azu sweep in the back.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to have Azu against Azu, though.
Yeah,
Yeah, maybe he's just hoping for. I don't even know what's the
yeah.
bad.
What
Yeah, what can
can
Azu beat now?
what can Azu even big in the back with a shield deficit?
Yeah, it's pretty tough. That's like one of those things about the Pokemon, right? You tanks the move well, but sometimes it's kind of hard to close the game, especially
Yeah,
with Azu that's like a bit slow on the charge move.
yeah. Saying this is probably the best mon that Azu can face with a shield deficit in the back. This is still not that good because Drapion can and just that end behind on the two shield and frame crunches and the poison sting
Oh, there
add
we
up
go.
as
That's the debuff.
yeah, especially hurt even harder after the debuff.
Okay. Big shield there, and yeah, it's not looking too good here. Just throw the Aqua Tail, just to make the easy play.
Yeah,
No, not risking anything. Oh, that's he survived that. Wow. Oh, interesting. No catch.
I think
So
Luffy
already.
is fine to just come back in Azu and then
Mhm.
farm
Oh
this
yeah.
down.
Okay, so he'll just throw the move first, just to be safe.
And if he no shield
And
is it
yeah, it's just
whereas
over, right?
Azu is too low. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
He
true.
has a move he
Wow.
can knock out this Drapion, but he'll get farmed down by Luffy's Azu.
Yeah, a bit tough backline there. Like the Azu cannot, worst Azu cannot pick up any good matchup there. With down a shield, it's very tough.
Yeah, whereas is probably hoping into chip that on the arrow and then get some additional farm on their speed.
Yeah,
Need to
interesting,
play around.
interesting play, right? When the chargeback just stays in against the Marowak and not swapping at all.
Yeah, he's probably expecting in the Azu in the back, so don't want to swap Digger speed directly into and got answered by Azu. He's probably hoping in to play the one shield matchup, but the thing is Luffy he knows his Marowak so well. He knows that he can survive to Caesar and still win down a shield.
Yeah, I mean, even if he wins switch there, I don't think it's going to be an easy one, right? It's still going to be Digger's. Yeah, it's still going to be a very tough back line there.
Yeah, with a shield deficit, a Shadow Drapion can do some crazy things on Diggersby and Azu.
Mhm. Um, so we've
So
seen a lot of Ape action earlier. Do you think
Yeah.
Ape has a play here?
I think he has less play than and before because they're saying that there are two hard answer of Azu and Kozoa and a neutral answer of Superior. But you can definitely play around it when Shields is up.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, the Corsola definitely looking is a very strong answer against Ape, but I mean, if it were me, like I don't have the guts to bring the Corsola against like a Dark type and a Diggersby. But yeah, it's so I don't know, man. It's definitely of a risky pick, right? But
Yeah,
again, you said
but
yeah, you
again,
said that
this is Luffy.
yeah, that's true. He brought Corsola against you too, right? And you have like two normal type.
No, I also have yeah I have two normal type plus a Drapion. He
Yeah,
still brings
yeah.
that.
So man, S's only have two answers, so maybe bringing Corsola it's actually possible.
Yeah, and I do think in bring also like here does make sense because if you don't bring it here, what I do you put Koza on your team because in this meta, the current meta, the nearly 80% of the team have both Diggersby and Shadow Drapion on your
Yeah,
team
that's
sheet.
true. Yeah, and again, we've seen like how Gator dominates like a lot of games, but on the last two sets, we've seen that Shadow Marowak actually putting work and stopping Gator here. So, oh, okay, we have the third game coming. Oh, wow, we have Charger Buck against Drapion.
So in the zero shield and one shield, this matchup is favorable for Drapion. But Charbuck can definitely win in the two shield if he wanna expand.
Oh,
So it will be interesting to see how these two player plays out this matchup.
oh, no shield there, so Charger Buck can win this now if he want a shield.
Yeah. If he want, he can probably shield once and farm down.
Mhm. It's looking pretty good here. So S will take the switch
Yeah.
now, and he gets two. Oh, he's not trying.
Oh, he is not trying to farm down.
Oh no.
I think this is a slight misplay on our side.
Okay, yeah, this is what happened. I mean, maybe because he waits for too long, right? He had a long break waiting for this, and you
Yeah,
just sometimes you just don't feel warm start
seems
enough.
like Worst want to save the low health Charbuck for a catch later.
So, and at least we can see here the ape actually avoids the Azu, so maybe
Yeah.
it's not the worst situation. And he also have a catch, right?
Yeah, so there's still some play.
Mhm. And this Azu, come on. It's been like 20 seasons and we still have Azu mirror every time.
Yeah, the most funny mirror. My
I
favorite
mean,
mirror.
oh, there we go. That's a big catch.
Yeah, versus saying I save my Charbuck for or
Oh, he
now.
can't undercatch that.
Yeah, this drains a lot of energy from Luffy Sasu.
Mhm.
So
So
yeah,
he brought
there's
the 8.
Yeah, Ape can come in here and throw a Rage Fist before Azu get to a Prey Rough.
Or in
Yeah,
CMP
throws it on
here.
CMP.
I mean, definitely gonna get a shield here, right?
Yeah,
Man.
and this will draw the last shield for sure. And Luffy probably just swapping his shadow.
One
back.
shield up. Oh, he is. Oh,
Oh,
catches. Not quite enough to KO here.
yeah, Azu will get to an Ice Beam here for sure.
Ooh. The big farm down though.
This
Can
will
Ape
come down.
survive there?
Can Ape survive and get to an Ice Punch to knock out this K-Back? Actually, probably some counters,
Probably-
but Rage Fist
probably a
is
farm.
enough. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah, he had the move.
pretty sure normal Ape can survive this. So
Is
it's
there any
probably
catch potential? No. Oh,
oh
that's the kill. Is it kill?
yeah, I
It's
think
not
it
worth
did.
it. Oh, and a big farm down here. Oh, who's farming? Oh, is it a simul KO?
Oh.
Oh no!
Oh. Wow.
Oh man. Man, IVs, man.
Wow. I really if thought Worst has this game
Yeah, I thought he had the game
until
too. Oh man, that's unfortunate that Azu is just
yeah,
thick enough
Azu
to tank it.
just too tanky.
Hmm. Wow, that's a very dominating 2-0 win here. I know the
Yeah.
game is kind of close on the previous game, but it's still a 2-0.
Yeah, but Worst had some slightly advantage is that he have Luffy has to win two best of five against Worst in
Mhm.
order to secure the final APC champion.
Mhm.
So Worst still have some time to adjust the pick he had in fought against Luffy's team.
Yeah, we haven't seen everything, right? No, we haven't seen every possible Pokemon so far. So yeah, there's a lot. There's still a lot of combination to be seen. So we haven't seen the Gator and Diggersby core yet,
Yeah.
and we haven't seen
And
Superior either.
yeah, also we haven't seen Kozula either.
There we go. I mean, definitely gonna see one, right? Now I'm convinced we're gonna see it on the third game now. Yeah, especially with Chargebuck
Oh,
and
we
Ape.
have both lock in again.
Damn,
Let's see.
that's a very fast.
Oh, here's it. The
Oh, there
Kozula.
we go. Yeah,
Yeah,
Luffy with it all there.
and Luffy successfully do the a right
Okay,
whiz again.
this is the IV dependent matchup, right? Oh, interesting.
I think Gator just win straight in the two shield, but with good IVs on Kozula, you can win the 1-to-1 shield.
Okay, the Azu come in. Man, this is a bit tough, right? Like with energy, Ape can definitely beat Corsola.
Yeah, but
Oh man, there's another Hydro coming. This is a very quick one. So getting a switch is definitely a must, right?
yeah, it's a must.
Ooh.
But when down to shield, I'm not sure.
Mhm.
Getting switch is that
Maybe does Luffy,
advantageous.
is it possible that Luffy just sacks everything here and just to shield the K-Wack?
Yeah, it's definitely possible he's doing that right now.
Man.
Probably just coming K-Wack and one shield farm down.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, that's also good.
Exactly. Yeah, and with no shields on worst side, Luffy he can and just one
Oh
bone
wait,
grab
he
and
swapped.
farm.
Wait, what? He swaps? He hard swaps?
Hmm, I don't
I'm not sure about
I
this
don't
one.
yeah I don't quite like this play. I was expecting in
And
worst
Luffy is not
to
shielding either.
yeah
Okay, thank God there's no debuff.
Yeah, I was expecting worse to let Gator down and chip down the KOX with the annihilate first.
Hmm. Yeah, we can see the mud slap is chunking. It does a lot of damage here.
Yeah. So from this point on, Luffy probably just save Ape's shield for the Kozula. Yeah.
It just farms
And
down here. I know it
yeah,
sounds crazy.
yeah, I think it can.
Yeah, it's double resisted. Two tanky mons.
Yeah, this is just the power of
Just take
Kozula.
it, right?
You just take it all days.
Yeah, the Astonish is gonna chunks the ape for sure.
Yeah, and
Man, that's
then
a lot of farm. Oh, that's unfortunate.
oh, barely don't get there.
Yeah, like casually 100 energy here,
Yeah,
and he just
so
farms
that
down
doesn't
here.
matter. Even worse, successfully get the catch here. He has two anyway, and he can just
Yeah, I think he
one
just farms down.
nightshade and then farm down. And
Hmm.
if you see the gator coming, you can just throw another nightshade and a clean 3-0 sweep from
What
Luffy
a domination here.
to reset the bracket.
Yeah, I mean the bracket is reset here. Big 3-0, but
Yeah,
I mean SS can also reset himself. He can just, oh, okay, now I know how Luffy plays. Maybe it's time to make the adjustment.
yeah. On the other side, Luffy may expect worse to expect his previous playstyle as well and just adjust his playstyle. We all know that Luffy is good at adjusting to different playstyles.
Hmm. Yeah, man, I think this is the first time we see a sweep 3-0 on APC. This is new.
Wow, Maxwell have so many TVC packs.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so what are we hoping here to see? Like, I don't know. This is very tough. Like
Yeah,
the, I think the, what is it called? The superior makes everything is a bit tricky, right?
yeah. It makes it tricky to risky to bring Gator with Diggersby or Azu something.
Yeah, and Corsola make it awkward to run like everything actually. Like, right, the we seen Asis run the Chargeback and Ape, but now that he see the Corsola, it's kind of tough to run ABA Victor Corsola like that, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know. It's very tough. It's definitely very tough. Like Asis need to make a call, like on is he gonna run Corsola or is he not gonna run Corsola? Yeah, again, the very ballsy play there, bringing Corsola against that. Not even get it alive. And
yeah,
farms on the Giga speed too. Come on.
yeah. That may scare us worse to bring in an outlet again in the next few games when he chose to bring it in the lead and got caught by the Kozula.
Hmm. Yeah, and I mean we can see that Asis Drapion is really good. The only problem is the Marowak, but still,
Yeah,
it's very tough. The risk is very high there. Like when you got caught by, if you lead Drapion and you got caught by Marowak, like what do you even do, right? It's kind of hard to swap against to anything. It's
yeah,
very
because
tricky.
it's
Mhm.
such a dominant matchup.
Yeah. Now we can see, like, I mean, if we look at Luffy's team in a nutshell, it's like the team makes like it's all over the place, right? It's just it doesn't have. I mean, it yes, it has the Azu and Drapion, but the other four is like, well, the other, at least the Marowak and the Superior is not something that we see as much lately, especially Superior, right? Because of
Yeah,
the Jumpluff is getting very popular lately, and this is like one of the only Superior we've seen today.
People choose to bring Jump Unplugged because it's better against the Drapion than
Hmm.
Superior, but Superior just had an edge of being in more dominant against Shadow Gator and and Diggersby because of the heavy damage of Fancy Plant and the Grass type fast
Oh,
move.
there we go.
Okay, the first
This
match
is
after
our.
record reset. Let's see how
Mhm.
do these two players adjust.
Oh
Oh
no!
my god! And
Oh come on, Luffy,
are you
stop!
kidding me? Luffy
Luffy
making
need
the right
another
risk
read.
again?
Oh
Oh my god!
man.
This is just
Okay, this is. Can someone call the police here?
man. Luffy Allen be behind worse. I think
Is he farm
I
down?
think
Oh
even
my
worse
god, he fully
need to
farms
left
down.
behind.
No.
Oh my god! Without getting to the second aqua. This is
Oh
so
god.
bad.
And he had Azu in the back. Oh come on.
Come on, another triple Hakanger.
Yeah. Like, what do we even do here?
Yeah,
Oh man, this is a very tough one.
yeah. Looking to this
Is he
down.
gonna get another one?
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, barely,
Oh, thank God. There
barely.
could have been worse. Yeah, two
This is
shielded. Like, I
over.
guess this is why Serp is so good, right? You just beat Gator
Yeah, because you have fast move pressure with
for
Wymir,
sure. Yeah,
whereas as jump up, the fairy just don't hurt.
yeah, and the baiting game is definitely not fun. Man, look at that.
Now
Just
Worst is
straight up.
playing to his only win con, landing the ice beam here, but Luffy won't let that happen.
Yeah, that's a very safe shield.
Yeah,
Well, the Digger Speed has a move. Well, he has two moves, right? So we'll see how he played it out. Just let go. Yeah. As this is just like, yeah, let's just reset to another game here.
yeah. So far, 4-0
Yeah.
from Luffy. What
Man,
a
Luffy is
dominant.
out of his mind here. See? On that third game, we haven't seen Corsola. There we go, Corsola.
Yeah,
Now we've seen the serve.
yeah. We
What's
are
next
talking
there?
that Dugong.
Oh yeah, Dugong hasn't showed up. So are we gonna see Dugong lead after this?
I don't know, but seems like he can hear what we were talking about.
Yeah, I think yeah, he knows. He just read our mind here.
Yeah,
Oh
not
man.
only did he read his opponent's mind, he also read our minds from the casters.
Yeah, like S is trying to do like some risky play and he got punished by Luffy. Just cannot catch a break. Like he
Yeah,
tried to lead the charger, he tried to lead the ape. We see the Corsola. Now Gator with the Superior. What's like this is just tough.
yeah. Every time he tried to adjust his lead, he faced the most terrible Omons on the opposing teams.
Yeah. So what do we do here? Like just lead Tiger Speed for the safest matchup.
I
Maybe
don't know.
something else.
Legitimately, if honestly, if Verse decide to lead Diggersby next game, I will not be surprised that we see the Dugong lead on Luffy's side.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a problem. Man, I mean, give it some time. Aces got to the grand final without like playing really well. So maybe he just needs some times to readjust here. But yeah, Luffy just seems to know all the cards. He just knows how
Yeah,
to pick the team there.
yeah. Luffy just shows no mercies.
Yeah, Luffy's like, yeah, this is like dinner time now, so gotta make it quick. Yeah, what time is it? Like 9 p.m. now in Japan?
Yeah, it is. It's like 8:44 in Japan.
Yeah, yeah. We know Luffy is hungry here. Like Luffy just working hard, like playing nonstop on losers, and Meanwhile, S is just had dinner, take a shower, waiting for the losers to play out the matchup, waiting on the grand final. So
Yeah,
Luffy is
that could
like
be the
very
case.
hungry and really want to win immediately, so he can take a break. Okay, so so I think SS has just been switching the lead like every game, right? We seen Charjabug before that, and then we seen like what Azu lead or something.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's been switching leads all the time, and nothing seems to be working here.
yeah. So maybe it would be better to just stay the original to bring the same aim line.
Or yeah, maybe he can just run the same team too, right? He just bring Gator lead again,
Yeah,
expecting Luffy to not run the SERP again on the lead.
yeah, yeah. That could be the case.
Yeah, there's no way he runs SERP in lead twice in a row, right?
Oh,
Oh, there
I
we
guess
go.
we'll see.
We'll find
Yeah,
out.
Ape
There's
lead
eight. And...
into
Okay,
Azu.
Azu. I mean, could
Okay,
be
at
worse.
least not at least better than Kozola.
Oh, that's Godzilla in the back though. Oh no, do you see that? It's double strong against Charger in the back.
Yeah,
Okay. This matchup is not that bad against for Ape. Like it's just like feels like the old Azu against Medicham, right? You
yeah.
just the fighting can always win if he want to shield. No baiting this time though. Ooh, he just ice beam though. What?
It makes sense because you expect the opposing ape to shield to preserve energy, right?
Hmm.
And
Again,
maybe
is
worst will
he?
try to make a catch. No, he just two
Yeah.
shield and counter down.
Yeah. I think
Yeah,
he just swaps now with two shields.
yeah.
Oh no, he's staying.
Oh, he's letting the farm down happen.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a full farm down. Oh no!
Oh, oh
He
no,
does it again! He threw again!
no. Yeah,
It
it
happens. Oh man.
yeah it. I'm pretty sure he can get a farm down unless new mechanic happens. So maybe
Yeah, that's
he didn't want to risk that.
okay, he let it go. Wait, that's like four times buff, no? Three times now. Man, look at the damage there.
Wow, insane damage.
Two shielded KY.
Do you expect the KWAC and coming charter? Yeah, you did.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, but with 2 to 0 shield, you KWAC comfortably it beat Azure, right? So this is
Yeah, there's no way it doesn't beat
over.
Azu.
Yeah, this is over anyway.
No way.
No way he no shields this, right?
Nah, no way. Like imagine if he discharged here, right? Oh god. Yeah. This is
Yeah,
yeah.
I
Azu is
think
gonna have a hard time here.
yeah,
Azu is not gonna get to two.
I think this Melra just get to 3 bone clubs before Azure make to 2 ice beam.
Yeah. And he got some over extra energy too. Man, that's a big damage.
Yeah, this is just so tough for worse.
Mm-hmm. Wow. I mean,
Wow.
he probably can he
So
farm it down? Probably
I
not, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah, but still though. He just threw.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
he knew that the switch clock on exercise is
Yeah.
not up. And now,
And
oh,
yeah,
what did you
you're just
expect?
selfish.
Luffy coming from on the losers record, and suddenly now he is 1 win away from becoming our new APC champion.
No, come on. Oh man.
So far,
Just so you thought you
a
don't lose
clean
the
5-0
lead.
sweep.
No. I mean, we all know Luffy is a very strong player. He's been like on top of leaderboard
Yeah,
for like the longest time.
yeah,
But this is such a dominant showing.
yeah. I'm not sure what can I do if I were Axis at this
Yeah,
point.
we can see how frustrating it is too, like for SS.
Yeah, just getting in read like a book for 5 games in a row.
Yeah. I mean, slight trivia. I think Luffy hits rank one leaderboard on GBL like 4 seasons in a row,
I
which
can
not a yeah.
I can check for you right now.
Yeah, I think I remember like one of the season he was like number one for like 4 seasons or maybe 5 seasons in a row. Like actual monster.
Yeah,
Yeah, 16, 17, 18, and 19. Rank 1.
insane
Yeah,
accomplishment.
that's like a monster. That's crazy.
Oh yeah, but I think you are more consistent in your rank and too.
I mean, no
Okay,
one can beat Weedle at rank
okay.
2 on leaderboard, right?
Potentially the last game of the
Nah,
day.
come on. Okay,
Oh,
let's
finally,
go.
Access finally wins the lead.
Okay, the backline is a
Okay.
bit rough, and
Oh,
he swapped hard
just
counter
directly
immediately.
swap. Okay, so I heard that Kwak can win the is if he spend two shield. Is that right?
Yeah, Kara can win this. Like, Mudslap and Bubbles does around the same damage, even
That's
though one
crazy.
is super effective.
They really need to nerf Mudslap next season.
Yeah, I think one thing about the Dragon Tails is like most of the mon that has Dragon Tail is like very squishy, but
Yeah,
not the one with Mudslaps.
yeah. Mudslap appers like Marowak and Gastron has some decent bulk on
Yeah,
them.
yeah, so they don't really get to. Ooh, a
Oh,
CMP.
after throw here, I don't think they scale. Okay,
Oh
shields anyway.
wow. Does he let it go now and farm down? Because it's definitely viable.
Oh,
Okay, he
he
just
just
shield.
shields.
Okay.
He won't switch. Yeah.
Oh, he swaps.
Oh,
Wait,
wow.
what?
Nice snipe, I guess.
Yeah, but it's pretty tough though. Still, that's like bubbles and ice beam range.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, the question is, can the Azu get to ice beam? I mean the right because he really need that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you just yeah. I mean he's just playing it safe. There's no real like the only thing that beats the Luffy's team is the Chargeback now,
Yeah, but Access
but yeah,
didn't
it's
bring it.
there's no to be seen. Yeah, and the worst thing is yeah the diggers don't get to double punch before the frenzy.
Yeah.
Oh man, he also gonna CMPs on the second fire punch.
Yeah, so I think in potentially the Access need to aim in to their speed to
Yeah,
respond
he
once
just forfeit
forcing
there. He's not throwing.
KWX safe swap.
Yeah, he's not throwing. I mean, to be fair, he can't even kill the opposing Azu, right?
Yeah,
Like Luffy's Azu is too bulky.
yeah.
Okay, finally a bad timing. Is it? Is it 4 or 5? And that's it. The big sweep by
Yeah,
Luffy.
the huge 6-0 sweep. Just show
I
no
don't know what to
mercies
say.
against Access.
Yeah, I
Wow.
there's no word. Yeah, wow
I
is
Wow.
the right word there.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
All cards on the table. Me and Maxwell had to do some extra checking to make sure all the settings were right because we were like, how is he calling every single lead and team comp to the T? So many games in a row. But it turns out he's just OP. It's just
Yeah,
Luffy,
I
man.
Yeah,
mean,
that's
I
He's
think
too
he
crazy.
good.
purposely lose the lead on the last game
Yeah, yeah, just
just to prove the doubters.
yeah, yeah. That
A-
was on purpose.
absolutely incredible. 6-0 sweep, and what a way to crown a new champion.
Yeah,
Wow. by beating the previous
insane.
champion, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
beating the previous champion,
beating
beating
both
both
of
previous
me
champions.
and Keibon.
Yes.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Wow.
absolutely incredible. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see if I can get Luffy on the thing. But Maxwell, what were your thoughts on those games?
yeah,
I mean,
so crazy.
it was just amazing calls from Luffy all around. You know, not only just the teams, mainly the teams, but not only the teams, but also just how Verst would play, and especially like in that last game where he didn't win the lead for once, and still just being able to safe swap the K-Wack, get both shields down against the Azumarill, force Verst to give up switch, and still win the game despite the Serpent to Drapion lead. Yeah, it was yeah, wow,
Yeah,
6-0 is crazy.
yeah, he's pretty. He's just playing out of his mind. He's he's well known of his mon. He knows the matchups. He knows the KOA can win in two shield against Poison Azu if he face one on the safe swap in the last game. Just show to us.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Just
absolutely.
scary, man.
Uh,
I mean,
Just
we
scary.
saw also around the the turning point. I think it was game 4, I guess. So the bracket reset. Completely switching things around, going for that SERP lead. Kind of reminiscent of the final game against Beelzeboy. Like hadn't seen too much of the SERP up until then, and then just bringing it in and it absolutely dominating. And
yeah,
I mean, Luffy's team reads have been amazing. And I think, again, when we talk about how the Japanese qualifiers, they start off as a best of one
mm,
bracket, it means you only have one opportunity. Your team calls have to be impeccable. If you make a wrong
mm,
team call, that's it, you're out. And I think this bodes well for Luffy going into those qualifiers next season because he seems like he's got it on point.
yeah.
Just
I mean, just
scary.
looking at Dracoviz, I don't think he's actually been in the PJCS, has he?
He's definitely been
Or
in
is
the
it?
BJCS. We
Okay,
Has
he has. Okay,
yeah,
okay,
we
cool. That's
find it
good.
definitely
That's
difficult
good.
has.
to get more
Yeah,
than the top
Yeah,
no,
16
that
because
makes
they
teams
use
sense.
the
That
real
makes
the way
sense.
they
name there,
format
right?
it. Yeah,
So
yeah.
Oh, true. Of course, of
Yeah, so it
course.
makes it a bit difficult to get all the information. But he's
Yeah, I
definitely
guess.
competed at the last few
Yeah,
PJCSs.
but all that
Yeah,
experience then of best of ones, team reading, really kind of showed in that previous set, right?
Yeah,
that
yeah,
really came in clutch.
yeah. And I think also like in if I remember correctly, like some of the previous PJCSs, he hasn't done awfully, but just falling shy of the cutoff to make the top 16. It's
Yeah.
a Swiss bracket, so usually I think it's like if you lose like a couple games, sometimes it can even decide on other factors like resistance and stuff like that. So he hasn't been too lucky previously, but I mean, looking at next season's PJCS, I think he's a definitely a big contender.
The
it's
Swiss
coming
bracket
soon.
is tough because not only you need to win a rounds, you also need to win in as more game as possible or to
Mhm.
get a higher match points in order to secure the top 16 spots.
Exactly. And I mean, the Asian qualifiers also have a starting Swiss bracket as well. So you guys can kind of attest to that, how sometimes it can be a bit difficult. We've seen some
Yeah,
really, really good players just fall short of the second round due to, things like not getting enough match points or,
true.
something along those lines. So um, yeah, definitely been a really, really great performance by Luffy. And I guess while we're waiting for Luffy to um, be available, we'll get him on for a quick chat shortly.
Mm.
Um, Again, looking at this championship and next season, Luffy has won 125 pounds and is the new champion. Essis Mirwurst gets 75 pounds and automatic qualification for the next season's championship. And then Beelzeboy and Keibon, with their good performances, getting an extra qualification for their regions. So I think one thing that's nice is that Yakai is not hogging all of the glory. Yeah,
You
he's
can't, yeah.
he's letting other people, have some of that as well. But again, I think when we look at this tournament and the last tournament as well, because again, the seasons have been relatively similar in terms of the meta. It looks like this is what Pokemon want to do. They want to keep the meta decently consistent over the course of the year,
Mhm.
and not switch things up too much. So, it tends to imply that if someone's doing well, at the front end of the season, they'll probably also do well at the back end of the season, assuming that they keep up their skills. And so, if we look at some of the players that have, topped the tournament last time and this time, I think all of them look like real good contenders for next season, but also, again, the qualifiers and making it to the World Championships.
Yeah, I think that's a very good way for like for play Pokemon to like balance the meta, right? Sometimes we have like some meta when everything just change and no one has any idea what is happening, and people still figuring out like what's the one to play on the regionals, and it's a bit tough. Sometimes you're just not that familiar. We can see how Luffy plays. Like he exactly know. He's been playing his Merrick for so long. Oh, I know I survived this. I know I can do this. But if the meta shakeup happens like 2 seasons ago, right? It's definitely not possible to be that familiar with your mons, right? So I like it.
Yeah, this also gives the opportunity for our APAC region players to have the chances to practice with each other, despite not in the same geographical location, and we can just see how difficult it is for APAC players to qualify for all roles just in terms of the Japanese qualification list. Even as good as Luffy, didn't. He only managed to qualify only one year to roles from the PJCS. Yeah, so definitely a great chance for all players to practice and prepare for the real qualification tournaments.
Yeah, agreed. And obviously, big shout out to you, Yakai, for shouting it out at the World Championships. But I think this was definitely the intention, um, with it, where it's like, like you said, there's not a lot of opportunity with also some regions, like obviously um, in our regions, we have
Mm,
the inadequates tournaments, and I know there are some
yeah.
Asian players who do take part in it, but for some Asian players, there's a bit of hesitation taking part because of the language barrier.
Mm,
So at least in this sort of situation, players can feel a bit more comfortable practicing with people who speak the same language as them, or just at least people on the similar time zones as well.
mm.
um, and it definitely makes all the difference. I mean, if you see a lot of the players who are dominating the field, they're practicing all the time, so yeah, I'm really glad that this serves as a good opportunity for that.
Yeah, I also love that back then. Like I remember, like on the first season, like people see Japanese players as these like exotic battlers that no one
Mm.
ever played against other than GBL. And since we had APC, now we can they're like more exposed, and we can say, I mean, they still played like crazy team, but it's just like now we have more exposure. We can see how they think, we can see how they like to play, and they help us understand the meta in the other way, right? It's like some of this team like looks like kind of crazy, but they somehow make it work, and now we can see some combos, like some pairing that's good of Pokemon that's pretty good, and that we don't really get to see in other regions. It's very nice.
Okay, so we have Luffy. I'm just gonna
Ooh.
bring him
Oh,
into the call. Give me a moment. But Luffy, you can hear us at the moment, right? Yeah,
yes, we
give
can.
me 1 second. I'll bring you onto the stream because the stream can't hear you yet. 1 moment. this is you. Okay. Okay. Okay, one moment. I'm just going to quick to, and then. Okay. Sorry, people listening, but give me a moment. I am obviously very confused. Okay, you know what? No. Okay, well, we'll go to a short break. We'll go to a short break. Yeah.
Hey, let's go.
Okay. 1 second.
Classic.
Yeah, classic. My production. Okay, it is working. We have the okay. I'm assuming everyone can hear me. Yes, they can. Okay, cool. We have the third APC champion, Luffy, on the call with us right now. Luffy, how are you feeling right now?
First, I'm very happy to win this tournament, and I thought it was tough because I lose in the second round against Gamebird, and yeah, so it is so tough for me, but I could win this tournament finally. So yeah, it is so I'm so confident with my playing.
Well, congratulations again. And I think, what we'll do is we'll each, ask you a question. Now, I want to know, like you said, you went down in the second round. You
Yeah,
played so many matches. How
yeah.
did you manage to keep it together, playing that many matches in a row and still, you know, being so on point, calling all your opponent's lines? How did it feel on your brain?
Uh, yeah, it was so many games.
Mm,
So
yeah,
so yeah, it was tough, and I'm so tired, exhausted right now,
yeah, for sure, for
and
sure.
and I have mm, Battlefront games afterward.
Oh, you have
So
Battlefront 2 games as well.
yeah,
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Well, if they've just seen this, yeah, I think they'll be quite scared
Oh yeah,
because
you remind me. I also have one upcoming in Battle Frontier games in like 9 p.m. like 50 minutes later.
uh,
yeah, also same. Maxwell, what
Yeah.
What do you
you got
want
to
to
say?
Um,
ask?
you were using like every single Pokemon on your team throughout that set. I just wonder, do you always like to mix it up as much as you did, for example, versus Beelzeboy and Luffy in those last sets?
hmm, uh, uh, yeah. Uh, I want to use a lot of Pokemon because uh, the opponent managed to managed to do well against me. So uh, if I use only 3 months, they can read my backline. So uh, I want to use a lot of Pokemon. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That was and I think, some of your opponents probably maybe were too predictable because they were using a lot of the same ones and you really took advantage of that. Panic, what do you have to
Uh,
ask our champion?
I don't know. It's just congrats. You beat the first champion, you beat the second champion, and now you became the third champion. Be congrats.
Thank you.
Uh, like I don't even know what to ask, man. It's just amazing. I'm just amazed here.
I mean, did you find it, did you feel a bit more scared playing against Yakai and Keibon, or was
Mhm.
Yeah, of
everyone the
course.
same?
Oh,
Also, I was surprised at first round. So my first opening was Yakai, the world champion. Yeah. So it was so tough for me. And the cable is also a good butler, so it is very tough.
And Yakai, you got knocked down by Luffy in
yeah.
the first round. What would you like to ask him?
Mm, well, so let me think about. I want to ask you how do you build your team of six of this tournament because of from my point of view, I saw your team just as make it become so awkward for your opponents to make a real team against your team. If they make one team, they are they are all they are often weak to a specific mon of your on your or team of six. Is it like you took it from reference from GBL or something?
Uh, how to pick this one?
Yeah.
Yeah. How did
Yeah.
you do that?
Yeah.
Uh, I guess good. I with Coursera, so I want to use Coursera this tournament,
That makes sense.
and I find a good team from Out of Pocket in the
Oh,
Rust regionals, so I used his team for this tournament.
oh, okay.
Okay, because I just checked and Luffy, the it was actually my fault. I forgot to download the records for rounds 5 and 6 of Japan. But the first 2 rounds, Luffy played with Shadow Ape, Shadow Drapion, Azumarill, um, Dunsparce, Gastrodon, and Jumpler. And in the last round, switched it up with Dugong and Serperior. But here, I mean, the Shadow Ape was nowhere to be seen. So why did you drop the Shadow Annihilate? You thought just because of Pocket Steam, or was it not good for you before?
うーんと、if I use Shadow Ape, Jump Off was a little bit tough for my team. So I wanna substitute Shadow Ape into Kosa, and it was good. It was so good.
Nice. Well, Luffy, again, congratulations on being the third APC champion. I'm really looking forward to, next season, seeing what you have to do, and potentially seeing you here again. Not only for the next season's Champions Tournament, but hopefully we can see you qualify for PJCS and maybe see you on
Ah,
stream there. I
Yeah,
think that would
I'd
be
love
great.
to.
Any final words from anyone?
so us not only congrats on winning the APC this season. Good luck for you in PJCS, and I hope to see you in person again and in Anaheim. I'm in
Well,
August to do our lucky trace.
Yeah.
Is this before or after he knocks you out of the tournament?
Oh, we were lucky before this tournament.
Okay.
Yeah.
But again, thank you to all the casters, including BJ and PvP David. Couldn't have done it without you all. And I feel like this tournament gets better every season, and hopefully next season it will be even better. And with that, thank you everyone watching. We will see you soon. Hopefully,
Mm.
bit of content mid-season as well. Gonna do our best. But yeah, take care, and again, well done, our champion Luffy.